B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer in the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember District A will not be with us this morning. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
And Mayor.
Present. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Yancey, District A, will join us in the afternoon session. At this time, we would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion to lead us in our invocation and Councilmember Michael Carlson to lead us in our pledge.
Thank you, God. We're here as your servants, including all the residents of our city, all of our city staff and our council members. We give thanks that all of us have taken up this opportunity to work for the betterment of our community. We come here as complex human beings and certainly not perfect, but we hope that you alone can hold us together in your love and your peace. Help us, Lord, to trust each other more. In your holy name we pray always. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Welcome to day 2 of our budget workshop. Looks like on the agenda this morning, we have a continuation from yesterday. We will start with the youth fund, then move to the library and public relations. And so at this time, we will turn this over to our city manager, Mr. Garcia.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Council. The youth fund discussion is primarily very brief. We had a lot of the discussion yesterday indirectly when we talked about some of our youth activities and our facilities. One of the things that we did this year that we've done now for 2 years is with the youth fund was our high school internship program. We were able to get 15 interns this year that we had. Some have been paid for through Workforce Solutions, which has allowed us to keep them longer. So we're excited about that opportunity. I think we just had another one start a new position yesterday. So we're working on expanding that a little bit. On that, an emphasis for youth programming is also being sought. We understand our limitations with budget to have that, but there is a push for us to have more preventative measures toward juvenile crime prevention. We would like to push this to a next level. We do currently have $25,000 that we do utilize for the youth internship program. Those funds are allocated for that program. That we did grow from 10 summer interns to 15, and now going on 2 years running. Also to that point, to expand our actual funding that we've had, we are looking to implement this year in the budget. You'll hear more about it when we introduce the budget, but more of a college internship opportunity as well, to have some college interns be here. So that post-high school, when they're going to school, that we have the opportunity to help in certain departments. We have that ask. You'll see that when it's time to present the budget, but the thought process is to offer an opportunity for college folks to start getting some type of governmental experience and hopefully choose government as a form of a profession. So we're teaming up with COM to do that, trying to see if we can have some opportunity through some of their federal work study. We have some staff here who's leading that charge, trying to get a better relationship working there to see if we can maximize that. So you'll see that during the budget. The other thing that we discussed related to the youth fund is more youth programming, and we'll allude to some of that during Ms. Amy's presentation here shortly. Ms. Amy, I'm sorry, you can go ahead and start approaching if you'd like, because we're going to go right into the library. Our youth services, we are limited by not having a Parks and Recreation department, obviously, but we do try to offer some of those services through our library. And now through the expansion of a lot of these MOUs and different opportunities we have coming forward, we would like to get that moving forward. In recent time, we just had our Parks and Recreation board recommend for a new football contract that we're going to be bringing to you at the next council meeting to offer youth services to our city as well. So a way of leveraging, working with our partnering nonprofits to offer services for our youth without affecting the youth fund, which obviously we're limited by. As we continue some of these relationships, we'll see what we can do. And if the budget allows us to do more there, I think we've done quite a bit with the amount of funds that we've had. And trying to, expand our programming there in that facet. Another thing that we delved into briefly was possible reorganization in our library that we would like to introduce here sooner rather than later. And I don't want to steal Miss Amy's thunder. I know that she'll talk about that here shortly. I can entertain any questions about the youth fund itself. And if and when you're ready, then we'll go right into our library presentation.
Council have any questions? Go ahead, John.
I'm first, thanks. I was reviewing this all last night and catching up. It's very confusing. I'm going to say that up front, very confusing.
Which page are you
I'm
on?
the whole,
The whole
well,
booklet?
the whole booklet.
Okay.
It's just trying to gain some understanding. But you're speaking right now of the quote youth fund. And the closest that I could get to what you're referring to as the youth fund is under this page 16 of the general fund city manager's office. There is an internship program, 7014 at the very bottom, which has for fiscal year 23, 25,000. And I guess just for our consideration as we get closer to a more formal presentation, you're thinking about perhaps increasing that to 45,000. Am I identifying the right line item that you talked about?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that's where we have that.
Okay, so I'm going to make a suggestion. I know, as I recall, we're supposed to be having a new accounting software. Is that correct? One of the things I noticed, and perhaps some of the past council members, like Councilmember Osteen here, former Councilmember Osteen, at the legislature, we have sunset legislation. After a while, a law is revisited. And if it's no longer applicable, it's eliminated. It's no longer continued. I'm going to suggest, as we have a new accounting software, that we get rid of a lot of categories, which I firmly believe were carryovers from perhaps when the city of Marque was founded, chartered. Because there are categories there that I think just didn't make any sense at all. And to help us, to help anybody that's looking at this. And but so other than this, going back to the youth fund once again, other than this 7014 internship program, is there any other line item which specifically deals with dollars? Where's the contribution then from the waste management?
So you'll see that listed in the addendum when we're finished with all of the pages, but basically that is more counted towards revenue. It comes in from the 25, and we don't expend it out of the same account. That has historically been placed under the city manager's account to control the actual internship program item. We have had discussions about moving that to HR, but as of right now, we've kept it in city manager's office. Historically, that's where it's been. If we want to change that now, we can. That's our decision to do. But as far as the expense of it is normally come out of that actual account. That's why it's displayed on that page.
I once again, I'm speaking as one person. When we communicate with our residents, I believe it has to be, just as I keep saying, plain English. That was something when I rewrote all the operating guidelines for my franchise organization, plain English. Plain numbers and categories are helpful. And so consolidate everything that has to do with youth funds so that we quickly can see the total amount that you talk about. And that includes the contribution from waste management. If I'm not mistaken, that's a designated contribution, correct, Mayor? The waste management amount?
It is a designated, and it's reflected here by the 25,000. These are expense accounts. So the $25,000 coming in for them would be shown under revenue. Because it is a contribution that's being made, so that counts. It's not like we can use the same account and then use it right back out. So revenue comes in, we have revenue accounts and then expense accounts that are assigned to that. So that is the category where the expense is pulled out of.
Well, but then the city in its budget process is also allocating an additional amount. See, that's where
No, I'm proposing an additional amount this year if it's to be accepted. That's
an additional amount.
that's what that line item that you just mentioned on page 16. The college internship program that I just mentioned, the additional amounts that I'm requesting, that's where that would come from. So that's in this year's request for this upcoming year. That's what we're putting together, the additional amount to get some more college interns.
Didn't we have in past years an additional 10,000 there for youth activities? Or was that just when Chris was given?
That was out of the $25,000 waste management.
Oh, that was that portion of that.
Grant, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that maybe that
Mhm.
clears that part up for me. All right, well, that's it. Thank you.
Are you done, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on? Well, Caesar. Of course, previous council was the council that initiated and advocated for the internship program, a program that has been imitated and duplicated
That's right.
by the city of Texas City
And Dickinson.
and the city of Dickinson, but originated in the city of Lamarck. We take pride for that. So I believe that we ought to continue, Caesar, this program of internship. I like the idea that you want to expand that to our college interns. But I'm with you on this idea that we need to move into a space of some sort of internal programming for our children. You know, we have our teenagers are working. Sounds like our college students might have a chance to work. But those children that are under the working age, we have not necessarily serviced them adequately outside of the library, and the library is handcuffed and limited. So I am looking optimistically and eagerly at a proposal from you or from Amy that will expand the library, because libraries are changing and they're having to adapt based on what life is like today. Expanded programming for our youth, especially programming in the summer. What does that look like? That looks like for me, fishing camps. That looks like financial literacy courses, nature camps, any sort of activity that we could invite our children to, that they would be able to learn first, because that's what libraries are there for, to educate, be developed and grow. I think that we could start those off in the summertime. I think that we can have a camp once a week in the summertime for our young people. I think that the library, Amy is definitely more than qualified to be the coordinator of that. And I think that if we can do that right, that can be the start of something bigger. I am struggling with, I've been around here a long time, and I'm struggling with the idea that we are continuing to have to partner with organizations to provide recreations for our young people. I'm excited about the new football team that's servicing Lamarck, but it's an outside entity. And when we're dealing with outside entities, we're at the mercy of those outside entities. They rise up and then they fall. And our children don't necessarily have an opportunity to have any stable programming. So I'm in favor of us, and we're not talking about a lot of money. We already have staff. Sounds like Amy's going to tell us how she's going to reorganize and repurpose her staff. So we're talking about a small dollar figure to probably give the equipment and the supplies that would be needed to support our children during these summer months. So I'm definitely in favor of that. I'm excited to hear what Amy will have to say. And if there are no further questions, we'll give it back to Mr. Garcia, allow him to proceed.
I've got
Go
one
ahead.
question.
Go ahead, Michael.
Is the softball program still going? And baseball?
No, sir.
Have we reached out to some of these select vol teams?
We're in the process of trying to get a few who may be interested. Our
Okay.
biggest challenge there is development of the park, of the ball fields themselves. A lot of these folks don't have the funds to do it. So even if we get one field going and incrementally do them one at a time, that's what we've kind of shifted how we're going to try to do that to get
Okay.
more folks involved.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Any further questions? Mr. Garcia, are you gonna lead or are you gonna give it to Amy?
I'm actually going to hand it over to Amy here in a second. Want to take a moment and just, address the fact that Amy currently has a vacancy in the library, and she'll talk about how she may want to restructure that. Miss Amy. She also has some stats and data to share with you here.
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Amy.
I wanted to share with you a little bit of a year-to-date sample of our key statistics. This is the form that I report each month to the city manager, and this is just compiling those numbers as a year-to-date figure in some of our key performance areas. We are seeing some increase in our door count, in our program attendance. We had seen some decrease and some leveling off of that during the pandemic months. And this year, finally, we're starting to see those numbers come back up, thankfully. You talked about how the library is changing, and definitely that is something that we're seeing and something that I'm really interested in addressing. I'm envisioning more the library as an intersection point of offering some of these social services that people in our community really need. We're already doing that with the food bank. This year, we've seen an increase in our Kids Packs program, people coming to pick up a weekly supply of shelf-stable groceries once a week to help supplement those meals. Last year, I think we had maybe 50. This year, at last count, we are up to at least 160 people who are coming by the library every week to pick up food packs. The need is just so great.
160?
Yeah, at least 160 right now. So I am working with the city manager in what that looks like for our department going forward. I was talking to someone earlier this morning about books. You always think about the library as the storehouse for books, and it is. It absolutely is. But right now, books are probably the least of the programs of the services and programs that we're providing. We do have readers. We do have people who are coming in regularly for books, those traditional services. But I see it evolving away from that. That's why we're getting out more into the community. We're doing more outreach, like with the Salvation Army, with the food bank, with some local organizations, and just making those connections and making that possible. As far as the staffing goes, Mr. Garcia mentioned that I do have an opening right now. That opening has traditionally been for a youth services librarian. We're thinking of changing that into more of a youth program coordinator. That person, when you take away the librarian title, it takes away the necessity of that person having an MLS degree. And there's just not a lot of people walking around in this area with an MLS degree that is ready to take on that role. So I think if we reorganize that into a position that can be not just for the library, but also for the city, and helping us get out in the community more and doing those programs, like you mentioned, expanding our summer reading program to include outdoor financial literacy, things like that. That person could be a key person in helping us accomplish those types of goals. They could work under my mentorship as far as collection development and child development, and getting our services and continuing our traditional services like story time and library programs in a traditional sense, but also expanding outside to do more outreach and community-based programs. So that's the direction we're thinking of going. I've also revised some of my job descriptions. We had a reference librarian was one of our positions. And again, we don't do traditional reference work. That's kind of the least of the things that we're doing. So we've reorganized that into more of a library technician to more closely represent the job responsibilities that person actually does.
Let me ask you this, Amy. Do you envision, maybe you haven't thought about this, but this youth program coordinator, would you envision or do you envision that this person could also possibly be the coordinator of city-sponsored leagues, sports leagues? For example, a city-sponsored soccer league, where that person would then just coordinate and organize the league and then work to get volunteers to actually be the board, perhaps, or even coach, volunteer in other capacities. The city of Texas City has, I believe, a youth basketball league.
Okay.
And other cities have other leagues. League City being a better example. They have, I think, youth basketball and other organizations as well. I'm also looking for perhaps that person to be able to help us not only to expand our learning opportunities for our children, but also our physical activity and physical fitness opportunities. And so it wouldn't be that much of a stretch, but I guess the question remains, do you see them being able to coordinate maybe small leagues for our
Sure.
city?
That's not something that I specifically considered, Mayor, but it's something I would be definitely open to. I think that position that you're describing would be more like a Parks and Recreation position, but since we don't have a Parks and Recreation department, that would make the most sense.
Youth services would fall under youth services until we would be able to at some point get a Parks and
I
Recreation
would agree
department.
with that, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Amy?
I do, Mayor.
Go ahead, Joe.
I always enjoyed talking with you, right, and trying to brainstorm ideas, how to generate income, other services. Per the document you've given us, Mr. Garcia, the library funding comes from the general fund, and then you've identified here special revenue funds, capital project funds, which I'm not quite sure what those are, but grant funds, understandable, and the library memorial fund. The library memorial fund, working backwards, Amy, I believe is the Friends of the Marque Library. Is that what that is?
No, that is if someone would like to make a donation in memory or honor of someone. It's kind of a revolving fund. They donate those funds to us. We put them in the bank and then we turn around and purchase the item and put the book plate in it in their memory or honor and send the family a note. That's how that fund works.
So I don't see that. Are you individually handling that? How is that accounted for? I don't need an answer now. This question, right? It says, or I don't see that. That's why I was trying to figure track. And so I don't see that. But I do, here's something that, as I was looking at this last night and then yesterday's, we had two action items, and we've had them before, as Mr. Carlson asked, with nonprofit groups coming before us and asking us to waive fees. Being someone that left for-profit industry and moved into nonprofit work, I applaud the city for that. I noticed, however, that that according to this information, the world just went blank. I realized I had my glasses off. The park rental fee here, $33.24, is supposed to support the library, but what park is that? What does that mean? That's on page 3, 3324.
Your park rental fees traditionally are for rentals. That's when somebody rents the pavilion for a birthday party or they rent it out for having an event, what have you.
The pavilion.
The pavilion itself.
That's the only one. I guess.
the-
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
trying to,
Yeah.
which So that's it. We're talking about this one over here.
Highland
Oh, Highland
Highland
Valley,
Bayou Park.
not this one over here.
Right. Right now, the one that's mostly sought after is Highland Bayou Park.
His-
It's-
His question is that for all park rentals? Do the proceeds of all of our park rentals benefit the library?
My understanding right now is all of them go back in the general fund. There's no direct like drawdown, like, hey, we brought this much in, it goes towards that.
Okay.
The model has historically been is it all goes back to general fund. That's just accounting of what those fees are.
All right, well then, that here, that lens, and this is just perhaps something for us to consider, Mayor. First of all, I mentioned it earlier, but I would like to see a formal policy with regard to nonprofit groups making requests. But I'm rethinking this and coming from the nonprofit world, serve on boards and executive directors and stuff in that area. I think there should be a minimum fee of $50 for any nonprofit group to use our facilities. If it's going to benefit the library, not general fund, but going specifically for the library. And then of course, anything else going to for that. But I think it's fair. A nonprofit group, a credible one, should be able to come up with $50 to use a facility, and it shows a buy-in of some sort, and or find a sponsor on that side. What's the park surcharge fee? $33.31. Once again, since I know you're out of your norm, but
This park surcharge fee, I can't, that's probably one of those that we need to get rid of. That happened to be there before, that has consistently been zeros. I haven't looked in the last year's, all those down below need to be that. It looks like also right below that you have recreation programs. It seems to me like at some point we had an account that we were charging for recreation programs. Historically in the past, if there was a parks department there, since the account number exists in our software, it comes up as an account. And the same is true for community room rentals. The idea is, as we've expanded, is to try to start renting some of these facilities in that capacity. As we've made our buildings and our facilities a little more enticing. For example, football program that we're coming down the pike with probably wouldn't have come here if we wouldn't have fixed up the bathrooms in the concession stand that we just finished doing, right? We haven't taken care of the field. Probably not going to get a valid softball program to come until we fix those fields up and make them at least somewhat playable. So there's got to be some type of investment. The thought process historically has been is, well, have them come and pay for it. And as you mentioned, nonprofit, it's hard for them to come in necessarily and pay for it. And we've noticed that those that have come in, some of them say, yeah, I'll come and I'll help with this, but it's not enough to make it playable. So that's probably why some of those are zero. And I do recommend, even though we're going to get rid of a lot of the zero accounts, as we embark on some of these recreation programs that we're doing, perhaps maybe not get rid of those, because we do intend to have recreation program. We do intend to start renting some of our other facilities. You mentioned Walter Feigl Park. If we market it more and make sure that our facilities are better, Walter Feigl Pavilion just had some upgrades. We're upgrading our facilities to prepare them for it. Then we come back to you with a set of a revised schedule of fees for parks that shows if you want to rent the baseball field, it's this much per hour. If you want to rent Walter Feigl, right now, the only one that we have available within our fees structure for rental as of today is Highland Bayou Park Pavilion. Hence is probably why the only one that's getting rented.
Yep. And by the way, this community room rental fees, this is going back past history. There used to be a fee charge. Community groups were using the community room back here.
Mhm.
And I don't know where, somewhere, maybe with the turnover personnel and stuff, we lost that.
Well, we ended up, we had to stop renting
Oh, we did?
for a period of time. Yeah.
And hopefully we can get that back going, because
Absolutely.
families did utilize that for smaller gatherings and stuff on that side. And to the extent that those fees can be directed to help the library, I would encourage that as well too. according to,
Along with what you're saying, we get calls almost daily. Do you have a room that we can rent? Because
Yeah.
most libraries do. It's not common that we don't
Yeah.
have a room that people could rent. But boy, if we did, we would have it rented out all the time.
maybe
So what's the
that's,
deal with, why can't we
let them,
rehab the community room, allow them to be rented again and
Yeah.
direct those proceeds to library youth program?
That's something we could look at doing. We'll have to change now so I understand is a thought process for all park. So all park rental fees to go towards that parameter, and then we set up as a different account. Moving forward, inclusive of these roughly $7,000, maximum that we've ever had. Looks like park rental, we only had 1,500. You want to make all park rental fees go towards park program, inclusive of the $50 nonprofit fee and so on.
if you're asking me personally, yes, I
Okay.
would like to support the library, seriously, support them. And as it says here, these are funding sources that you list on your report anyway. So that's my view.
But certainly
We're a
can
group
make
of
that
five.
push.
But I would say definitely, as you explore that, give us a picture on how that would look, right? Let us see it in our faces, and we can probably be able to give you a better, Joe's giving you his position, but I guess for the rest of us,
Absolutely.
let us see what Joe is saying on paper, and then we could probably give you a better idea of what we think.
Excellent.
Yeah, but on surface, it sounds pretty fair to me.
And then kind of, along that line, we talked about the marriage between library and trying to bring something out of Parks and Recreation as far as youth services and so forth. One of the things that we've embarked in, we went with Amy and her staff. We went on a field trip of Building A. As we start thinking about what that would look like, the thought process has been we're servicing one side of the community with a library on this side. Should we have another type of setting on the other side? What would it look like if a portion of Building A provided some of these services? So we went over there, we did some brainstorming. Could that be something that we could do? We also know that the biggest challenge that we have with developing Building A, as we mentioned yesterday on the facilities presentation, is how are we going to support the actual operating costs? We know that it's roughly $300,000 to $400,000 to operate that building.
Yeah.
How would we do that? And what does that look like as well?
I was thinking about that since we talked to the folks, the volunteers and the folks that are willing to rehab it for us. And then I talked to Amy, maybe was it 2 years ago? We were talking about Texas City's new library and all of the new technology that they have.
Yeah.
There is, and I think Amy, you were telling me about this new idea of experiential learning.
Yeah.
I think if we go back to those folks with an idea of some sort of a space dedicated to, and seriously dedicated to experiential learning, that might be one of the only places in this county that would provide that type of experience. And if that's true, then folks would be willing to pay for that. And if folks would be willing to pay for that, then that would provide the resources for the salaries of the people that would care for that place, as well as provide an opportunity for the other vision you have for nonprofits and other opportunities to be out there. So I think we need to really get with Amy on this idea of building out this magnificent, since somebody else might be paying for it, experiential learning space in that building, and then we might be able to attract students and tourists and other folks from all across this county, and at the same time allow for our young people to go free.
Are you talking about more content creation, like maker spaces, podcasting rooms,
I'm thinking more that, as well as virtual reality,
and virtual reality?
as well as
Yeah.
if our children they need to go to Africa and Europe in the summer, and certainly
did
I haven't
talk
been
about
there, so certainly if we can go there virtually and learn, right? If we can take those 3D virtual reality types of experiences and use them as teaching tools for our young people, and we might make it so fun that other young people will come and their parents will pay, or their schools or their daycares will pay. And that'll fund, I think, the staff that we would need to be able to monitor that building.
I'll be more than happy to work with Amy. I think that's music to our ears with what we've talked about already. So
It does fit closely along with what we've been visiting about. When you mentioned expanding the summer program to include financial literacy, outdoor programming and things like that, I'm sitting here thinking that there's probably some grants that we could get our hands on that would help support something like that. So I'm excited to sit down with you and Mr. Garcia, get your ideas and how we can maybe get that going as early as next summer.
Sure, sure. Council, we're discussing building A and what we can do with it to make it viable for our children and for our community. Do we have any other questions for Amy or Cesar or comments?
I just want to see how we're going to actually pay for it.
Yeah.
Or how somebody else is going to pay for it to help us get the social services that we need or that we plan to have inside there.
Absolutely. Cesar, and I know that most of us have been here long enough to know what these discussions about, but we forgot James. So you have to fill him in on the break. Yeah. Okay. Any further questions for Amy or for the library? Very good. Cesar?
nothing else. We'll go on to the next presentation. I see.
Thank you, Amy.
JP's
Talk to you
back.
soon.
Amy,
All right,
thank
thank
you
you.
so much.
Mhm.
We'll be in touch very soon. As JB joins us, we'll have a discussion on our public relations. As you guys know, the demands of public relations are changing. We mentioned it yesterday. Maybe it is time for us to look at public relations as not just one faceted, but multifaceted. We know that it is more of a communications area that we have. And so no one's got to tell JB, he carries himself as much more than just a public relations specialist, and we thank him for his efforts in doing so.
Welcome, JB.
Good morning. I'm a bit lost of where we're going to begin. Are we beginning with how we've recuperated from this past year, or how we've operated as far as this year and looking forward to the next? So that being said, it's a mix of a few different things. Many of you are probably privy to the budget from last year and looking at that. So I think that my goals for this year are to exist because up to this point, I have been a line item tossed around by whoever will use me at that moment. And I think from the beginning, that was because the city of Marque did not have a way to disperse information, communicate. I don't have to educate y'all on the history, but looking at how we have operated to date has been kind of like a game of Candyland. There's twists and turns and setbacks and jump 2 spaces and all the above. And so where that has operated in my sense has to deal with how I operate on a day-to-day. So because I am a line item that is a combination, I believe, from funds from both the EDC and the city, there's not budgets for equipment and all of these things. However, because of the type of work that this office or how I operate, the way that it operates, it's allowed me to use certain funding, whether that's been grant funding or whether that's been contract funding to operate throughout the year, whether that's PEG funding or whether that is making sure that we have and work in the confines of budgetary elements that already exist, such as event funds. If Bayou Fest has a certain number of money tied to it, make sure that we operate within that. If this other event has a certain number that's tied to it, make sure that we operate within that. In addition to that, that is gathering sponsors for events, as well as I think some of the additional things that have been talked about for the last number of days, as well as some of the forward-thinking things that we're looking at. Even the conversation that you just had with Amy, those are conversations that the city manager
library and myself have had as far as how we structure things that fund those certain funds, whether it's hot tax or creating revenue sources as we move forward, but it's also creating those programs in certain instances that we would have as far as communications or community relations. I'm kind of dividing the word there because that community relation piece is very different than the relations to other forms of government, other PIOs, other communication people within the county, and so on and so forth. And so for me, one of the things that I look as far on how to operate on a regular basis has always been the original community development plan that I was given, and going through and checking those boxes as we operate, whether that is to continue to obtain these goals that were set out for the city of Lamarque in years past. And so when I come on board and, we're literally building from day one, from the ground up, it often changes. And so with that, there's just, certain data that we've used in order to see how it operates on a regular basis, to see what works, to see what doesn't, new ideas to come out in order to get information out, as well as to manage all of our digital resources, our website, and all of the above. And so, as we look and move forward, I think, it's kind of often said that, that just exponentially grows each and every day. And so I think even in the communications from last night, council meeting yesterday, within the budget meeting, even as early as this morning, and talking about some of these community relations, community programs, community development that we're looking at all as a whole, it's stuff that, falls on my lap. And so with that, it's, I think it's great overall for the city of Lamarque, and where we have something to obtain. For me, I just want to exist in the budget so that we can actually, put our nose to the grindstone, whether it's additional staff, additional resources, making sure that some of these budget lines, whether they need to exist and generate revenue, such as community room rental fees, recreation, all of those type of things, and how that is better to fuel and expand the information, not only from council, but from staff and the administration as a whole. I think for me, I would look at that in a 3-step process for external, as well as a 3-step process for internal. But I think that that's kind of getting in the weeds. Whereas, more than anything else, obviously, we have council members that have been here for the last little bit, but all of you are residents. And so as residents, as representatives of certain resident groups and so on and so forth, I think it's always a brain, a think tank for how we communicate and how we communicate effectively in this community. It's different than the next town over to our north or the next town over to our west. And so we have to find what fits, not only well balanced with a resident down the street here, but also how we are represented to the county and to these other organizations as a whole. It's a lot to say, but here we are. So JB, I'm sorry, if I can interject 1 second. One of the challenges I was given that I passed down to JB that he had already taken on upon my arrival was our image. Making sure that we had a professional outlook, a professional image, and not to say anything about anybody else or anything else, just to make sure that we were getting the word out, that we're educating our staff, and that we had a professional image about how we were representing the city. Something that we really wanted to take pride in, and I have to commend JB for taking on that challenge, and he's done so through a lot of different ways of communication. Some humorous when he's sitting there on these videos and he's burning his mouth on a sandwich. But even that type of thing that happened, which was impromptu and kind of unexpected, if you will, it generated revenue and visits for that restaurant. What we do is more than just information. We talked about yesterday, like at a whim, Texas City had that situation that we had to clarify on our end to dispel some of these untruths that are out there. We spend a lot more time dispelling untruths, or sometimes it's difficult, it's burden, it's a time-consuming thing. I've had to edit very limited video. I will understand that takes time. It's not before we could just put a flyer together and send it out. Folks need other forms of communication. And that's something that JB is taking that task head on, but it is a burden. And sometimes we do fall behind. We wish we could do more.
I think, well, and I think when you look at how we communicate, even all of us sitting here discussing this, whether it's streaming YouTube, which we got an award because we're one of 3 cities in the nation that had started doing that. Us, the city of Boston, and the city of Kansas City. And we talked about that at a few council meetings back. But the fact that, you know, when we think of, oh, well, it's little town Lamarque, we're growing exponentially. The greater Houston is spilling over into Galveston County as well as our backyard. And I think one of the major things in looking at all of that is leadership at its core. And I think organizational leadership has not only been part of my education, but just kind of the mantra every day. Because if we look bad, if you look bad, if staff look bad, all of these are things are, you know, are people's perceptions and what we must represent as, you know, the greater sense of democracy, the republic of people. And so what and how the community wants to hear from, the type of information that they're trying to understand. And I think that there is some balance between whether that is, well, what is Councilman Ross's 3rd grade teacher's dog's favorite thing for lunch versus what is budget line item 3322 when it comes to public information requests. Those are 2 very separate things. One, a city, local municipality would manage that type of information. The other one is way out in left field. And so there is the constant side of that, as well as, you know, operating as that flow of information for emergency management. As you know, we discussed this even last week, but it's maintaining news media relationships, and those are growing by the day. You know, we're seen in Houston media and news on a more regular basis, and that's only going to continue as we enter in Lamarque's 70th birthday, as we enter in having a music venue in our town that's going to bring people, you know, all the way from the corners of Texas, potentially with some of these acts, as well as looking at, you know, Bayou Fest, looking at all these additional events and management, even programs that we talk about, the library and community relations, youth services, and all of those things. You know, our image is defined by all of those things. And I think that, you know, there were times, especially in the first year, where I thought, what did I get myself into? But at the same time, you know, I enjoy rolling my sleeves up and building from the ground up, especially when we have a clean slate. And really there's no way to go but up. And so as I look at how we build communication lines, how we continue to be more of an advocate at the county level. And, you know, I know Mayor Pro Tem sits on HGAC and all of these other resources that we work with and beyond, you know, GLO, the General Land Office, and all of these relationships that we cultivate in order to make sure that we're saying, hey, we're Lamarque and we're here and we want our place at the table. We, you know, it is that time in the history of the city. And I think that, you know, it has grown and evolved to encompass a lot. And where that's a very thrilling place to be as a resident, as a landowner, as someone who sits on the board of nonprofits here, as someone who is a representative of the city. You know, I'm thrilled to come here to really represent all of that. I think how we do it from an organizational standpoint is we put dollars and cents to it. And cents meaning in the sense, you know, what is best practices? What are, you know, she's not here right now, but Councilwoman Yancey always says deliverables. And so looking at how we can see what has been looked at in the past, how we build upon it. One of the major things that was here was creating engagement of youth and volunteer engagement and development in the community, such as a community resource center. I think 5 seconds ago, Building A was talked about. And I think that, through the history, and Councilman Ross brought this up, but, for us to be at a point to where we can stick a stake in the ground for Lamarck in Galveston County and really greater Houston, but, that time is now. And, we talk about it a lot, but we're executing it. It's a working year, so.
I'd like to take a moment, council, if you can, I guess from your perspective, synopsis of the year when it comes to our communications challenges that you felt from your side, and the direction to make sure that the direction that we're going in, to make sure that we're headed in the right direction, and what else you would like to see so we can plan accordingly, because we've submitted a budget that includes getting somebody to help out in this area under our decision package for that request. Obviously, right now, we're outside of the purview from the decision package, but what other types of stuff do you see yourself possibly visualizing so we can make sure that we're treading in the right direction?
Well, for me, in this new day and age, JB,
Yes, sir.
of social media and the idea that everybody's a reporter and that everybody's an expert, we've learned as a country the hard way that we have moved away from misinformation to now disinformation. Misinformation is when people get the story wrong and they spread it. Disinformation is when people know full well what the truth is, but they choose to spread something different
Yes, sir.
in a weaponized fashion.
Yes, sir.
And so for me, and for I'm sure every government in this country, it's imperative that we guard against disinformation. For example, apparently the city manager makes $190 some odd thousand. He doesn't.
Yes.
He makes 140 or something like that.
But how we read the budget.
How we read the
changes from
budget.
Year to year, correct.
Right.
Sure.
Retirement,
Absolutely.
contributions, health
For sure.
contributions,
Yes, sir.
right? So that's an example of disinformation. And so our communications division, because you are no longer a public relations specialist, we've grown as a community to having a communications division, because you're right, it's layered. You have to be responsible for internal and external communications. For me personally, your one of your biggest priorities is to mitigate the spread of disinformation. And so that's my point. Any others?
To follow along with what the mayor's saying is, he said we have a communications division, but when I looked at the organizational chart yesterday, we didn't have one. We had a public relations and IT and emergency management. Is it now, city manager, is it time for us to have a communications division instead of 3 different spots that encompasses IT, emergency management, and public relations, so that we can have a department head there, division officers, and people working below them, making sure that we are putting out the information in a timely and informed manner?
Absolutely, Councilman Ross, and that's, to answer your question, that's kind of the direction we've started taking. JB now reports under my office. We are moving in that direction. Unfortunately, we can't do things at a whim around here and add a team of 4 or 5 and all the resources we need to do the job that we would like. We've learned that we want to get there. We know the roadmap to get there. We might have to move a little bit slower and come at it from different angles, which is why one of the introductions that we mentioned about internships as well was to get some internships in this area. We know COM has some majors, associate majors that are in line somewhat with a communications background. So we're looking to see if we can do a little more with less there, if it's possible. So those are opportunities, also opportunities for our youth to grow and gain some valuable experience as they enter the workforce. We did, like I said, have a decision package in here. And for those at home that are watching, that's why the I guess the increase in our area is there. I couldn't for the life of me find out what everybody was talking about.
The budget line item reflects the salary for the entire department.
Right,
Okay.
which now obviously we would have absorbed.
I'm communications, right? So I have to explain it in simplest terms. I think that for me, it is so much of how we communicate effectively. And I think that because, please correct me if because the last thing I want to do is put words in anybody's mouth, but we just have to structure it a bit, because even how we receive information, as well as manage, all the different outlets, again, not just the website, but mass communications, which right now would be a perfect time to shameless plug that you can go to alerts.cityoflamarque.org and sign up for those communications, whether that be to your cell phone, home, work phone, or email, push notifications to our city app, all of those things. And so, but because legal does not allow me to just sign up everybody in the city of Lamarque, they legally have to sign themselves up. And so, when we look and think and talk about the things from a day-to-day basis, it's just putting the structure and organization behind it. And I think that that's really no fault to where we are. I think communication and information as a whole has changed really in the last 5 and 6 years when you look at the government sector here in the US.
Yeah, sure.
I think because to your point, Councilman Ross, is that has always been, either your Department of Intelligence or Homeland Security or some other form, and you're communicating there. But at the local level, your communication or your, however you word that, one of the major portions is, I have to be able to talk to all of you together, be able to talk to all of you independently, being able to, all the residents that are here in the room, as well as all the staff members, because when push comes to shove, if I can't call Roy and get an answer for parks, or if I can't call Rick and get an information for street signs, or however the case may be, then our internal communication is lacking. And with that, it doesn't provide good for external communication. And I think, again, that's why I go back to that's an organizational leadership.
Yeah.
That's what it has to be, because
Yeah.
it's not just about, 2 + 2 is 4. It's about the reason why we need 4 on this specific time and date. And
Yeah.
so, again, how we build this and how we change this for the residents and businesses of the city of Lamarque, I'm open for discussion, all of the above. I've communicated ideas as well as what I've seen in larger places that I've represented and worked. And I know that we're not going to have a staff that will reflect all of the hopes, dreams, and the wishes. But if anything, for the last 2 years, make me a line item and don't give me a budget, and we'll make a little bit of magic out of it. So if we can add, again, bodies and dollars and cents to it, I think that we can truly propel the city of Lamarque, not only for its 70th birthday, but for all of the development that we see, whether it's music venues, community, parks, or community centers, additional library resources, T-ball, all of these things. Information is 24/7, and my kids would argue to say that I don't need sleep, but I promise you that there are a few days where I do. So
We definitely got to give you a budget, JB. But we do hear you.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any questions for JB as relates to public information or public relations or
communication or my
Communications.
birthday or
I see Joe, I see you working your way there.
yeah.
Anybody else before Joe finds his place?
I want to know the answer
Go ahead.
to the question about Mr. Ross's 3rd grade teacher. Actually,
I'll do some digging.
truthfully, I would like to see him have his own line item on the budget.
Yeah.
I do want to see, he should have his own funding account, his own line numbers. He should be his own entity and have his own lines.
Yeah.
as we get to that point, I wanted to share something. I've had colleagues from other cities tell us, tell me at meetings and so forth. How many people do you have in your communications department? We can't keep up. We have like 2 or 3. We can't keep up. I had one tell me they had 4. And I reluctantly didn't answer the question because I'm thinking we've got 1. We don't even got.
We have a neighbor that has 18.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And so
We're just to that point. We know that we're tiny, but we're mighty. Everybody here, all of our staff understands that we do what we can to get more done with less. But there's also a near breaking point that we need to make sure we don't push ourselves past.
Sure.
I'm cognizant of that. I know the staff is. We just got to figure out the how.
You ready, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
First question.
yes, sir.
This is the city manager page.
Oh, okay.
Page 19 says, under your department, says advertising and promotion. You've got a listing here for table fund for $10,000. It doesn't exist in any other year, but you're showing, what is a table fund?
Historically, as council members, you guys get invited to quite a few of, and now what's that line item so I can follow along here? Is that right under
40,
advertising
40,
4050?
4050.
That's on page 19, 4050. We get asked for a lot of participation in different areas, to go to different events, to be part of different events, to participate or sponsor or be involved in different capacities, as we have now become once again engaged in the mayor's and councilmen's dinners and different functions throughout the county and even outside the county. This would be to try to address some of that. Because in the past, we've not been able to, we've had to take that out of other accounts, shortchanging some other areas as a result of that, or to just turn down opportunities.
So how is that table fund then? I understand what you're saying. Let me say that, but I need the explanation of how does that incorporate the next item, 40, what is it, 40? I can't see this stuff. It's
4060.
4060
travel.
with all these other chamber and lunch and these items here that are listed, the total 5,000.
A lot of these
No.
events are different things. As chamber partners, as we know, we cut our participation in half. A lot of some of the other things were included in some of those facets that we no longer have, that if we choose to participate, they need to be extra. We cut down on quite a few of them because of the rollback in previous years. If it's the will of the council, we can come back on others. But I do also know that there's also requests that come sometimes from council saying, hey, are we participating in this? And then I sit in the tough seat of having to tell you guys, well, maybe not this year, maybe next year. So this was to kind of alleviate that somewhat, if that's a possibility. But again, it is council's will. We will do as needed.
Okay, so please direct me to your budget that is his expenditures.
Great.
I've been looking for that. I haven't
Okay.
seen that.
If we can, first and foremost, I guess, since we're talking about dispelling truths, if we can go to page 16. And we notice the first line item there, which is 1010, which encompasses salary. As we know, this department, first of all, let's go to actual of 2023. As we know, I was a department of 1 myself for about 6 months this past year. With all the budget cuts and everything, we tried to accommodate as much as we could. Been lucky to have somebody to assist me now. So that's why that number is going to go up into its full budgeted amount. So half of this year will be with an assistant, half of it was without. That's number 1. Number 2, since JB is now leaving a department and entering mine, the correct accounting would be to absorb his salary under the department that he's under. And that's why that increase is shown there. So that's number 1 there. Number 2, a lot of it, the request, since the way the budget is this year, we put through decision packages. So some of the help that we've asked has been said several times that we needed to adjust some help for our area is shown on pages 22 and 23 in the form of a request for a program coordinator and a project coordinator. You guys and the community has delved into a lot of project coordination, and in this case, some program coordination. That's where those 2 positions are reflected.
Say that again, where's that one?
Pages 22 and 23, they're part of the decision package that right now sit outside of the budget that we would need you to make some considerations for us to try to get those into the budget to address those needs.
Okay. Where I'm having, I guess as JB mentioned, is some sort of and Councilmember Ross, it's all over the place. These references to, in general, I call this promotions. Everything has to do around promotion of the city. And because we have advertising, if I were to do just a search on a system for advertising, we pull up legal advertising, we pull up all sorts of different advertising categories. And collectively, as I was just kind of running some numbers, with all the different categories, it was in excess of maybe pretty near 50,000 or something in that area. So that was the first point I wanted to make, is that in this effort to consolidate and having run a promotions company that we had as for our 122 offices across the state, and I was a trustee for that, is that everything that dealt with postings, advertising, there's a value there, there's a discounted value if we operate as a promotions entity. So we're challenged, like sometimes with our postings, as we saw yesterday with the newspaper. We need some help in making sure that we meet guidelines there, that we meet deadlines. And I personally, in my past life, looked to my promotions director for everybody. As a matter of fact, a promotions director was the very essence of executive leadership. They knew what was going on. And I recognize that in a smaller community like Marque, promotions director ought to be the first one that's told there's a water leak break on Main Street.
I agree.
And not that I find out about it on Facebook.
Yep.
That the first message needs to come out from the city.
Yep.
And we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And I don't know, it's because you're not being included or you don't feel that that's part of your responsibility, but I don't need to respond. I'm just saying this is a concern that we need an improvement on, right? You should know everything so that I don't have to go
Stand in line at
Walgreens.
Walgreens.
That's the way it usually goes. Hey,
Sure.
Keith, have you heard about this? Or I've tried to reach
Or-
he's not there.
Or somebody, some innocent, well-meaning person, or maybe not, puts it on Facebook.
Sure.
And
And then it's doctrine.
the disinformation begins.
Sure.
Right?
Absolutely. And I think part of that is, again, going back to the major point, Mayor Pro Tem, of the restructuring, because I think when you look at it, and it was talked about the very last thing when y'all left last night about looking at not only best practices, but how everything flows to be the most effective that we possibly can. That also goes to how we're restructuring and looking at restructuring some of this stuff specifically because, and I see exactly what you're talking about, the 35 times where advertising is mentioned in last year's budget. I will tell you that's not a term that is defined by, the term there would be publication rather than advertising, just to clear up that information specifically to what you were talking about. On the second end of that is, we looked at how, I know it was discussed in all the above and, don't mean to get into the weeds, but you're right. The mayor knows that in emergency management, you have your incident commander, which is council and the city manager on a day-to-day. And so who follows that person around more times than not in the midst of an emergency is the PIO, and they're kind of stuck to their hip for a purpose because they have to communicate that to all the other departments. They have to communicate that information to other agencies that we're working out. And, a lot of times get to be a smiling face when you haven't slept for 3 days. but also it is, that representative of being the first information out. And I think to mention of having that desired role to have that rather than someone who can figure it out. And I think that that's the difference of being a line item underneath, a couple of different departments, rather than, hey, we're holding your feet to the fire. This information needs to go out in a timely manner and in a truthful state of mind. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think one of the major things that we're seeing for the last 2 years that I've operated here is creating that out of nothing that did not exist before, as well as creating it for a 2023 audience, because you have to know your audience. And I think that we've talked about that from day one of how to communicate to the masses of Lamarque. If we count 20,000, how we get into front of everybody's eyeballs and ears and all of the above. And that includes multi-language and all of the above. So
let me follow up. The other area that concerns me as a city and is that I have yet to see, and I'm going to attribute this because of turnover, and I'm not blaming you, Mr. City Manager, but it's still one of those items that's floating out there. When this city experienced, unfortunately, a death, we didn't really have a crisis management. That unfortunately the mayor was thrown into this position. We didn't. It was cold. It was and then afterwards I asked, and then we had the turnover as well as staffing. What's our crisis management plan? And I have yet to see. That's something that should be in stone. It should be before us. It should be before the city manager. And so that we know what's going on. I know what I have to do at the Red Cross, right? And I practice it. We have exercises for these things. But I don't see us. I don't see that communication going on here as well too. And so that's fundamentally these areas of looking at, quote, promotions in general.
Sure.
How do we benefit from all the advertising, all the publications that the city does, using your term, to reduce our expenses? And how do we help each other out as departments? How do we make sure that automatically, these postings are happening so that we don't have these challenges that we've had as a community?
Yes, sir.
If I could just comment on that as well. We have the benefit that for the past going on 2 years now, JB's been working directly under Kyle, who oversees emergency management. A lot of the training that's also gone on even until recently had to do with crisis management training that occurred from a communications perspective. So, I'll work with JB and try to put something together there that best articulates what our plan is.
Let's be mindful that Kyle was the original.
Yeah.
The original communications director with all of his technology. And
I think, I'm sorry.
And the truth be told, the reason that we've had to move JB from Kyle is because his position has become more of a position that's community oriented. There are more personal contacts and experience. So it's moved beyond Kyle's IT digital type communication strength. Let me go ahead, JB.
I was just going to say to the city manager's point, and even to your point, Mayor, for even my role with Mr. Hunter as emergency management coordinator, this because you're part of emergency management, but just for a basis of information to Mayor Pro Tem's point, that crisis communication, again, is something that we've had to build from nothing. And so that's working with police and fire, working with the brass from our Lamarque Police Department, as well as the Lamarque Fire Department, in order to make sure that we even communicate what a burn off is, what happens when we had a fire at a natural gas reserve 1.5 years ago, when we look at the plants, when we look at water in Texas City versus our water, and just general emergency management information that has to be communicated, such as storms and hurricanes and all of the above, to make sure that we communicate and continue to fuel things like the hurricane huddle, which this year was the most successful. I think when we look at all of that as a whole, to your point, sir, that's a part of communication. And I think that where the difference in other cities versus how we are right now is that is one person, to which it is, and all of my co-laborers at the city, all the other staffers will make fun of me for saying this, but, I always plan for if I die. I tell them not to build a plan based upon myself because, hey, the Lord could call me home. I could get hit by a truck or whatever. The point being is that, we have gone through those steps to make sure that we have the proper communication, not only at the police department, but the fire department. So I've worked with the leadership of police and fire to get communication certification through FEMA and through Galveston County Emergency Management and all the above, to make sure that we are dispersing truthful information, especially in the event of a crisis or an emergency or all of the above. And that's something that we've already started to put pen to paper as far as policy goes. And so I just wanted to, again, hopefully be a breath of fresh air. That I love your point. I agree with you so much. We've already started that work, because when things that happen from a police side of things to a fire side of things, those are very different. And how you discuss an ongoing investigation versus how you discuss what actually happened has to be reflective from a PIO role. And so that's something that we're continuously bettering and making sure that we disperse that. We do have to build it internally so that we know how to expand upon it more externally. I agree with you 100%. And that's even part of the new system that we got that will integrate, email, text messages, those phone calls and all the above. So yes, sir.
Yeah, let me jump in here really quickly so we can wind this one up. Caesar,
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to just really questions. Let's try to make sure that we take some disinformation out of the atmosphere and put some real information into the atmosphere. That same page that Mayor Pro Tem was on, page 16. This is this is the city manager's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So in fiscal year 2021, the actual budget for salaries in the city manager's office was $574,854.
Yes, sir.
That was like a city manager and 2 assistant city managers and a whole bunch of other stuff that Kyle could probably tell us about that he'll bore us. But that was a huge department, same department, same line item. And then in fiscal year 2022, it went down to 158,000. Fiscal year 2023, it looks like it will end at 172,000. So that line item was cut tremendously because we no longer have 2 assistant city managers and so forth. Now, the proposed budget in that line item is $269,751. That's what it looks like.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, do you make $269,700? Could you please give us some information? What is that line item about? Since we're on your this line item, so that JB can go out if you tell him to and run out and correct this disinformation. Could you please help us?
Certainly. And if my wife were watching, she'd probably say, really?
Where have you been hiding it?
Well, that's probably how the conversation would go, right? No, again, as I started to mention, that is now our division, our department is now a 3-person department moving forward. That's what's being proposed. That would be my salary, which the only increase that I received was the same COLA increase that was given to all the staff. In several discussions, it's been discussed about having negotiations about mine. That has not yet happened. I am not even bringing that to taking with attention. If and when that happens, that's up to council to do. But very clearly, That is 3 people that's on here now. We've absorbed JB's salary out of the account that he's coming from, which is coming from the IT Emergency Management Facilities account, Department 13, and it is being absorbed into essentially Department 1, which is the city manager's office. So that is Michaela's salary, who replaced Ms. Jennifer, who was here before. That is JB's salary, which has not changed, and my salary, which has not changed. The only changes in any of our salaries that have occurred have been the standard COLA that everybody received. At no other time will we receive anything different.
Number 2, to Joe's point, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, and we've all alluded to this. We have this person has to become a department.
Yes.
And that department has to be a communications department, inclusive of crisis management. Joe is an expert in that, working with the Red Cross. He's right. As well as communication on council action. That's an area that we're lacking at. This council made some decisions last night that some people might believe would benefit the lives of the residents of Lamarque. Some people might believe that it will not. But the people need to know what the council actually acted upon. Again, we're fighting against disinformation. I would like to see that as part of the daily responsibilities of the communication division, as well as daily communications. I see a lot of groundbreaking and a lot of positive news, and we need those things as well. I think we should continue in those areas, but there are emergencies and accidents and all sorts of things that happen during the course of a day that our citizens need to know about. For example, I had a conversation with a person that lives in the Mary and Melody Lane area, and they said that they have heard that there were a couple of break-ins or home invasions or something of that nature happening in that part of our town, and yet we as a community have not been alerted to the potential of these things happening in our neighborhoods. I don't know. I hadn't talked to Chief Argon or even Mr. Garcia about whether or not this allegation is true as far as these invasions. But the point is, people want to know. And that person shared with me and invited me to look at other cities where in some cases they are alerting their communities about these types of things. So those would be things that I think, daily things that we should communicate. Road closings. There was another, I believe this past weekend, folks were driving over off Cedar, trying to get over to Vaucher, and it was closed. And that was a big thing on social media.
Yeah.
So simple things like that, as well as if someone were to say to us, "Oh my God, Russell Washington died serving an arrest warrant or whatever he does as a marshal," we need to know that he didn't die, or he did die. But you need to tell us, right?
I had to check he was back there
because somebody else is going to tell us something else.
for sure.
So those are my things. The last thing, Caesar, is with this, one of the things that the council's never really had a chance to work on is JB's and whoever will work with JB is a job description. So nobody really knows exactly what JB is responsible for, although we know that he does a lot of different things. So we need to, for his sanity and for our sake, we need to distill that down into some sort of a job description so we all can keep score. That's all I have. Thank you, JB, for what you have done,
Yes, sir.
for what you're trying to do for our city. Does anybody else have anything for JB?
So this isn't
Go
for
ahead,
JB,
James.
but this is on the actual budget, page 16 for the proposed on FY 24. You have your base is 367.49 when it's all averaged up. Packages 94, and then proposed is 367.459. But on page 17, it says that it is 461.459 for the proposed 2024. So here, right?
Okay, I will look at that. It looks as if that is incorporating if we were to get the decision package in there, but I will reflect on that and get back.
Okay.
It's just, Mayor, just
Go ahead, Jay.
one quick other item, and Mr. Ross pointed out, I did see this. On item 4050, advertising and
What
promotion.
page, Joe?
I'm sorry, this is page 19.
Okay.
And thank you for pointing out, Mayor, those differences in the, I saw that too, but
Yeah.
the 21 on the expenses of the city manager's office. The, where was that? Oh, here it is. 4050. That item at the very end, you've got an 8,000% change. And that's not accurate, so.
Where it says 8,100.
Well, okay.
It says there, just follow that line.
Mhm.
It's got
Well, that's
8,000.
it.
8,000%.
So what the way that that's reflected is there, it was a higher amount. If you notice, we took out the $2,000 from that addition, but it looks like it did not add properly. So I will address that. That's why it's reflected as proposed of 8,100. Essentially, it's a reduction of $2,000. So that table fund technically was reduced by 2,000. Overall, the entire section has a $2,000 reduction. If you take what was budgeted last year of $100 and you add the proposed 10,100 minus the 2,000 that was cut down below from that other side, that's where we got the 8,100. But I'll clean that up. That's what that's addressing. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, JB. Council, do we need a bathroom break?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute bathroom break, and we will have court, and then we will break for lunch. We stand adjourned. What time, Kira?
11:40.
11:45. Let's get back here at 11:50. We are back after a restroom break, and we are visiting now with our municipal court. And we are pleased today to welcome our municipal court judge, Mrs. Carrie Pettijohn, our municipal court administrator, Mrs. Rosemary Bell, and our municipal warrant officer, Mr. Russell Washington. Welcome, guys. Certainly, we're going to step back and allow you all to present your department. And if we have any questions, we will ask you all after.
First thing, good afternoon. We're here representing the Lamar Municipal Court, where our motto is, and our job is to make sure that our citizens, our customers, lead with the best type of service that they can. And our greatest goal is to help people who hadn't had a driver's license because of local city warrants or county warrants, anything like that. Our goal is to work with them to let them know exactly where they might have these type of infractions all over the state of Texas and exactly what to do to get them taken care of so that they can move on with their life. Because we're finding out that so many of them now, when you go to get a job, if you don't have a driver's license, they will not hire you. So we have a lot of people coming to our office on a daily basis, just asking exactly what they can do to help them to get a job, to better their lives. So as a department, that's one of our main goals, is to make sure that we provide that ability to our citizens and to our clients. They come through all.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Council, do we have any questions for municipal court? I'm sorry, Judge, did you want to add, or was Russell y'all spokesperson? I thought so, but I didn't want to. I saw Rosemary pass the microphone, but I wanted to give you a chance to. Very good. Does council, do we have any questions for municipal court?
Maybe I just can.
Go ahead.
Point of reference, page 46 is where we're starting with this department in the budget book. Not that one, Rosemary, that's last year's. You want to go to this one? This is the proposed.
46?
Right. If you are following on last year's book, it's page 79 on last year's budget book. If you have them, this year's draft, it would be 46. I want to take a moment and also reflect, having get a chance to work, I guess, a little bit closer in the last few months with courts at the direction of council to try to come to terms. Courts is no longer reporting directly to finance. It's another one, as we talked yesterday during the org chart discussion, that is reporting to my office. And some of the challenges that I noticed from the beginning is space. Those of you that have not visited the police department, there's one office space that's shared currently right now by 2 people, assuming soon to be 3. There's also some additional space in the front lobby area that I guess used to belong to records a long time ago. That is with where Ms. Terry sits. And there's also the discussion, and maybe Mr. Washington can discuss more about this, of the fact of how safe and comfortable people feel going to the police department to go address some of their fines. That's something that they brought to my attention that we've discussed at length. And some of the modifications we'd like to do. We know that at one point courts existed at City Hall. It was more of a centralized location to be there. It's also in line with our goals of centralized cashiering, since they do collect funds, having one central location to do so. We would like to bring that back into fruition. We've discussed some possibilities of how to do that, and I can chime in on that a little bit later. I don't want to steal their thunder, but wanted to give you that, plant that seed as well, because those are facets that we've discussed. Also, to alleviate some of the tension as well, our police does not have enough space there as well. So we kind of work on 2 things at one time. So for everyone's consideration, I'd like to have that discussion and discuss that. That's probably my only portion of the discussion, and whatever else you'd like to include.
City Manager, I agree with you on that. I want to back that up. Right now, when I go to make those money stops, I have to stop here at City Hall, pick up that. I have to go to finance, pick up that. Also, any monies we might pick up at the municipal court. And then I have to travel all the way out to where the new EDC is out there, and then make those routes, drop that off, and then make those returns, bring those return bags back. So coming here to the central office will cut down that travel. It'll centralize a great portion of it. Then the only other portion will be whatever at EDC or whichever it's financed. And I think if they make that move that you guys have proposed, then that'll be only 2 spots, because right now it's all over the place and we're moving constantly. And those ladies are there in the office. Some of them might feel that, they need a little bit more safety when it comes to delivering that money. And then on your other point, it's almost like pulling hen's teeth, if you know what I mean. One of those old sayings, to get somebody who has outstanding warrants and they call in, they ask you, do I have any warrants? You say, yes, you do. Why don't you come into the office? To get them to come to the police department is very difficult because they're under the impression that once they come in, that you're gonna put them under arrest.
Sure.
Even though they might not have it. We work with the judge and with the municipal court through Rosemary. If somebody has fines, let's say 1,200 or so, we try to get half of that up front. Then we try to put you on a payment plan of $100 to $200 a month. But if they don't have that, there's other avenues, they can set up a court date, there's other things, but they really think that you're gonna put them under arrest when you have to go out to a car and beg somebody to please come in so that we can give you the assistance that you're asking for, the assistance that you need to help you get yourself back in order.
Right.
And and I understand it is a scary feeling to walk into a police department when you come to talk about just municipal tickets, because they're under the impression that most of them know that's been in the system that they earn $100 to $150 a day. And if you got $1,000 citation, you might be there 10 days.
Yeah.
And most of them don't understand that the judge comes in on a daily basis to magistrate and do everything like that. But a person can't miss or think about missing 10 days of work because you get back, more than likely you will not have a job.
Right.
So it is a difficult task to try to convince people to come in to try to take care of their needs like they should.
Right. Caesar?
On that note, the idea would be for if they came to City Hall and we were able to bring that into fruition, to convert what used to be the old vault essentially into a smaller conference room, have its own separate entrance off to the side, a window that would be there, and a little bit more office space. Now, currently where IT sits, the space that they have, by having servers in different areas, it allows them to be a little bit more mobile. In that sense, not that we want to lose IT from where they are, but it does allow us the flexibility of being more mobile. That's one of the proposed spaces that we have. And I would ask that you take that into consideration for what we're trying to propose for the year. We don't have full quotes of what that would cost, some very preliminary, square foot construction costs that we would have. That's what we need to do. The biggest task, obviously, as per code, anytime that you make over $50,000 renovation to any building, we must have ADA compliance. And we know we have certain challenges with our restrooms here. So there would be some slight modifications of the building. But besides that, we've already made some of the upgrades and changes. Those of you that have come to City Hall and knew what it looked like before, kind of in that center area, painting and touching up. We're doing some of the changes in-house, so it doesn't count towards that. But at some capacity, we still should probably consider that move in some way, shape, or form. The biggest expense would be security, kind of hardening that lobby area, maybe make it a little bit smaller so that we could have access for everything. But those are things that we would need to work out specifically on how to handle that.
Council, do we have any questions?
Yeah, yes.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So explain to me, please. On item 3 or anybody, on page 3, I'm sorry, on line item 3421, and this is account categories. What are COLAGY fees? It's so small, I'm having difficult.
Page 3, Joe.
Yeah, 3421, page 3 is this item, and it says COLAGY fees.
Council, that's a collection fees. That amount was paid to Lineberger. So in those are collection fees that are paid to Lineberger for collecting our funds.
That's the delinquent collections
From yesterday.
from the we were discussing yesterday.
And that varies.
That's what I thought.
Mhm.
But those numbers are inconsistent with the report that Linebarger gave us. I'm just pointing that out.
Okay.
So I would like to see some clarification of that. These amounts like I said, they're not consistent with what this on the other part. Now, second thing, Mr. City Manager, I'm just trying to also make out here.
Mayor Pro Tem, just one quick question. Just a point of clarification. Right now, those are the fees that, Rosemary, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, those fees, those collection agency fees, and as a team, if you guys would like to answer, that's what we pay them for the collection of those fees.
That's correct.
Okay, so we go back to revenue versus expense. That is an expense line item, essentially stating what it is that we're expending. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
What you paying out?
Okay.
So that accounts categories, court administrative fee. Court fines and fees.
That's
I don't know, that looked like income to me.
so, right,
Permit-
but that's, remember, there's a fee that is brought in as part of those. So there's a collection fee that gets taxed on as what was mentioned yesterday to their actual invoice.
30%? Is that the 30%?
Right. So whatever that percentage equates to, that's what that portion of it, we have to show that as revenue. So no different than up top at 3410, where it says court administrative fee. Those are the fees that are associated by our team that goes as part of those fees. So that's the difference between the two. Correct me if I'm wrong. The court administration fee up top is when they pay directly to you guys, whatever those fees are for having the services. While the collection agency fees, if they go into collection and do not pay for those, do not pay you guys directly and the collection agency has to get involved, those are the fees that the person would be assessed in order to pay for those.
So I guess, but here's, you're saying that 3421 is an expenditure,
No. No,
or
sir.
is that income?
This is income that's assessed to those invoices when they're sent out. So there's a collection agency fee that goes out with the invoice. That's what Linebarger told us yesterday. That they said there's not a direct cost to us because they charge them.
Exactly, and that I understand.
Right.
But this report shows us what they pay, according to their report, this is what they paid us. My point is, Mr. City Manager, you're looking at a full FY actual. It says FY 2022. And remember, I asked them to give me go back to October and give me, but the report that they provided us for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months is in excess of, what is that? 20, 25, 30, 30, 60. That's in excess of 100,000 right there. And this line item only shows, what is it? 20 something thousand. What is it? 50,000. No, that's the budget. God, I can't see this damn thing. 40, that shows 43,000 total collections.
Okay.
So there's an
So let's-
inconsistency there.
Let's go to. And Rosemary, I'll make sure I email you the report from yesterday that we had, so you have it for reference there on that side, on both of their items that were placed. Going back to that report. Amounts collected as to what they've collected.
Look
is-
right here. Actually, he does have it here. October, November, December to up to date. They're showing they've collected for us. I'm just rounding this up, 25, 30, 30. That's 60 plus 25 is 85 right there, plus 10. That's 95. Then plus 13. That's 108. 25. And then, yeah, plus 25. So that's 108 approximately, and this is rounded. So that shows 135,000 in income generated off of the collection.
And we said they were at 30%.
And we're showing on this report only 20 something thousand.
Okay, so there's two things to that. If I take that number, the rough math that you gave me, and I put 30%, that's roughly 40,500. They also went all the way to day of, which is they went to as of June 30th.
I understand that.
So
Tessa.
we were
We're-
done
we're-
2 months before. So the 30% that's on that, if we subtract whatever they would have collected in the last 2 months, which is roughly $35,000. If I take 95,000 times 30%, roughly 28,500. So that's probably more reflective of the number that we have.
Tessa, you need to, I'm gonna go ask. The fees that are charged by the law firm are not, that's paid separately by the person. That's not something that, if we're doing it, we're doing it the wrong way, I'm telling you. The law firm sends an invoice to the party that has the delinquency. It's just like property taxes, same concept. That we don't pay the law firm. That's why they say we're not charging you anything.
They're
The-
not
the
charging us
person-
directly. It's essentially a pass through. As I understand it, it works out right now. Let's say that it's
No, sir, we're not gonna talk about something that I want to get some specific clarification on, right? But that's why they kept saying, we don't bill you. And that's how property taxes work the same way. This amount is what they're reporting that they paid us. That does not have anything to do with the collection fee. If I'm guilty and I haven't paid, I'm paying that collection fee separately to them.
if I may, Rosemary or whoever from staff that may have the question to say the answer. When someone is sent to collections and they're sent a bill from Linebarger, who are the checks payable to?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
God forbid, I'm in a situation, I am billed, I'm not able to pay you guys. I am sent a bill, right, for whatever amount, which means they have now added their percentage, whatever it is. Am I asked for 2 different payments to make or 1 payment, and who is that total payment made to?
One payment is made to Lineberger.
Okay. So the 1 payment that's made for the full amount, Linebarger gives us the full amount that's paid.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Absolutely not. That's why we need to go back to them. We need clarification.
We have always done it this way. It is an expenditure, but it varies because we do not know the amount that's collected each month. So whatever, let's say they collected $50,000 in warrant fees. Out of that $50,000, 30% is paid out to them. So if you want to call it an expenditure, yes, it is, but that's why it varies each month, and we've always done it this way.
Let me try to help here. Let me try to help us here because Caesar and Rosemary, I want you all to pay attention because I think we might be looking at apples and oranges here. This document that Mayor Pro Tem is referring to is a document that was given to us yesterday by Linebarger. It's titled Monthly Collection Activity in the Last 24 Months. 2023 year to date, from January to June, there's a dollar figure. I hadn't added them up. I don't know if Joe has added them up, but there's a dollar figure. It's 15,031, 3110 roughly in 24. That is the amount of dollars, total dollars that were collected by Linebarger for that particular time period as it relates to court fines and fees.
For delinquencies.
For delinquencies, right? Because the only time that they get involved is when it's delinquent. And he's also then taking that to the city manager's thought, because this isn't a proposed budget, but his thoughts about the budget. He's taking that to this line item 3410 or perhaps 3421. And it sounds like he is believing, and I don't know if it's true or not, I'm just trying to get some clarity, that this number, the amount of dollars collected, should reconcile with these numbers here, court administrative fee and I guess collegiate fee. Are they the same numbers? Are they the same dollars? Is what I'm trying to understand. Should we be looking at, does that make sense, Joe?
Well, actually, Mary, see, I guess I'm going back. You at one point, y'all described this as a expenditure, this collegiate fee. This category here of accounts categories 50-something, beginning with what, 3420, 3411, 3422, 3420, and 3421. Are all of those, and by the way, those are court administrative fee, which I remember is we charge, from my JP days, there's a administrative fee that we charge. That's income, correct?
Yeah.
So all of these are income categories. So that.
And so all of them are fees, right? So here's my question. So all of them are fees. None of them say fines.
No.
So perhaps if all of these are fees, but the dollars are collected are exponentially higher than the fees, could it be possible that difference is the fines? Because these line items only say fees. They say nothing about fines collected. Does that make sense? And that's what's confusing me. It seems like this category that Mayor Pro Tem is bringing up, rightfully so. We're just trying to find out. Nobody's accusing anybody. We're just trying to get clarity. It seems like this is the total dollars collected, including fines and fees. But when you get down to these line items that he just described, all of them say court administrative fee, FTA, VPTA, special EXP service fee, municipal jury fee, teen court fee, Cology fee. But then there are no fines there. And so
The fines is on the previous page.
right. So I guess what we have to do is, if they're collecting fines and fees, right? Is that what they're doing?
Mhm.
Then we need more information to make it reconcile, is all I'm trying to say. That may be why it does not look as clear as it should be.
Or we need once again, clarity on what Cology fee, but if it's a delinquent, in my accounting, if my layman accounting, I would have had a category here that said, just like this municipal court fines, there would be a category that says collections of delinquent municipal court. And then that would be this stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And so what I'm saying is that I want to make sure too, that we're collecting, and I want to see that in our accounts so that we can help the courts. We can help pay for you guys.
Right.
All right. And so that needs clarity.
Absolutely.
And then the second thing that I need some clarity on, the city marshal, court administrator, in terms of the personnel. And then we've got a court clerk 1 and I've only seen, but a court clerk 2. There's a staff of 3.
We have, right now, currently, we have 3 staff, city marshal, myself, and our deputy court clerk.
Yeah, 1 person.
Yes, sir.
So you're proposing to add another person, Cesar?
No, we're not adding another person. The department's always been a department of 5. Unfortunately, due to some of the constraints that happened, even COVID obviously affected the courts the most. Their funds came in a little bit lower than they have been historically. We don't know if it'll ever recover because we know that we live in a different world since then. And also just with an overall facet of how things have occurred, we discussed yesterday how our court essentially revenue, I hate to call it revenue, but our court revenue is significantly lower than it has been in the past in previous years. So to that point, we felt that it was not fiscally responsible to run that division at too much of a negative. There's also spatial constraints over there that obviously did not lend to having a whole lot of people in those 1.5 offices, if you will. So that is the way that is listed. I know we list on here the judge as a full-time, employee, if you will, and so forth. We know that she's contracted, so it's not adding anything different. It's leaving the slots in there. Hopeful that we'll be able to get the capacity that we can to bring that position back. For example, right now posted on our job site is the juvenile case manager, which historically has been, correct me if I'm wrong, a part-time position. We have posted that position again to get them back to 4. This department is severely overworked. And according to standards of where they are amongst other areas, and I as I've discussed about paid less than most of the others. So that is the aspect of that for staffing. They've been a department of 5 that's been working at 3. We are now adding a fourth in the form of a juvenile case manager, and hopes would be that when we're ready to fit the capacity and be fiscally responsible, that we can then introduce that fifth person.
Let me ask you this, along those lines. I think the council needs to see the activity that would warrant a juvenile case manager. Sure, we have a lot. I'm sure we have a lot. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying we need to justify it. And this is to Russell, because you've been around here a long time. There have been times where the bulk of the juvenile caseload in our community has been handled by JP3.
Yes, sir, it has.
And you were in fact LMISD police chief. So you've been working with juveniles for decades. How do you feel about that? Is it efficient for a municipal court to handle the bulk of the juvenile cases of its community, or is it better for perhaps maybe a JP or some other type court? And this has no bearing on. I'm just curious.
I think it's better for the municipal court. When I was a chief at school district in Marque, I tried at one while to have most of my citations that I would write there as our own department brought over to the city of Lamarck, because you get that more hands-on than maybe JP3. JP3 is dealing with a lot more civil cases and different things like that. So I think that if we could, and I know the sheriff's departments who's in there now, they move all theirs over to county court or JP2 or JP3. But with that juvenile case manager, it allows us, we average about every court sitting about 3 to 4 juveniles who get citations mainly out at Walmart. And so we need somebody to kind of manage those and try to be a go-between to try to get those young people back in line, as I say, and try to limit them. And the judge can speak to that, and she does a great job with it, to try not to put a theft charge on a young 14 or 15-year-old kid who's trying to graduate from high school, that if he has that theft charge on his record and he goes out to get a job, nobody's going to hire him. So there's a lot of steps that we use, and that juvenile case manager is the one who will come in to set up those processes out, anger management classes, different type classes they can take online. And that's what that juvenile case manager does. And it helps to have a younger person there to deal with that same age group of kid that he might be dealing with at 17. If he's in his 20s or 30s, then somebody who looks like me who might not get a great response from him. So that's why I'm thinking that juvenile case manager is an important position.
Can I also just
Good.
the payment for that? How do you recover some of those funds when there's a juvenile case? Rosemary, if you could attest to that.
You mean the salary that goes to the juvenile case? That is a self-funded position that comes out of the court costs. So it's not actually out of the general.
The juvenile case manager. Very good. Very good. Good deal. Good deal. Thank you for letting us know that. Go ahead, Jeff.
2 items follow up on number 1 on this area. And JB just left. I think that a video on YouTube with a link to our website on what happens if you get a ticket. How do you do, what we do? Don't be scared to come in. You're not facing arrest. Everything you just talked about. And have that in Spanish as well too. And post that, and then deal one with youth as well. And just keep blasting those away to let people, because people, we were talking about this earlier before the meetings. They'll go to social media, they'll go to YouTube for information versus going to the city website. So that's a project I hope you guys consider. Number 2.
Mayor, can I interject real quick on that point? Because we're working with the high school to doing some videos with some of the students. We've had success doing that before with the police department. I think, King, you may remember that some of y'all were involved in that before, recording of a video to educate folks from, and I'm sure you guys remember probably seeing it. So we are working on doing that with the high school. This could be another topic that we could discuss.
Okay. Now, a question on, this is now back on, this is expenditures, page 47. 4040. This is where we have our fees for the contract judge. But I see professional fees and the actual here, at least budget is 75,000. That's for this fiscal year. What professional fees? And have it here as 77,000, an increase. What is that for? What other professional fees do we have?
For me, I don't get any professional fees.
I didn't-
Professional fees are like bar fees.
I would think so, yeah.
But I pay my own, they're fees, but I pay my own.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, I haven't looked at it. I don't know if that's attached to the judge or not. But uniforms, robes, gavels, everything I supply myself. So I don't know what those are.
I would like to
Um,
know.
If you look at page 50, it accounts for what all of those are. I know it cuts off at the bottom of 4040, so it shows the 4040 with a base of 77,000. If you noticed, where we were last year, we budgeted 75,000, so it's only an increase of the $2,000. On the top of page 50, that section that's shaded in gray shows you a breakdown of what all those are.
Where now?
The top of page 50,
I see page 50, okay.
it starts with citation issuing device interface.
All right,
And then it goes through a cut that we made as far as certain things, court case management, DocuSign, Encode, and this goes line by line. If you look at out there, Linebarger collection fees, $56,000. Of that, 77 is going to Linebarger for collection of fees.
once again, I'm gonna ask for clarity on that. That is not how it works, Cesar. That we don't pay that, I'm just asking. That's not how it works. So I don't do this business about us turning around and paying them back something. That's not, if I'm delinquent in my property taxes, I get a letter from Linebarger. And this says, to avoid foreclosure, you send your payment to Linebarger. I'm dealing with Linebarger.
Right. That is
And so
correct.
this is,
And then Linebarger in turn, as additional revenue, pays whatever those fees are that we pay back to them. Ms. Rosemary, if you could clarify, do you not get a regular invoice from Linebarger?
Yes,
Do you not process that for payment, which I then sign through our finance department?
yes.
So we regularly get bills from them that we regularly process on a regular basis for the collection of the fees.
I would like, I'm asking, I want to see that. I want to see that.
Absolutely.
And what is SETCC? SETCIC?
That's going to be SETC, Mayor Pro Tem. That's a website that we use to enter warrants for the state. If you have local warrants here, we go into that website, we enter the particular warrant into the state. So that if you stop anywhere, or if anybody stop, that warrant will show up that you have outstanding warrants with the city of Lamarque, Dickinson, whoever it might be. So I'm sure that they're going to charge a fee. I don't know if the number is on the fee for that particular service, but that's what SETC is. It's a state entity for holding those warrants.
So I guess really, Mr. City Manager, this category, and because I'm of this mindset, when I see professional, I'm thinking of an individual, right? So I would ask for, maybe we need to visit that category in terms of the description. These sound like more like technology fees that are associated with the court operation, not professional fees. And so that's alerting me of that. That's all I have there.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. It's becoming clear. And this has nothing to do with, in my opinion, with you, Caesar. I've been in municipal government for a long time. The way that information is shared has to change. Line items and things of that nature have to be simplified. We live in a day and age where people can get their hands on information. It's at their fingertips. And so we need to, as a city, as all cities, as all governmental entities, to do a better job at communicating in layman's terms. I think that's the overriding theme of all of this. It's not your fault or Susie's fault or anybody's fault, but it is a lot of information. It can be confusing. And so we just, moving forward, we need to do a better job of either adding descriptions to, right? or if legal and appropriate, making sure that those line items are very clear and very simplified.
Sir.
I wanted to ask about the elephant in the room. And that is the lower revenue that we have realized from our fines and forfeitures and things of that particular nature. Let's preface this discussion by saying nobody on this council will ever tell Judge Carrie Pettijohn how to rule. That won't happen. But there are ways that we can understand if we can get better or if there are problems that are afoot. And a very easy way for us to find out is to look at our police department and to make sure that our officers are able to, and I'm saying able, right, because they're overworked, able to keep up the same level of contacts that we've had before, to look to make sure that the municipal court caseload is as consistent as it was before. And those would be the telltale signs of whether or not our judges is simply doing her job based on her training and experience, which is what we want, or if there are other things that we might need to do to bolster and augment those efforts. Perhaps traffic enforcement officers might be something, more code enforcement officers might be something that we might have to look toward. But we have to diagnose what's happening with that lower revenue in that department. And we need to, again, and I'm saying this very clearly, we need to make sure that we are functioning at an optimal and efficient level. That's all we're looking for, Caesar. This council is not looking to see how many times Judge Pettijohn has given the death penalty to anybody. We don't care about that, right? We care about the fact that we're still functioning, we're still moving, and we're still making the amount of contacts that we've made before. Make sense? I wanted to also ask, I know that there was a discussion, Caesar, Joe, you've been at Mayor Pro Tem Joe, you've been at the middle of this. We have been advocating to get Judge Pettijohn some help. And we were looking at possibly 2 associate judges positions because she is at times overworked. As well as I want to make sure, and I don't need any details, ladies and gentlemen, but I want to make sure that there is clarity in the judge's contract. I know that we were all trying to ascertain exactly what the language in that contract meant as we approach a new budget. We don't have to discuss this. This is a judge's contract. We don't have to discuss this right now, but I'm just want to make sure that while we are all in the same room, that Caesar, you have addressed whatever issues we have in bringing clarity to the judge's contract.
Absolutely. We have had discussions. We are working on fine tuning that. I have not had a follow-up discussion with Judge lately, but we will follow up on that aspect of it. Also to your question about the associate RFP, the RFP for the associate judge, we are planning on bringing that. We said 1 because we added the video magistration back. We have video magistration back now. So I thought we agreed on 1. Okay. We're bringing that associate judge RFP back anyways. Once internally it's been discussed and chewed on, we'll bring it forward again. And then the last thing would be to ratify the updated contract for judge as we have discussed to make sure that the language is clear.
The video magistration wasn't there additional costs for that? And I don't see that reflected here.
It's under professional fees.
That you've got that under professional fees. Once again, that's not, I don't consider that a professional fee. That's technology, right? So
we'll move it. We'll add a technology line item, I guess.
And I see this. Thank you, Cesar. So this is a surprise. I want to see their contract.
I just wanted to post this for clarity. Kyle was able to dig it up for me real quick. This is a sample and we blew it up a little bit, but if you see, we don't want to disclose too much information up at the top, but essentially these are the fees that were collected for March of 2023. So it shows on there the amount that was collected and the amount of those fees that were assessed to us.
And I see that,
right?
But because I'm looking at this.
Just because earlier we said that it wasn't.
Well,
I just wanted.
I'm looking at this as I say this. We need to study the contract because that amount is inconsistent with what's on this report for March.
So Linebarger gave you that letter.
This is our bill. This was a bill. Go ahead.
And Linebarger also put the number in here. So their numbers are inaccurate. Is what
This
you're
is
saying.
I haven't studied it enough to
Okay,
know,
okay.
but I do know that when I was asked about how the fees are reflected, essentially, they're going to give us the full, if you notice up there, 31, looks like if I'm doing my math right, 31,886. That's the full amount that they collected on behalf of the city in delinquent, correct me if I'm wrong, in delinquent fees for the court for March of 2023. Of that, the percentage that comes out for fees that we then owe them as part of that is what's being billed at the $6,940. So we then in turn cut them a check. So they gave us the full amount. But part of that additional fee that was involved in that was a $6,900, which we cannot count as collected court fees because essentially that is the assessed fee on top of what they already had for the actual discretion, whatever that actually occurred. That is above and beyond that. That is their collection fee. So when they say that it's not costing us anything, technically it is not. They are charging whoever is going to collections for it. And it's served essentially, as we mentioned, almost as a pass-through in the sense that it counts as revenue for us, but then also counts as expenses. Essentially, what we need to verify that that's a wash.
You described that improperly. What the represent, I want to see their contract. That's number one. But this amount is a gross, and they've represented that it doesn't cost the city anything. And so that's inconsistent there. That's why I want to see that contract. And because certainly on the property tax side, they collect everything and they sent us what's owed us. We don't get a bill from them on property taxes, do we?
I'm almost positive it's the same, but I'll have to verify.
Oh, it's no. I'm definitely interested. That's inconsistent with what they're saying. Thank you.
Very good. Any more questions for the municipal court?
Not a question, just a statement. I owe you guys an apology. I know 2 years ago, I told you guys I'd try to get you guys into the facility and I have failed, so I apologize. I didn't work my hardest, so please forgive me. It's my fault, so.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience as we have certainly ran over our time with you. If there's nothing further, we at this point can break for lunch, Caesar?
Absolutely. Ms. Kara? We good to go?
I had a sheet here. Council, we're going to break for lunch. It's 12:36. Let's be back at about 1:45. We stand adjourned until 1:45. Thank y'all.
Ms. Rosemary? Can I
Good afternoon. This is Brad Angst with Stifel.
Good afternoon. We are back for our afternoon session of our budget workshop. And July 25th, Tuesday. And we will start this afternoon with Mr. Brad Angst from, I believe we say it as Stifel. Is that right?
Stifel, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Brad Angst with Stifel. Welcome, Brad.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, Mayor and Council. Good to be back with you. I've got my colleague, of course, David Webb, also with Stifel, and some other members of our team, Stephen Bell, Evelyn Ortiz, to listen in today. I understand y'all are going through your budget process, and you'd like us to discuss with you how the debt service portion and your capital project financing portion fits into the total tax rate, and a couple of other items regarding limitations on your tax rate moving forward. And then we have just a little bit of information or some discussion on how you can manage that tax rate moving forward, so that you keep it steady as you move along in the future, and maintain your project capacity. So be happy to dive into that. Mr. Garcia, I don't know if you had any other items you'd like us to touch on.
No, sir, Brad, thanks for joining us. Similar to what we talked about during a discussion preparing for the retreat. We really want to go over for public knowledge where we stand and what are our options. We looked at what we can and cannot do if we decide to go that route, and want you to share that for us, please. Or any other updates you have since the retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, so at a high level, as you're probably aware, if not, we'll discuss it. Your total tax rate is comprised of two different portions. You have your M&O tax rate, which is used for the day-to-day operations and wages and many of your different activities that go on in your day-to-day budget. And then the INS portion includes an amount that is set aside to pay your debt service. And so debt service is your payments on your outstanding bonds and loans and capital project financings that the city at a previous time had determined were necessary for your normal course of business. So two different portions we're talking about here. And Stifel, as your financial advisors, we help you manage that INS side, the interest in sinking fund side, which is the debt service side. Until just a couple of years back, when the legislative session ended and we had some what you call compression to the M&O side, we tended to only focus on that INS side. But here in recent years, with some of the limitations that you have on the M&O side for doing your normal day-to-day business, we have worked with quite a few of our clients, cities, counties, et cetera, to help them identify ways to take some of the burden off that M&O side. And so what I mean by that is what we're seeing across the state is that many cities and counties are taking maintenance costs, deferred maintenance, or smaller capital projects off of their M&O budget, and have actually moved that over to the INS side, which is again a different dedicated stream of revenue.
Brad,
So
Brad,
Yes, sir.
Let me stop you right there because that's an important piece of what you just said, especially and in particularly in our situation, in our community. You said to us that municipalities, in an effort to take the pressure off of their maintenance and operation portion of their budget, have been doing what to their INS debt service? Say that to us again.
They have been increasing the INS side, and the way you do that is by taking some of your capital projects and deferred maintenance items off the M&O side. And so as communities grow, let me talk about the kind of the way the calculation works. So you're only allowed to increase your revenue by a maximum of 3.5% on the M&O side. And so that side of your tax rate, when you grow and you're in a fast growing area like Lamarque, and I mean, when I talk about growth, I talk about your assessed valuation, which is the value of all the property within the district, within the city limits. So as that grows faster than that 3.5% limitation, it actually compresses or it reduces the M&O rate. So you saw this in years past, right? So in 2021, you were at 47-cent M&O part of the total tax rate. 22, it was at 36 cents. In 23, the M&O side was at 32 cents. So as that side goes down by 3-4 cents, you can actually increase the INS side, the debt service side, to pick up some of those items, but have it be less than the amount that's going down on the M&O side. So I know that's a lot. I just want to reiterate, as the M&O goes down, if the INS goes up but less than the amount the M&O goes down, then your total tax rate is still flat or reduced. And that's what we're always trying to help you manage, keeping a flat tax rate.
Yeah, Brad, here, let's drill down on this even more, because we need to clear this up, because there are elements of disinformation in and around our community. What you just described for us, taking capital improvement projects out of M&O and moving them into the debt service, the INS, and this is very key, and maintenance, taking that out of M&O and putting that into debt service. Is that consistent with SB2? Is that something that is normally happening under this new SB2 law?
That is consistent. I'll just clarify one thing, deferred maintenance. So by that, I mean, projects, maybe you have a roof leak or some items that need to be taken care of that are capital related, meaning your facilities, your buildings related.
Your infrastructure, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that is consistent with what's happening under SB2.
Yes, I've been working with many communities over the last couple of years to do that practice.
Has industry-wide, statewide, is that considered inappropriate? Is that considered unethical in any way? Or is this, again, I'm asking it very redundantly, is that consistent with what is happening under SB2?
Yes, sir, that is consistent. And there's still a process. There are still public meetings that have to occur where those notifications and those approvals to take on any financing and establish your tax rates go in front of the public. And that is what makes it well within the rules. And it is also consistent with what's going on around the state with other municipalities.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Okay. So with the fast growth that's been going on there in Lamarque over the last several years, you've had an increase in your valuation, you've had a decrease in your tax rate. And you've also, which we're well aware of, had an increase in the amount of services and infrastructure that you all are expected to maintain and uphold. So our goal with you is to help preserve that, especially on the INS side, the debt service side, that is. And so we want to help you preserve at least the 14 cents of INS that you had this past year and moving forward, because as you maintain that level or those levels of revenue, the idea is that, and you pay off your loans, that begins to create future capacity, your ability to take on projects in the future without a tax rate increase. And so it's important that you try and, at a minimum, maintain your current tax rate so that you can take on these projects in the future. So there's a couple ways we do that, working with your Susie and your finance director and others. Once it's time for your tax rate calculation, the city could have already, at this point, approved a new debt obligation or a new financing, which would help establish that tax rate based on your new assessed valuation. The other way we do it is we maintain the tax rate and we bring in additional dollars above your current payments, and we pay off your future payments. So you're paying your debt down early. And that provides a couple of benefits to the city. It reduces the amount of your interest cost on those existing bonds and loans. When you pay it early, you stop paying interest through the life of that bond or that particular maturity. So it cuts your costs down immediately. The other benefit, I just talked to you about future capacity. By removing that future payment, it gives you additional capacity for this council or future city councils to be able to take on your projects and infrastructure needs. And so at this time of your budget process, and also because of the amount of time it takes to put a new debt obligation in place, your option today for this council to maintain that current tax rate is to pay down debt early. You can't, it takes 3 to 4 months to do a new debt obligation, again, because of those public hearings and notices and making sure everybody has time to review that. So at this point, that is an item that we're focused on. We just received your certified taxable values here today, and we'll be working with the finance department to put some options in front of you to maintain that tax rate. But as far as revenues, so that's the property tax side of your budget. We also help you do projects for some of your enterprise systems. And so when you talk about like your water and wastewater type of enterprise system, those are primarily supported through user fees. So the people who use the water pay you a fee based on the amount of water they use and based on the type of user they are. Are they a resident? Are they residential? Or are they commercial? And so the revenues from those type of enterprise systems are used to pay off projects and financings for that same enterprise system. So we don't use property taxes. You actually use enterprise revenues or net system revenues coming off the water and wastewater system is typically how those are funded. So if those projects arise, we do it a little bit different way than the tax rate. There is a mechanism in Texas called a combined tax and revenue obligation, in which you can blend that, where you use a little bit of property taxes and a little bit of system revenues, but we can dive deeper on that at the time. That may be appropriate if you're considering those type of projects. Lastly, I'll just want to mention again, as you go through the budget process, some of the things that we help you with. We also help you evaluate special districts. If you get developers that maybe want to establish a MUD, you may have heard of MUDs or PIDs, municipal utility districts, public improvement districts. That's also part of our expertise and guidance and service that we provide to you to help evaluate those if there's a creation of a new one, or also to help you evaluate if it's worth you approving their type of financings. So let me pause there. Let me ask my colleague David Webb, did I omit or miss anything that you want to add to it?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, council, Mr. Garcia, any other questions you'd like us to address?
Brad, and David, thanks, once more for being here. During the process, one of our council members asked, what would it look like if we wanted to go into some type of debt? What does a 0 cent increase look like? A 1 cent, a 2 cent, or a 3 cent increase? I believe those were the increments that we discussed. Could you share some of that? And I know it's still preliminary because you just got the role. We're only going by projections. We're not going to hold you a number, but give us a brief synopsis of what that looks like, please.
Yeah,
if you're free and you have ability, we've given you that ability if you need to.
okay. Thank you for that caveat. That is important. A lot of this is based on your current valuation. Our first glance at it here just this afternoon, it appears you have roughly a flat a number compared to last year. Some of the property is still under review by the appraisal review board. But given that, based on your current taxable assessed valuation, we estimate that with no tax increase, the city could afford this coming year approximately $5 to $6 million in bonds based on a property tax backed bond. So a certificate of obligation or a GO bond. If you had a 1 cent increase, that amount is approximately $9 million of projects. With a 2 cent increase to the INS side, this is not, I just want to reiterate, this is not to your total tax rate that your homeowners are going to pay. This is just on the INS side. A 2 cent increase equates to approximately $12.5 million. In a 3 cent increase gets you about $16 million this current year. Now, every year, as you grow, as the valuation grows, that number increases based on the tax rate. And also, as you pay off your debt service, that number grows. So you have a couple of different factors, as your valuation and your community grows, the ceiling goes up. Then as you pay off your debt and your outstanding debt, the amount you owe gets paid off. So each year that grows to a larger amount.
If I could ask you to pause there, Mayor Pro Tem, I know this was something that you asked. Does that pretty much clarify those numbers and answer that question?
Yes, with the understanding as his last comment, it'll be by the end of this year, we'll have paid off some additional interest, as I recall, correct?
End of 24, if I might, Brad, was it end of 24, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So end of this upcoming fiscal year, not the one we're currently in now, but upcoming fiscal year.
End of the upcoming. And then a follow-up question on that is, how many active bond obligations do we have now as a city?
You have 8 debt obligations going back to 2014. And those are all structured together so that we get you a flat total payment. So even though there's 8, as you pay off some of those, it doesn't necessarily, there's not necessarily a big drop off. But as you pay payments on each one every year, it does create additional capacity for you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brett,
Yes, sir.
talk to us about those 8 debt obligations. Are there any, I'd like to know the each obligation, and I would like to know if there are any monies left in those line items, and if so, how much?
Okay.
And if you could email us that also, or email the city manager that for us, not now, but just after. But yeah, you can just tell us this verbally if you like.
Yeah, so I need to get some of that detail at hand, but I can on a high level talk to you about each of those.
Yeah.
So first off, when a bond or a loan obligation is closed, when we get to the end of doing the transaction, that money goes into the city, the bond proceeds go to the city's accounts. At that point, we don't have access to your city accounts to know what type of bond proceeds may be unspent to this date. We can certainly go through that with your finance department and auditor if we need to help with that analysis and see what money might be remaining. So in 2014, I'm going to talk to you about the 8 different items now. So December of 2014, you issued a debt obligation for 2.5 million. The final payoff for that is 2029. So that was a 15-year obligation. Does
it say what it was for, Brett?
I do not have the purpose here in front of me. Again, we can do a little research and provide that as needed.
Okay.
2016, you issued a 30-year bond for $9.8 million with about a 3% interest rate. Some of these, yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat that one more time? 2016?
Yes, so June of 2016, you issued a bond for 9.8 million. That pays off in 2046. And that interest rate is approximately 3%. In September of 2017, city issued 2.5 million to be paid off in 2029 with a 3% interest rate. In January of 2018, the city issued 3.3 million of bonds to be paid off in 2032 with a 2.5% interest rate. August of 2018, $6 million was issued with a final payment date of 2048. Approximate interest rate of 5%.
Well, how much was the dollar figure?
6 million.
Okay, thanks.
January of 2020, 1.3 million was issued to be paid off in 2035. That carries a 3.2% interest rate. July of 2020, 7.6 million was issued to be paid off in 2050 with a 4% interest rate. And then lastly, in February of 22, a $650,000 loan was issued to be paid off in 2032 with a 1.8 interest rate. So myself, Mr. Webb, and Stiefel were hired a couple years back. We've worked with you on the last couple items. We do have access to the details and documents for the others. We'd be happy to provide a little more details and follow up.
Absolutely. Thank you. Council, do we have any more questions for Brad and Stiefel?
I missed the one in 2014. Could you tell me that one?
Yes, ma'am. It was December of 2014. It was 2.5 million. Pays off in 2029 and has 4% interest rate.
So you'll be able to provide for us what those CO bonds were for. You'll be able.
I can do
And
that.
the-
Yes.
And the reason why this is important, Mayor, to me, because of all the talk we've heard in the past about CO bonds and not wanting to do it from a particular council person from this administration. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 CO bonds. That's really, really
8.
interesting. 8 with the, well, from 22, but I'm just concerned because that narrative has been misinterpreted. So yes, I would like to know what those CO bonds were for. So as a certified teacher, we can make this a teachable moment to let people know what we're doing and what CO bonds will do and what it has done already. So I look forward to that information.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can just take a moment to discuss how this all kind of encompasses and is encompassed throughout the budget. One of the things that we talked about was how debt is managed and how it isn't. And believe it or not, this was all going to get back to water rates. We talk about the utility fund and debt and stuff that's come up so many times. This past February, the gesture was made to only come up with a partial rate increase to cover some of our utility expenses. There's been plenty of discussion as to where that debt is, that there's utility debt fund, it's currently in the general fund and so forth. We will do what is asked at the will of this council. I think the tough times that we've been at lately as a society has made it much more difficult for folks to be able to pay for their day-to-day items. But the work and the amount of need that we have is not different. Brad mentioned and David just collectively have always informed us about the difference between M&O and INS. M&O is what you see as your operating budget. So as you look at this budget, when we're finally proposing it, what you see under the proposed will be essentially what your M&O is. And then your packages is what the requests are for additional items. I will tell you that in packages, typically, anytime you add a new employee, it should be considered as a package. If you're adding anything new and different, it should be as a package, different from, hey, we need some suppliers or whatever it may be. So the packages that are going to be before you encompass two things. If it's a need for a new staff or generating a new staff, whatever the case is, and or any type of facility need that we would have. If we're going to make an upgrade, if we're going to purchase a piece of equipment, it's more considered one time. Those one-time expenses, if it's a street repair, we're gonna repair sidewalks here, we're gonna do whatever, is more what Brad's team, David and his group would help us to go out for this debt for the INS side. Council's been tasked with a very, very tough situation with our utility fund. But you did make that gesture to err on the side of the resident and the fact that what they could and could not afford at one time. The decision now would be, if you do want to go, at least you have the data, you have the decisions, and you know what the packages are. You know what is before you, you know what's being asked by all of your department heads, and you see the need. You call us with the need. Your constituents call you with, hey, water pressure, hey, streets, hey, sidewalks, hey, fix my park. You're getting those calls. Now you have the information to make those decisions.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Brad, you've given us these numbers. What's our remaining, in effect, debt balance on these bonds total?
Yes, sir, understood. You have 27.5 million of principal payments remaining.
So in this sense, the decision for us to make is, can you take capital expenses out of your M&O? Smaller ones? Yes, you can. You can make that decision to do so.
Yeah.
And you do that to then not add more pressure or more debt.
Yeah.
If you want to expedite any expenses, any projects that you want to do that would lie above what your M&O is, this is where you would add or tack on to your INS side. That's just the information. Here's all of our needs and or wants. Here's what we can afford right now, what we have. And if we go take out a loan, or in this case, borrow, or whatever tool we use, that's what affects that side.
Yeah. Brad,
Yes, sir.
how familiar are you with SB2?
I'm familiar with the limitations on the M&O side and the effect on your total tax rate as far as some of the details of that actual bill, the implementation. I'm very familiar with it and how it pertains to municipal finance.
So let me ask you this, in your experience, do you think that perhaps the authors of SB2 may have had a blind spot in the area that we talked about as it relates to being able to move capital projects and maintenance items into the debt service? Seems as though that was something that the authors may not have anticipated would be a remedy, and now maybe they are at least in our part of the state, maybe they are frustrated that this continues to be an option for smaller municipalities. Does it seem like there was a loophole there that they didn't catch, and now, or is it maybe just our experience down here, because we're doing here the exact same things that other municipalities across our state are doing, dealing with SB2, and for some reason in our neck of the woods, small factions of folks seem to want to perpetuate this as somehow unethical or inappropriate. So I'm really wanting to get your take on this idea so that we as a council can get an understanding of what's happening around the state.
Yes, sir, understood. There has always been additional meetings, notices, and information that has to go to your constituents and taxpayers when it regards debt. And those are above and beyond your budget process. They require publication notices in the newspaper. They require 46-day wait periods for public comment and review and their chance to petition. There are many different items in place that govern how debt is issued. And so on the M&O side, what we've found and heard when this limitation was put in place was that a lot of budgets were being hit very hard, not capital budgets, but the ability to give salary increases, the ability to keep the appropriate amount of peace officers and emergency personnel on the streets. And so while some of those items that Mr. Garcia talked about as far as road repairs, some other smaller capital needs may have been able to be funded out of the ongoing budget in the past, it was I think the blind spot that was there was that that amount was going to very much limit the ability to keep up with just the standard essential purpose of the city needs as far as employment and your staff and services. There was some discussion here at the past legislative session to try and reduce, the ability of local communities to finance their projects with debt. Furthermore, we did see some restrictions put in place on tax notes. A couple of years back, we saw some limitations on the type of projects you can use COs for. But there was, a chance here this session that just ended, to further limit the property tax type situation that was created with SB2 more than about 2 years ago in that last session. So I have heard those discussions. I am familiar with those discussions and some of the folks in your area that have led the charge on that. I think from our community, from the different municipalities that I work with around the state, in different organizations, whether it be the Texas Municipal League, Texas Association of Counties, and I think it's and then just evidenced by the practice and people having to adjust their budgets. I think it's evident that these are still needed. I don't think it's a workaround. This is how it's always been. And I think if the M&O side is going to be compressed and limited, I think you all have to find solutions for your infrastructure. So that's my take. I know that's a little bit middle of the road, but that's what we're seeing. That's the real feedback that I see from working around the state.
Thank you, Brad. Go ahead, Jim.
Brad, question, and this is purely from your experience. I'm not asking for some legal advice or anything else like that, accounting, but this is just purely from your experience, or those of your colleagues there, on unspent bond proceeds. What have you seen municipalities do with the unspent portions? Assuming they've met the required projects under the bond or the CO.
Yes, sir. Understood. Yeah, so that's an important part to focus on. I'm glad you're looking into that. When you borrow at tax exempt rates, you do have an expectation that you spend those bond proceeds, the majority of it within 3 years. And you're supposed to have all of it spent by 5 years. And so if you have completed the projects that the debt was issued for, you can do one of two things. You can, if the use of those funds at the time of the issuance, you have to say what you're going to use the monies for. So if you said, we're going to do $5 million of bonds for roads, and then you complete, a particular roadway that you wanted to improve, and you still have $1 million left. Well, you can repurpose that for other roads in the city, but you can't go and use that excess $1 million of bond proceeds for the water system, unless that water system has to tear up the road. But you couldn't use that for, a police annex or substation, for instance. And in that case, if you don't have a like use from the original use, then you have to take that money and put it into your debt service fund and pay down your debt early. And I of course would, I do need to just mention that we would always have to look at the particular monies, the initial project use that was denoted, work with your bond counsel, the legal counsel that helps with those items, and verify that. But that is, high level how that typically works.
So is it accurate then to say that in response to your answer, we need to make sure that the bond or the CO, the debt that we assumed in December of 2014 has been fully utilized, or alternatively, that unspent portion has been credited to our debt service. And that goes also for the June 2016, the September 2017, January 2018, and there's 2 in 2018.
Mhm.
I don't remember, but all of those things, either we've repurposed for a similar activity, or we've used it to pay down our debt. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
Yes, 2018 and earlier. Since we've been talking, I've been able to pull up a little more detail on the 2014 and 17 bonds. Those were both refinancings. We call them bond refundings in our industry. And so what you were doing at that time was locking in a lower interest rate. And so the bond proceeds from those refunding or refinancing transactions, that money goes to an escrow to pay off the old or the prior bonds. So those two should be in good shape. The 2016 bonds appear to be, it was new money is what we call it when you raise new funds. We would certainly expect and need for those funds to have been spent by the state. And then the 2018 bonds, those as well were appear to be new money debt issuances. I would expect that the funds and bond proceeds from those two had been spent by now.
Do we know the total that hasn't been spent?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The question, Brad, was, do we know what the balance is on any of these? And that's something we've got to determine. And we have to go through our accounting and get that, and we'll have that for you when the audit is finished.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Wait, back up, Caesar. So you said that you would be able to have that total when the audit's finished, right?
Yes, sir.
So if I'm to believe that, then we could go back to last year, right? And also have a total, it would stop at last year, but we would at
Right.
least have some sort of basic understanding, right?
That would have been through the end of the previous fiscal year.
Right, but we would, so that would be, if that's true,
Mhm.
then that would be able to give us
2020.
answers on a lot of the 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, right?
Unless other funds were used from those particular bonds afterwards. So for example, let's say last year, let's go with the 2016 bond would have had a balance. It was for certain purposes. As you know, when we get this, when we obtain this debt, there needs to be a certain purpose for it. Let's say it was for specifically for sidewalk repair. If all the other projects that you may have had did not include sidewalk repair, but we've identified a project that was done for that case, and we went back to that particular bond, then we may have not used it from other ones. We may have used it from that particular one.
Yeah.
So the audit would have shown a reflection, last year's audit would have shown a reflection at the end of the previous fiscal year. So that would have been September 30th of 2021.
Right.
So with the audit you have would have shown you that balance as of September of 21.
Right, so,
Just like this year's balance will show you, this audit will show you the balance as of September 30th of 2022. Correct.
so I guess my question is to try to help get Kim and Joe both and me some answers as well. I guess we could then look to the last audit
Yes.
to see where, at least, if we know that it would be a stopping point then,
Yes.
and the numbers may have changed, but at least we would know ballpark where we are
Yes,
as
sir.
far as any unspent or unused bond monies.
And then the other side of that, Mayor,
Yeah.
that you're absolutely correct. The
Okay.
other side of that is then anything else that we would have put on the bond expenditures this fiscal year that we have had control of through the agenda, we could then tell you, in addition to what was in the audit, we have proposed X, Y, and Z. Perfect example, either first or the second meeting in August, we have a couple of
Right.
old bond items we're bringing forward for some of the repairs we're working on.
Yeah.
So that
Could you ha-
ongoing.
Could you have that for us as soon as you? get a chance?
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been making notes while we have it.
And,
I'll
and,
prepare
and,
that.
and it's a good idea that you said the audit numbers are this, but since then,
Correct.
council action, budget, or whatever it is,
Current fiscal year.
have dictated these numbers. And again, we're not looking for necessarily a perfect number. But to resolve, so for clarity in council's mind, we need to at least get to a ballpark figure so that we'll know what we're dealing with.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Any more questions for Stiefel and Brad? At this time?
Yes,
Go ahead,
just-
go ahead, Michael.
One question I have, you said all the work has to be done within 5 years. Is there any kind of extensions we can apply for, or is it that a dead set in concrete per se?
So it's the test for us and the IRS rather is the spending of the monies. So not work completed. Typically you want to have all that spent in 3 years. There's a smaller portion that can go out to 5. So I have not seen an extension of that. Certainly something we can explore, and I'd suggest we get together with city manager after he gets those balances. We look at that, see if there's any old balances remaining or if it's all in your more, current or recent bonds, and we can go through that on a case by case basis.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions? Well, Brad, thank you for clearing up a lot of questions we've had. It's definitely timely in this budget process. I think you've given us a lot to think about, and you've given council direction for us to pursue. So thank you for that.
You're most welcome. It's an honor and privilege to continue to work with this council and for the city of Lamarque. So thank you for trusting us to do that.
Very good.
Ready.
Caesar?
Thank you, Brad. We'll certainly be in touch in the next few days before the end of the week.
Thank you. All right. Bye now.
Pleasure, gentlemen. Thanks, David. All right. As we gather, we'll ask Development Services to join us next for a recap of their year, along with code compliance. so we could talk to them about the year. I will ask, they are co-presenting for the reason that at the time of the budget submission, Development Services was still overseeing code. So as we transition, if there's any questions specific about that, I'll be able to help and respond to those. But focus of what we're doing that we're going to ask is to talk about this current year that happened, where we'd like to see some focus, some changes, highs, lows, goods, bads, and things of that nature.
What page are you on?
I'll get you a page number right now.
While they're coming up, Caesar, have you scheduled our current auditor to come and visit with us?
Not yet, normally during the latter part.
Yeah, it'd be,
As soon as you're done.
yeah, I'd like to, for the council to have a chance to question our current auditor as well. Thank you.
And I'm gonna request for next year that you choose a larger font. Joe, is a small.
Hey, listen, and I have my strong glasses on, blue light and everything.
I'm gonna get home.
Just an observation, by the way, just going back,
Go ahead.
yeah, I did take a look at our audit, the last one, and I don't know, these the numbers, bond obligations. I'm looking at the right place. They don't. Maybe this is the remaining debt, because the principal amounts that he mentioned are not here.
Yeah, most people did. Remaining.
But then the other thing is, this goes back to 2012. 2012, 2013, then 2014.
Yeah.
But that is 2.5 there. That 2014 is 2.5. And then
And he goes to 2016.
he runs to 2016.
Which is 3 point.
It's a 9.8 was the 2016. And this is 3.3 billion. I'm just pointing that.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Caesar,
Sir.
let's introduce code enforcement and developmental services. And then I believe we can take a break. I want to get with you on some stuff with Joe. Joe just showed me, get some clarity.
Absolutely.
Welcome, ladies. How are you feeling? We're good. Thank you. Do y'all have an opening statement? Caesar, are you gonna?
Development Services has had a tumultuous year. Having both Development Services and Code Compliance having moved over to Building C, once more sharing space with our Public Works Department, anticipating for the completion of the EDC building. A lot of folks working in a short amount of space. However, we have noticed an uptick in development requests. I could tell you that there's not a week that goes by. I think that Kathleen's probably not in about 4 or 5 development, pre-development meetings. The phone's ringing, it's getting a lot busier. And hopefully that's going to soon reflect in a lot more businesses around and a lot more development around. We know that it's been such with residential development, and now we're looking to see the same occur through our commercial development. I mean, it's just the number of time that we've been together, the number of plats that we've signed and replats, and then all the new businesses that are coming down the pike. It's a testament to the work of this group. Having said that, on the budget book, it starts at 40 to 41 to tell you what the numbers are for development services specifically, and how many folks you have in each area. One of the items, the first item that we would like to address is the fact that specifically, since we're presenting here for code enforcement, is code enforcement pay. We talked about it at the mid-year review. We keep losing really good folks as a result of it. We are by far the lowest paid in the region, and we would like to see that as a possibility to be addressed. I presented in the past a synopsis of where we are. On average, we're as high as $6 an hour below for code enforcement salaries. We did that synopsis through the HCAC survey, as well as through some of the folks that were not part of the HCAC survey that we regionally reached out to. I will present that report once more when we officially have that budget, but just so we have that as a item of discussion. Like we mentioned in the past, we did the best we could to take care of our public safety in this past fiscal year, and our hope is to try to take care of some of the admin staff on this year, try to bring them a little bit closer to standard. We still across the board remain one of, if not the lowest paid set of folks, employees throughout the entire region. So with that said, Kathleen, would you like to share your highs and lows of the department, and then Cecilia, or any particular order?
Seth, I need some help.
Yes, sir.
For the page 40 is the personnel schedule for development services.
Yes, sir.
And the director here is Kathleen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, but these other positions, they don't reflect this field role. So where's,
So that's development services.
that's what I'm saying. Where's
Yeah.
where's the other?
Where's the code? Hold on, I'll get your code right now. I'll get you that page number in just a second. Page 197.
Another little stick.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, so that was one what? 197?
197 is where they begin. One thing that we wanted to express too here as we look into the next fiscal year that was brought to our attention pretty much at the time of us submitting this first draft of this document. Previously, when code was under development services, there's the ability of Ms. Kathleen, since she's a certified code enforcement officer, the fact that TDLR only allows, correct me if I'm wrong, Cecilia, 3 code officers to be supervised by 1 supervisor. Right now, with our current staff, they're already at the limit of 3. We're in the process of hiring a 4th, but we would be above and beyond the TDLR requirement. So in the next fiscal year, with part of the request that I'm proposing is to also add a code enforcement 2, that person could take on one of those folks as well, to get to the ideal number of total code enforcement officers at 6. Currently, we're at 5 possible positions. As soon as we can get that resolved, we will bring that forward. We're still asking for clarification from TDLR, but to make sure that we're on the same page on that end. And for sake of questions on that page, when we talk about development services, one of the reasons for that 0.75 is because one of our techs is a part-time employee.
I didn't quite understand that. There's only 3 people that can work under Kathleen's certification. Is that what I heard? Oh, who's?
Ms. Fields.
Under the code supervisor, which is the field.
But speaking to TDLR, I spoke to them a couple of days ago, and they enlightened me and stated that once there's another code officer, then we can move forward with hiring that 4th officer. That officer just has to have their basic code license. But as it stands now, I can only supervise 3. But once the other officer, any one of the officers that are able to go through the class, get their certification.
Oh, they get.
Then
they come out from underneath that.
out from under there.
Okay, I got you.
Able to be hired
So only 3 non-certified at a time.
at a time.
Yes, ma'am. I got you.
Okay.
3 that are non-certified are considered code enforcement officers in training.
Got you.
As soon as that drops off. And
Then you can add another one.
Then I can add another.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Got
we're
you.
in the process of doing that right now with one of the officers.
Oh, good, good, good.
And I didn't, not having gone to I assume that we're supportive of that effort by them to take the tests or whatever certifications, correct?
Well, this officer has already taken the test.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Oh,
just waiting
okay.
for his certification to come in.
To come in, all right. Very
Was
good.
he successful?
Yes. yes,
Okay, cool.
Oh,
yes,
Congratulations.
Yes. And he
Congratulations.
was successful, not up under this leadership, but he came from another agency and he was only short 2 weeks of being able to get his certification. So by working with us, we're able to do that and apply for that.
Very good. Good work. Good work.
They have to have 1 year. in
1 year.
training Underneath a license code.
Before they can test.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
The idea with the foresight of the situation is because of the turnover, because of everything that occurs. If you notice on the screen, currently right now, not including the revitalization specialist, which by the way, if we can put an asterisk next to that, a good majority of that salary is covered by EDC as part of their annual contribution towards the city. But if you notice the other numbers, the idea is in theory to have one code officer per district, allow a supervisor to manage that area, but also in the future to have another person to address some of these other glaring ongoing concerns like the
Yeah.
mowing list and everything else.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's something that we'd like to move towards in this next budget cycle. Of course, if the budget supports it and if we can get that support through council, that would be the only additional change that we propose that's not listed up there now. Currently, what's shown up there now is if we stayed status quo.
Let me ask you this. Last year, Caesar, so maybe last year, my years are run together. I'm sorry if it wasn't last year. We spoke about a billboard ordinance. And we said that we had about, Kathleen told us we had about maybe 50-ish billboards around town. The permit fees annually were around $1,000, which would have generated about $50,000, which I believe this council, or at least majority of us, I know Joe was here, maybe even Kim and Michael. We all kind of had a consensus that if we could do that, that would be able to give code enforcement that other code enforcement officer. So my question is, were we able to successfully generate monies from those billboards? And did we use that to create another position in code enforcement?
I'd have to refer back to what our revenue is, but correct me if I'm wrong, in 2021, you only had 3 code enforcement officers, correct? So in theory, from the change of 21, when we introduced the 22 budget, there is a 4th code officer reflected. I can't tell you if the revenue has fully covered that yet. I would have to look at that a little bit deeper and I can get with Kathleen on that. But you do now have the ability to bring a 4th that we've been able to introduce here now.
Right. I really want to drill down on that billboard ordinance. Again, finding other ways to fund our government, relieving the burden on the taxpayer and on property tax. Secondly, I'd like to also get some figures. I know we've been really trying to get 100% or as close to 100% participation in our rental registration ordinance. I don't know how close we are to 100%. But that's also another revenue stream that, again, can help our code enforcement, developmental services departments as far as additional resources. So I'd like for us, not today, not right now, but before this budget process is over, I'd like to get accurate numbers on both of those, please.
I'll certainly work with staff to get that done.
Thank you. Ms. Van Staveren, did you, I know Caesar had asked you to give us your highs and lows for this year, and I think we kind of cut you off, or you didn't even start yet, so the floor is yours.
Mayor, I want to thank you and council. I have some good news. You remember the Delmar School that the city demolished many years ago? They did
Delmar?
pay their lien.
Oh, good.
That lien will be released as
Oh, right.
they receive certified tax.
Good deal.
And of course, the agency of course funded that demolition based on $134,000, if you remember. Thanks to the council, Mayor Pro Tem, I think at the time, and the support of council, we got that done. After
Good.
many, many years of trying to do it. They did release a lien and they are going to come to us for talk about a development project.
Okay, good.
That's
Good.
fine.
Delmar.
That's good news.
Fine,
for
fine.
us.
Mhm.
That's been hanging there for a
Absolutely.
Right.
As Mr. Garcia said, we do have numerous developments. They're all in different phases of development at this time. And that comes from the very beginning, from the PDMs to the plating and so forth. Our developments right now, we are facing each one is in trying to move them forward faster to get them on the books for the sales tax and everything, and we're phasing them as in running the plats and running the civil reviews, the plan reviews and all this at the same time. So it's kind of a concurrent schedule on everything. I'm not at liberty to tell you all of the developments that we have coming. You know most of them.
Yeah.
And you should be seeing groundbreakings pretty soon. Numerous of them were at the point where now the plans have been approved, and it's a matter of the start of the demolition. So you'll see, I think it's your district right now, but there's still more coming on the commercial side. We have some residential still, and the subdivision still building trails in Woodhaven Lakes. We still have a senior citizen. Those plans were approved and they just haven't started. Ambrose, of course, is building homes. We've got the other subdivisions are building also, or they've replatted and they've got all the lots laid out, ready to go. Plans are approved, and all the buildings are under green every day. It's a different pronged process when it comes to the development and the groundbreaking and all the different stages we go through, especially in the subdivisions. There's a lot of working parts to it, but we're trying to move everything forward as fast as we can and at the same time, if that makes any sense. It's like we got several horses racing and we're trying to get them
Yeah.
going and end up at the end.
Yeah,
So there's not a delay in anything.
right.
Which, you know, you're aware of some developments that are coming, and I think you're gonna be put Lamarck on the map.
Yeah.
It's Lamarck's turn. We do have pre-development meetings. We're having 3 to 4 every week.
Wow.
And that doesn't count the phone calls that I get, that I talk with people about what their developments are and basic zoning questions, things like that, and what uses are allowed. Those phone calls aren't counted in that total, but where I can talk them through it instead of having to go to the meeting and everything, then they can go ahead and do their submittals. Our permit techs are busy from the minute they get there, from the time they leave. And that's with permits, inspections, and plats, and everything else that goes along with it. So the city is growing. Just patience with the commercial developments. But we should see a major change, I would say, just after the first year, I think.
Very good. Very
Our
good.
permit fees, we've not had any complaints. We're still below other cities. But, you know, the city can't make a profit, and I didn't do the permit fees or the schedule fees to make a profit. I did it to pay for the staff and the time and the administrative costs for all this. And impact fees are getting paid, sidewalk fees are being paid, and all the subdivisions. So we're moving forward, just as we planned.
Yeah.
If I can, just on a couple of things, if I could ask you to help us articulate the impact fees and the impact fee study that you're working with engineering and with public works with. Could you talk about that study that you guys are about to perform?
Impact fees, of course, can only be amended every certain number of years. I wasn't involved in the original one. I will be involved because planning and zoning is my commission under development services. And currently the surveys are being done now to increase those fees. We are way below smaller cities or larger cities. We're way below what their impact fees are, and we can use the money for
Mm-hmm.
infrastructure. I haven't seen any numbers yet. Nothing's been presented. I have researched for the commission, which I think that's something that council will be appointing. That commission is for the review board. Other than that, I haven't seen the surveys yet. I'm just getting prepared for it, for the postings and all the mechanical working that goes with it. I support it. I think it's time. So,
And the last time that we provided these impact fees,
2019.
2019. So for record, normally most cities review them every couple of years.
The statute states to how often you can.
So in addition to that, the type of project that's able to bring online, for example, the recent water line work that we've taken on over at Texas Avenue between 45 and Amber, right in front of the CVS that's gone from 45 pretty much at the corner of CVS. That was brought to you by impact fees. So these are the type of projects that we're able to do through these fees that are technically not a burden to the taxpayers. And those are available through some of these impact fees.
Impact fees are paid by the developers. They're not paid by taxpayers, as in plan review fees. Those are not paid by taxpayers. The developers pay those fees. That's not a burden on the city. Inspection fees are included in the permit fees. That's not a burden to the city. So if the plan review and the inspections, you know, I know there's been questions about that, but if you look at the numbers from the permit fees that cover the inspections, our inspections are $25 each. And we do sometimes 40 to 50 inspections a day. That's residential and commercial citywide. Plan reviews, I think they're averaging 5 to 10, depending on the number of houses per day. And that is paid by the developer. So we based our schedule of fees and our collection of fees on the development side, and not on the property tax side, not on the city side. Does that make sense?
I actually want to take a moment to you being invited to all these meetings. Sometimes I can't be there in person, so I listen to them virtually. And I did hear one person that some of the folks here from the dais may know who went through that development meeting process, who has done plenty of developments in other areas and praised the fact that we have these pre-development meetings the way that we do. So what happens now is, and Kathleen, you could discuss what the room looks like essentially. Who is in the room at some of these pre-development meetings?
We provide developers, whether it's somebody wanting to build a house or start open a small business in the city, anywhere in the city, we provide a meeting with the fire marshal or the fire chief. Either one. We have our city consulting civil engineer there. We have the public works director there when he can be there. And then I'm there, of course. And they can bring whoever they would like to bring, their architects, whatever. They submit a form to us, tell us what they want to do. And we answer all their questions and advise them and try to guide them through the city regulations, the city zoning ordinances to best utilize what they're wanting to build or develop. We've had a lot of positive out of that. It's stopped a lot of confusion and stopped work orders in the city for people that just didn't understand. I've had a lot of good feedback from it. Plus it gets information out there. And it educates people. They'll go and talk to other developers and they'll come. So now I'm just automatically getting emails for this. And we sit in a room and we talk about it. It's kind of like we're sitting and talking right now. It's not a scary process. We're there to help them.
And to that point, as far as the education that goes to that, Alex is also part of these meetings.
Yes, Alex.
Normally these meetings are held at the EDC, but right now they've been held over at the fire station right now while EDC is finished with construction. On that note too, I want to just take a moment and say that as these things keep getting, further addressed by everybody being in one room at one time, all your questions get asked a little bit easier. So it's a lot faster to get the word out and get that back to developers. And that's one thing they've praised, so much so that we've had them say, we wish other cities did it this way as well. So that's something for us that's kind of stop that pinball game, increase our efficiency, and hopefully will lead to, advanced development. We even noticed with some of the current projects that were going on and so forth. So pleased to see that moving forward. Can we talk a little bit about GIS and what that's going to do for you guys? And what is GIS?
I'm not sure what has been explained to council of what we're doing with that yet. With Rick and Alex and Attico, we've been working on a GIS program for the city for many years. And the need for a zoning map that's easily usable by a citizen, that they can find a council district, they can school district, they can find their who owns a property in case they're interested in buying it, who owns commercial property, all the information that anyone would want to know will be able to get on the GIS and be on for the city. ADCO is currently developing phase 1 of that project for us. That it's gonna be in 3 phases. First one will be the general use for the public, which will be easier than our zoning map right now. You're looking at me like it's bad, it's hard. This way, the citizens won't have to go to this entity and this entity and this entity. They'll be able to come to that on the city website, and it'll tell them pretty much everything they need to know, down to the correct zoning. Second phase will be public works, which will include all of our infrastructure. Now, all of that information will not be open to the public because of Homeland Security issues, but we'll know water lines, sewer lines, hydrants, street lights, you name it, everything that we can give to the public will be on that. And it'll be a click, find out, and it'll be easy for them to use. The third phase, there'll be added things as we go along, because the city manager emails me about 2 or 3 times a week of something extra he wants to put on there. Vacant building, vacant lots, all these things will be added to this, so that anyone that's looking for a property to buy, they can go in and they can go to our city webpage, click on the map, and just click on it, and it'll tell them everything they need to know. To be tremendously helpful in development. It'll be tremendously helpful for EDC when they're promoting business for the city. And the citizens, my thing was, I'm not a GIS professional, but my biggest request was to make it easy use for citizens. I get a lot of people calling asking me what zone they're in or what can they do on their property and all. And this GIS will now make it easier. They can just click on it. There's no complication, questions and all that for it. And it brings Marque to where it should be. As much as we're developing right now, we need to improve instead of having a static zoning map with no information. So, but of course, y'all have any suggestions that you would like in it, please let me know. Because we want to add it to the list. Hopefully, after the first of the year, hopefully we'll have at least some of it ready to go. City managers approved the initial expenditure for it. So, and that will be the forward facing, public facing one. And then the next one is the biggest, which is public works. And I'd have to let Rick speak to that. He knows more about what's going to be in it than I do.
And in conjunction with that, and what I just handed everybody for the record is, this is the daunting, long time list that we've been compiling, that we've had to put together. This is your vacant building list, as well as your vacant lot list and so forth, that development services put together. Obviously now the way it makes it just listed, the idea is when you're able to go to GIS, you'll be able to go on a map of the city and see exactly what it is layered in different colors. So it's a little bit more user friendly, as Ms. Kathleen was saying. Ultimately, we have also reached out to HCAC for their assistance on this project in particular, because there is a way to make it a little bit more user friendly for the end user. The idea is we're stepping into the times, if you will, of some of the new stuff that we're doing. So it's taken us a while to get to this list, but we want you to know at least you have it in list form. The next step is going to be to get it into a map. And ultimately with this GIS, you'll be able to even put an image of, like say, there's an empty building that you want to showcase. We want to GIS our parks. What is an inventory of each one of our parks? So you're able to say, well, we're the listing of all the parks in the city. Well, there'll be a map. Here's where they are. You can click on the particular park. It'll tell you it's got 2 swings, a playground, a baseball field. It'll give you all the information all in one location as an inventory. So those are different layers of different maps, similar to the CAD, but I would call it more of a Marque specific CAD that gives us all the details that we would like.
They're setting up a demonstration for council of exactly how it will work. What will be in the first phase of it, the second phase of it. This will be cloud-based. This is not a software that we have to buy. It's cloud-based, and all the data and information belongs to the city. And we'll if we decide not to stay with this program and we want to move to another one, we retain our data. It doesn't go with the person who puts it in there. So that's pretty important. That was a stickler. That was one main thing I said. We keep the data. It's our information.
And I'm so grateful for this list. We've asked for this list since last year, so we finally got it. And with housing being such an issue right now, this is what we can do to, and I encourage Development Services and EDC to come together, because maybe we can create our own housing program within the city of Lamarck with a, a different committee or whatever. I'm not sure how that would look. But I think it's time for us to look at providing ways for people to move here with some of these lots, vacant buildings, because you and I know how some people come to building standards, like people don't care about Lamarck. That's not true. People do. And I think residents should be able to have an opportunity to purchase from their own city rather than people from the outside coming in. And then, they don't have the same respect for their city as people that live here. So thank y'all so much for this.
Spending a lot of time. It's not an easy process. There's a lot of things that, everybody has a wish list to go in it, and that means money. I think it can be supported both the current fees.
And if we keep it up, as long as we keep it updated, it's something that we'll have now every year.
Yeah,
And the
it's something we got to
uses
see.
it's on there, like Public Works can be in the field and they'll have an iPad or iPhone, and they can do things in real time. And it goes straight to the GIS person, not employed by the city, with them, and it updates the map in real time. We can update code violations, we can update lots we mow, we can update all this information, and you can do it just like that.
Right.
So
That's the general idea, but we have to feed it.
Right.
It's gonna be a multi-phase plan, and I see our fire chief in the back. We'll be able to know exactly every time we go to an inspection on a certain fire hydrant. Hey, we're here. This is what we're doing. This is what we're accomplishing. Locating all of them.
Yeah.
it's pretty amazing what it can do.
Very good. Ms. Fields, I'd like to shift the focus a little bit to code enforcement. Help us to understand, at one point, I believe you all were making at least 30 inquiries a day. If I can remember, that was department-wide. I think this might have been 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even previous to you. Kathleen was reporting these numbers to us. I guess what I'm asking you is, how has your workload increased as a department in this past year? Roughly, I don't need, perfect numbers, but how many, what do you call them? Complaints, or how many complaints does your department see a day?
Okay. Coming through request tracker, I would say on the average, it's gonna be 3 additional, maybe a day.
So
Maybe
3, so we're looking at 35-ish?
35.
Okay.
At minimum.
Okay.
But that's with me weeding out repeated, or duplicates of things.
So that's after you've weeded out. So you may see 60 complaints,
I may see.
but there may be 3 of one issue.
3 of one issue.
Okay.
Okay. But the other thing is that you may see is not only just through request tracker, those complaints, you're gonna get the phone calls. Inundated with phone calls that the administrative assistant is going to send to me to send out to the code officers. And not only are those calls going to come in, I'm going to receive calls directly to my cell phone or to the office.
Yeah, your city cell phone?
City cell phone.
Okay.
City cell phone, and then directly to the office, the work desk phone, messages that I'm going to have to pick up.
Do y'all, and I'm not suggesting that you don't, I'm just trying to get a better understanding. Do y'all, what other ways do y'all receive complaints?
Just in,
So you're not like scrolling on Facebook, looking
No.
at busted pipes?
I don't have
Okay,
time to do
okay.
to do Facebook scrolling. That's not my peep and Tom
Okay.
thing to do that. I
You
don't,
say
I
peep and
just don't
Tom.
do that. So some people say, you peep and Tomming on my Facebook. No, sir, I'm not. I don't have the time. But just in sitting out and doing the reports, you'll get you'll get a citizen that'll walk up and say, I want to tell you about this.
Okay.
So you may.
So walk-ups even, yeah, walk-ups, or flag downs even.
Flag down,
Yeah,
yes. Oh, emails, I forgot about that. And when they learn your city cell phone number, they want to text you. So there's a lot of complaints that come in that we may not have on the paper, but we can address, go immediately and put that fire out and just go ahead and open up a case and close it immediately because we were able to get to that complaint.
There's a lot of conversation, as you know, both you ladies know, surrounding the idea of code compliance and code enforcement. A lot of the conversation is there are specific codes that are enforced more than other codes. There's even an idea, which I've been a part of municipal government from the employee side. There's even an idea that perhaps we pick and choose things of that nature. So we understand that. What I want to understand from you is the length of time and the amount of work that goes into one case.
One case.
Because the idea, again, I want to be educated, and I want to be able to educate the public, or I want to be able to work with council to get our code enforcement department what they need. So what's happening where we hear from constituents or we see on Facebook or online the idea that things have been turned in and folks have been waiting months or even years for those issues to be addressed?
I can't speak about years unless it's something that happened in 2020 when I
Sure.
came aboard.
Yes, ma'am.
So before that, I won't be able to speak. And then some in 2020, I may not have been privy to those things because that was on the back burner. I'm not for sure. But things that have happened during the current time that I've been present and been active as a supervisor and also as a code compliance officer, if it's brought to my attention, I treat it just like it's my home because I want it rectified. If I'm not aware of it, then I cannot do anything about it. We are not going to the home and saying, oh, we just want to get high grass and weeds. We just want to do accumulation of garbage and trash. What we're looking for is, it's kind of like you go in and it's a crime scene. I want to look at all the evidence so that I can gather it. I can take photos of it. I can present it to the citizens and say, you have high grass and weeds. You have accumulation of garbage and trash. You have an RV, recreational vehicle that's sitting on the side of your house. You also have a junk vehicle. It's not just one thing that you go and look for at a house. You look at the entire picture. But some of the officers right now, they're not trained, that eye is not trained to see that. And that's where it comes in that I'm trying to be the educator. But the citizens are looking at, well, I'm only just getting one thing. Well, you called me out, you sent a complaint in and said, this is what my complaint is. There's an RV. So that officer, when I send that officer out, if I'm not with them, I'm having them to look at that. But at the same token, if I'm with them, I'm going to look at the whole scope.
Right.
So that's the new initial. And these officers just arrived in June. So June, and we're in July.
So we get a lot of, let me give you an example. We get a lot of, the council's worked on a chicken ordinance for 60 years.
Yes.
And we walk outside and there's 60 chickens still
Yes.
walking around. So what's happening with that's very frustrating for us as a council.
And I can tell you why. We don't have the staff to be, and I just have to be, in speaking freely,
Yes, ma'am.
chicken hunters. If I see them, I may be into a junk vehicle because that takes me some time. And the chicken may walk by me and I don't see it. But as a citizen, if you let me know, I'm going to come back to that. Oversight, human imperfection. I didn't see the chicken.
Yeah.
The city ordinance that you have for the chicken permit, it takes time. I've got to work with the citizen and educate them what you want, what you have set out for them to have. And they're saying, well, what about a grandfather? Well, we don't have a grandfather clause for chickens. So I'm working on that. Right now, the citizens are very upset because they can't keep their chickens. They're very upset about that. But I explained to them, I am just the messenger. And because I'm the messenger and I am the ambassador for the city to make that these things are in compliance, this is what the council, this is what the ordinance says, and this is what we must do. I've had a couple of people say, I'll just get rid of my chickens. That's your decision. I've had one this past week to pass. And we're waiting to give him his permit. He's paid, he's passed,
Yeah,
and that's just one. But at least we open up the door and it's pending one more.
sure.
Yes, sir.
With the chicken ordinance, to be fair, this is not just going out and looking to see if they have a chicken coop or a run.
No.
It's going out and measuring and inspecting it
Or
and making
the-
sure that it's got a roof and it's got everything in it for all the elements of that ordinance.
Yeah.
And she just doesn't have staff for that.
And
Sure.
then in the ordinance, it's speaking about a roof. Well, what is a roof for a chicken coop? And we had to come up and make a decision on our own. A gentleman brought to my attention, he has a old shrimp net that lasts for years. And he twined it together and he put it across the chicken coop. Nothing can go in and nothing can come out unless it's a mosquito, but nothing's gonna harm that chicken and that chicken is not gonna come out. So to me, that's a roof.
Yeah.
Because if you start asking people to put metal over the chicken coop, then the chickens are gonna get too hot and die.
Sure, yeah.
Now in the, in the chicken run. But in the chicken coop, they're gonna go into the chicken coop to be out of the element of the weather.
Right.
So they need to have a metal roof or a tin roof or wooden. But on the chicken run, that chicken needs to have some breathable air.
Right. Okay.
Are you asking, I think the thing is that code used to be more proactive.
Mhm.
And with the staffing levels and the amount of complaints,
We cannot.
Yeah.
they can't be proactive, they have to be reactive. And what that means is they jump from complaint to complaint.
So when we get full staffed, you're saying that we'll go back to a proactive
We will go
posture?
back to being proactive, Mayor, because that is my thing. I would rather be part of the solution instead of part of the problem. Being part of the problem is being reactive. Being part of the solution is being proactive.
Yeah.
So once we have the staff, these districts, the officers will have their districts and they will work those districts and they will work those streets. And I will be the person to make sure and ensure that they're doing that. Because I believe that boots on the ground makes elevation, and that elevation will come into your committee and say, hey, we got good things. But I want to change this up a little bit if I'm allowed.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
speak.
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I hear what we don't do,
Mhm.
but I want to tell you some stories about what we do.
Go ahead.
I have been an educator and a code, or I want to say correctional officer for over 30 years. And you've got people out in this community, they will talk to me and I will talk to them. But what I see is we go out and help the elderly. When they're bringing their groceries in and they can't get them in, we're helping them in. When a person can't mow their yard and they said, look, Miss Fields, Lieutenant Fields, Captain Fields, old woman, whatever they want to call them. I'm like, what can I do for you? Can you give me 10 more days? I only get my Social Security in once a month. Can you give me 5 more days? I know what your rule says. I've got to help them. But we have some citizens that want it now. They
Yeah.
want the enforcement done now. And we cannot do that.
Yeah.
We cannot do that.
Yeah.
And why are we not writing citations? The citations go to court and we're holding up the court and writing all these citations and they're going to be dismissed. Because the citizens are going to rectify before they go to court. And so we've wasted time. And I understand that there are some that need to be some citations written. But if we would be able to allow for the staff to grow, to be educated, for as long as God gives me the time on this earth, to help the city of Lamarque to grow and to become better, to be educators and not looked upon as code is the worst of worst. That's an ugly way for the citizens to see us. So we need the council's help in giving us the support that we need to speak highly of us, to speak favorably of us, that we're doing our jobs. And riding around the air conditioner car, I can go home and sit in my house in the air conditioner. But I choose to come out of retirement to work for the city of Lamarque. And I appreciate that you've given me an opportunity to ride in an air conditioner truck. But we're not just, we have to pull over, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
In a cool spot to write these cases up. Because the officers spend 95% of the time out
Yeah.
in these districts. So when someone comes and takes a picture, we're sitting in the front of the house. Yes, sir. We're doing our report. We've got to identify the owner. If that owner is there and has a vehicle, it may not be the owner's vehicle. We got to identify the vehicles on. Then we've got to tag that vehicle. We've got to take pictures of that. Then we've got to document. And lo and behold, somebody's knocking on the window, interrupt. We've got to move to go to another spot. And we're going to try to finish our case. Once the officers come in, and it's hot out there, it's hot. And I understand they got a cool vehicle, but I tell the officers, don't kill yourself because you'll be replaced tomorrow. They will be reading your obituary before you in the ground. Come in, get you some cool air, do your report. We come in at 4:30, start doing your report. We've got an hour to get those out, and it's time for them to go home and start all over again. And with that being said, I've been talked to. I'm out at 6 a.m. in the morning so that I can catch up. And I'm sending emails to the city manager. This is what I found. This is what I found. And I'm working till 6, well, not 6:30. I'm working till 5:30, but I'm still working when I get home.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking for some relief. If they could just give us a little relief. And I'm not asking for any concessions to, no, we signed up for the job. This your job. You do it.
What's relief for you, Ms.
Relief
Fields?
is support. Support me. Support my team.
With training, with
With-
financial resources?
Patience.
Anything that you can do. Computers, cell phones, whatever. I know we're going to a different statute, but when someone bad mouths code, speak up for us and talk about the good things that we're doing instead of the bad things that we're doing. And I don't see that in this community.
Sure.
I don't know why.
Yeah. I understand.
I'd like to take a minute and just notice something, because I noticed that Mrs. Hill is wearing her shirt. One of the things that we've done, if you notice, again, we said this, that we were going to try to implement this for this fiscal year, and Cecilia's taken this and ran with it. Not only does it say it on her shirt, but also on our truck. We got away from code enforcement. All right, we're just getting away from that. Enforcement, similar to law enforcement, it may give a separate connotation. By compliance, just by that, by what we're providing. Cecilia trying to build her team. We've been lucky enough to you know, we lost somebody that was here for a long time. We've got somebody that's joined us from a different city who's about to be certified. We had one officer start on Monday.
Yes.
And one started 2 weeks ago. So of her 3 people that she has, 2 of them have only been here two weeks and 2 days.
Yeah.
One of them only been here 2 days. So as we work on that, working with IT to switch over to iPads to make it more efficient. Once we get this situation figured out with TDLR and get this other person hired, we'll bring on that 4th code enforcement officer. We're working on getting them vehicles so they can be ready to go. Because for a while they haven't had it. They've been sharing it and getting the resources that they need. I think that's more along the lines of what Cecilia was talking about, but also the fact that the expectations of where we are. Since I've been here, we have not had a full staff yet in this department, and this is the closest we've been. So.
Did you say that? So how are y'all writing reports? If they don't have iPads, what are y'all using to write reports?
Right now, and I'm gonna be honest, I have one computer, it's my laptop. And
Your
the
own
other
personal
officer-
laptop?
No, sir, it's the city,
Okay.
but that's the laptop I've been using
Yes,
since I
ma'am.
was an officer.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other officer has a laptop. We had one to crash. Don't know why, it just crashed. And so I have 2 officers right now with no computers.
Vehicles?
Vehicles, we have vehicles.
You have
but
enough
they can't-
vehicles?
Yes, sir. But they can't ride until they're able to be trained on the computer. They don't know the districts I've got to ride. I'm riding with them. I'm the FTO.
Okay. Okay.
Cell phone. No, they don't have a cell phone.
And for that note, when this was brought to my attention, sat with Kyle, he's already ordered the MyPads. I believe they just arrived. Okay. So they're being put together along with a docking station similar to the one that I have, so they can be out there and conduct their work from the field.
Good. Good.
Do whatever we can to make it as most as conducive of a working environment as possible.
Good.
I think if you remember during COVID, the intent was for departments to be mobile. And that's exactly what code can. They have mobile offices.
Right.
And that's why the computers and iPads, laptops are so important, so they can stay in the field and work.
And Mayor, if I may say this, and this will probably be, I think this will sum it up. I worked with an officer who trained me when I first arrived here. Irregardless of what anybody else thinks, that was a wealth of knowledge that left. And sometimes you have to modify your behavior, and I've had to modify my behavior. But the money, if we do not get the money, the salary for these officers, that's why that officer is not here and doing the same thing in another city. Whereas that officer could have remained and just walked out their back door.
Yeah.
So we need something with the salary to make some kind of concessions to get the people that we need to come in and that will stay. Because I will be 65 in 3 months.
Wow.
And if God says the same, maybe you could get another year or two out of me. I don't know. But somebody has to come in and be able to take over. The city is not going to have any code officers, or you're going to have code officers with inexperience. And so you can't afford to allow the ones with the experience to walk away because of $2 to $3.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Any further questions for code compliance or developmental services?
I'd like to say a couple things. First off, every interaction I've had with both of you ladies has been amazing.
Thank you.
And I truly appreciate that. I find it amazing you can work with 3/4 of a person there, Kathleen. Just
I'll tell you that 3/4 of a person is like 2 people.
That sounds like 0.75.
What is the going rate for a code officer? Because I don't know. What do we need to make
If you
there?
look at.
I saw she had the draft in there in front of her. We're still
Well-
finalizing. I got one thing to add, but essentially we're paying 1860.
18 something, but you go to, just call it Hitchcock. Hitchcock is smaller than us. And officers making $24 an hour.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah, I have a full synopsis of that for you.
And Ms. Fields,
Yes.
now that I'm back and I don't have training for another month, I am looking forward to doing a ride along with you one
I
day.
welcome you.
That way I can see what we're doing out in the city.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman, Yancey has ridden with me before.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, we were able to do some good work in building in standards this year and getting some properties down. And so that's the commission that I serve on. And so thank y'all so much. I know we've got some systems that we've had to fix this year. And these are some, growing pains, of course. When you talk about giving good news and strokes, that's something we can do because we definitely don't get it either. So, but if that's something that you think that we should do more of, then let's talk about mechanisms where our the citizens can say, this was my experience with code, even if it's just an email, that they can email back to our public PR guy to put on the website to say, this was my experience. Because they do let us know when they have good experiences. I don't think sometimes we document that because your jobs are so punitive, right? As far as, but I agree with you when you talk about preventative, meaning get it on top of it so that you can think both ways. But when you're always complaint driven,
Right.
it's hard to do that. So I'm hoping when you get your full staff and get everyone trained, that's articulated to your new people that this is an organization where there's room for growth to move up if that's something you want to do.
Right.
Yeah. So.
And that was discussed with them this morning.
Okay. Okay. But I've enjoyed working with both, I've enjoyed working with you, with keeping Marque beautiful and you as well on the building standards commission. You wouldn't know you're 65.
That's them good genes. That's my relatives. My ancestors. Thank you. Yes.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, John.
And I just to help me out here. The line on 43, This is development services, Kathleen, where it says professional fees. And I think you and I have had this conversation in the past. That professional fees category is primarily to the outside person we use for the inspections
Inspections and plan reviews,
and the planning reviews, both.
civil and.
What's the in a city like Texas City, what's the equivalent staff position?
What do you mean?
Like, yeah, or League City, they're not contracting outside people to do this stuff, are they? They have a staff person?
I'm not sure what their staffing level is, but, the amount we pay for a standard plan review is $125. The fee we charge for that is $150 to a developer or anyone submits plans. And the inspection fee is included in the, permit fee. And the inspection fee is $25. So if you do the math, we would need probably, I know under inspections, due to the number of them we do, probably gonna need 4 inspectors on staff full time. But then you're including salaries, you're including benefits, you're including vehicles and all the other added expenses to it. So the third party contractor that we use, it is, I think it is saving the city money, if that makes sense. Because we're not paying those fees. Developers pay those fees. Whoever wants that permit is paying the fee for that inspection. Now, if they have to go back because they didn't pass an inspection, then we charge a reinspection fee. So the actual cost for our third party does not involve a salary and benefits and a vehicle, uniform.
Let's see if I understand it. You're saying that this 400, we're generating, if I'm hearing you say what you said, as a result of these fees, is it accurate to say then we're generating approximately $425,000 in revenues that permit for the
Budgeted for the professional fees, yeah.
We're proposing that for next year. If you notice on there, a large part of that is some of the large development that we see coming down the pike that we expect to happen this year. If you notice, we estimate we're going to end the previous year at 328 with additional growth that we have coming down the pike. I'm looking at page 44, top of the top shaded area there. We anticipate it's going to be roughly $150,000 more this year than it was. In addition to that, you asked what the equivalent would be. Correct me if I'm wrong. These would be building inspectors. Essentially, would be the title.
Would be a plan review and a building inspector. Because you can't have an inspector like we used to have 2 in-house inspectors.
I remember that, yeah.
And one was on retainer. For $3,000, flat out retainer. He got that no matter what he did. And he had to review plans and then do inspections. Well, one or the other suffered because he could not do all the plan reviews. And right now, there's no way that one person can do the plan reviews that we have, especially because of the major commercial developments.
And I remember you argued for
It would
that.
be an impossibility.
Last year,
Yeah.
you
That
pushed
takes-
that, yeah.
And
Inspections, one permit for a new residential home. There's a minimum of 5 inspections. Right off the bat, 5 inspections. Sometimes 6, depending on, ADCO does the drainage. So those are included in that fees of the ADCO, for civil engineering. So 5 inspections for one building permit. And they may not go and do them all at the same time. They may do it for this one and this isn't ready, so they move to the next one, right? If you have one inspector and they have 50 inspections a day, there's just no way they can keep up with it. Right now, we have a 24-hour turnaround. People call in for inspection and they're inspected in 24 hours. Other cities can't say that.
So I guess that's why I'm looking for clarity here. You're telling me that this fee is to a company then,
Yes,
and it's not to a single individual.
correct.
That's what I'm hearing, correct? And so that's
The contract with BBG, Safe Build for our inspections
mm,
and residential plan reviews, commercial plan reviews.
Mhm.
Our fire department does our fire plan review.
Mhm.
Because we're very, very, very good fire plan reviewers. And then ADCO does all the civil plan reviews, commercial and residential. And then the inspections for the drainage, they do those. All that comes out of professional fees also. But BBG handles the bulk of it. Their plan reviewers, I get plan reviews back that they send me at 2 o'clock in the morning. So they're working pretty much around the clock,
Mhm.
doing plan reviews for us to turn it around due to the growth we have.
What, so the understanding that I've had in the past, it was a single individual, the one gentleman I
It
had met.
was, it was.
It
when
was,
Derek was
it
here,
was
she had one,
Yes.
and then she added another.
Mhm.
And in the amount we paid them, we're getting 3 times the work with the third party.
And under the professional fees expenditures, does that include ADCO as well?
Yes, sir, on the development side. And Rick is different, where ADCO does work for him.
On the public service side, okay. All right.
And if you remember, Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things why this was proposed to go with this route at that time was one of the complaints was it was taking a long time to get some of these reviews done. So much so that I had a city recently reach out to me and worked with Kathleen to get a reference to see about utilizing our same company that we're using.
And I also noticed, and this is listed under development services, but utilities, it says weed control mowing.
That should
And-
actually be under code, but I think it's yeah. But demolition is under development too, and it should be under code.
If you notice, it's shown and then it's shown as a negative there again.
Already has 60,000 under code department.
For weed control.
Yep, so you'll
But then it
notice
says
that
that it says here, mowing of 59 vacant lots at
Yes.
500 and, is that 55 or 555?
55 per lot. So these are now reflected under code and no longer part of development services. That's why you see that they put an estimate of $80,000 for this upcoming year, and we subtracted that 80 here. You'll see that same number a little properly reflected in unison with that on page 199.
Weed control mowing is on page 200.
Yeah, 200, I'm sorry.
When the program originally started, I believe council budgeted 8,000 a year. And then due to the decrease in lots that were maintained, we decreased it to 60,000 a year, and we think that's pretty much where we should stay.
And these are the ones where we're putting the liens on the property? Or no?
Yes, sir.
These are ones of so basically you're updating the lien information as the work is done.
Every time we mow a lot, we put a new lien.
This list was at over 100, and now it's how many? 135, and now it's down to 50, 60.
How many highway lots do we maintain monthly?
It's 60.
60, like we maintain 60 lots.
60.
Twice a month.
Twice.
We mow twice a month.
Some twice a month, and some we've had to go outside when there's been a lack. Maybe the work was not able to be performed, and we've had to use an outside contractor to come in
To clear the lots?
to mow the lot.
How does that process work? So I'm curious. You pass by, you see a lot, how you do whatever process you do, whatever that looks like for you. And at some point, you call somebody to come over, right?
That's after we've exhausted all means, and I mean, I can't find an owner. It's gonna take a good 30 days.
Yeah.
And but we're not in the land clearing business now. That's a big difference. Everybody thinks we're supposed to go in and do this undeveloped property. We can't do that.
Yeah.
You know, but placing a lien on someone's property is after we've exhausted all means and we've had to send a contract. We add it to the mowing list. And the city mower will go over and mow it. And then it stays on until someone comes in and say, well, hey, you know, or we see maybe the mowing service goes by and someone is mowing. Why are you mowing? We have this on our list. Well, this is my property.
Yeah.
So we have taken it off, but those liens remain. You know,
Yeah.
it
So-
may be an uncle or a sister comes out of the woodwork and say, this is my mother's property, and they want to start mowing it, or the neighbor starts mowing.
Yeah.
But it's no point in us leaving it on the list if somebody else is mowing it, but those liens remain on that property.
So,
You also go through all the
Yes.
properties every year.
Every
to
year go
verify.
That if we have new owners. We
yeah,
send out a yearly letter, the first of the year, to notify you that your property is on either on the mowing list or it needs to be mowed.
Yeah.
If I don't get any response, it remains on there, because if I don't, that yard is gonna.
right. So here's my question. So you pass by a lot, you do all of that. And at some point, you get on the phone and you call somebody that knows how to mow a yard, right? And you say, mow this yard. And I know we have companies. I'm just kind of being oversimplifying it.
Right.
So you say, come mow this yard. And at some point, do you go back and check to see if they mow the yard?
Oh, yes, sir.
What do they do? So they come out and they mow the yard?
The contractor goes out. First, we have a book.
Uh-huh.
That's to the company that we're using right now. We've made
So you're using one company right now?
we're using one company, but when that company is not able, then I'll have to get someone else to come in. And
okay.
that would be two or whoever I can get to come in and mow. If they may be doing demo and they are also able to mow the lawn.
Okay.
So the process is, once they've come out and they've mowed it, they have to take a picture before and after.
Okay.
They have to submit that to us with their invoice. I had been going out myself because we didn't have a staff. Now we have an officer that can go out and investigate the lot, go out, look to see if that work has been done. They bring they take the binder with them with the parcel number. It has to match up with the parcel number that the contractor gave us. Put the time on it that they went out and investigated to make sure that it's mowed. They bring it back into the office. I'm going to review it to make sure all the parcel numbers are the same and the pictures are the same.
Okay. So what's the turnaround time? If I mow Monday and I submit it and I turn it into your office,
Yes,
when does your officers go out and verify that it's been mowed?
you can give that to me today, but if you give me the invoice and you give me the pictures.
Okay.
I'm going to print out the pictures that you submitted from your camera. You're going to submit the invoice. If you don't submit the invoice, I'm not going to go out and look at anything. Invoice. So you submit those things to me. Let's say today is Tuesday. You submit all that to me. I'll go out on Wednesday if the staff permits.
And do you take a picture?
No, I don't take a picture, because if I'm going to take a picture, then I'm going to have to download that picture in along with the mowing picture.
She verifies when they take a picture before and a picture after.
This
She goes out and inspects the lot and verifies that it was mowed and it's true to that picture. It wasn't just-
So let me ask you this. When you get your new iPads, would you take a picture? I'm just asking. I mean,
The
would it be
idea-
okay to
I
take a
could-
picture?
I mean, I have a camera now with my cell phone. I
Yeah.
can take a picture.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm just
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
just trying to think it through.
Yes,
Okay.
we could.
The idea, Mayor, with the process that we're working through IT with is to streamline, to make it all virtual, to make it all electric, to make it so that we don't have those files, and to make it to streamline it a little bit, because we are cognizant of the fact that it takes time to do so. There'll be a training session that'll go through that to make sure that the software is compatible, everything we have is compatible to do that. But the thought process is to make it as efficient as possible to do that.
So the persons so you take a picture when you see the high grass. You got to do that to build a case, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, somebody comes out to mow it. They take a picture before,
Yes.
they mow it, they take a picture after, they send you the invoice with the before and after pictures.
Before and after.
And then you, within, maybe 48 hours tops, you or somebody from your office goes out to verify this.
I'm going to say within 24.
Okay.
I'm going to say. within
And then you
24.
sign off on it
I sign off on.
and
it.
that releases the funds.
That release. First, I'm gonna verify everything.
Okay,
And that's not gonna release the funds. That's gonna be submitted to the finance department, and it's gonna take however many days that finance does their business.
gotcha. Okay.
Keith, what was the discussion that you were having with Limbarger yesterday on these liens?
Yeah, the other thing that, the other thing that, we were talking to Linebarger, which is responsible for collecting outstanding obligations to our city. You all know that. I believe I was asking them about liens, because what they were saying was if you have foreclosed property, tax foreclosed property, what they do is if it's foreclosed, while they're going after the foreclosure and those tax obligations, they are also going after the liens. And my question to them was, how do you know if you're going after an accurate, verifiable lien? And that's why I'm asking you what your process is, right? Because if they're going after a lien in our city, as it relates to a piece of property that's in our city, we need to make sure that they're going after accurate liens, right? Which is why I'm asking you, how in your process, because I don't know, now I know, you're taking a picture.
Yes.
And the folks that do the mowing are taking before and after pictures.
They're taking.
And you're coming back to verify.
And verify. And all of that documentation is downloaded into the computer, and it's also attached to the lien, and it's available for anybody to view.
With the link,
With the lien.
Okay,
including the invoice.
okay.
And now you brought back,
With.
here's where,
Marker, they do not collect liens.
that's what I was about to say. They said they didn't collect.
More money and stuff like that, but with Linebarger, where they're involved in the sheriff's sale.
Yeah.
And they swear, which the city manager and I and Alex met with Mark Chevalier. And we talked about all this. What it is, the city gets a certain percentage after the taxes on the sheriff's sale. And after the other entities, it's divided out and we get a little bit. What Mark explained to us, that we sent him the mowing list so that he could focus on trying to get at more of our liens, percentages, payments back to us. But by state statute, they usually avoid it. When they sell the sheriff's sale, any liens previous to that point are voided. But he was going to try to recover more of that for us. But the only way you're going to know the total amount and the exact amount at that time is if you go do a title search or you on the county appraisal site where it shows all the liens we filed. Now, I'm sure they do that maybe when somebody buys it. Of course, cash sales, they may not. They don't even do title searches half the time nowadays. But what I did when I would get the foreclosure list, which by the way is very small now for the city of Marque, we should be very proud of that. But I make notes on the outside of it and send it back to Judy Fuller, who works for Linebarger. And I put on there demo lien, mowing lien, anything lien that we have filed on it, that property, I put on the edge of it because that list is given to prospective buyers. And I would put on there so that they would know. And I showed that to Mark, which I don't think he had noticed that or seen it, so that he can try to recover more of our liens. But we have to remember all the other entities, called the mainland, all these others take a percentage of that sale money. And the liens, I think, is the third or something entity or something that gets a percentage.
Yeah.
The
So,
priority of
and if any. Now, in the last couple of years, we've gotten more than we had before, but that's because the appraised cost prices have gone up. And the sales prices have gone up some. There were years when we began when we didn't get any.
Yeah.
And, but that's state law. There's no stopping that, because I've argued with them many times. It's just not fair. We're maintaining these lots and we don't get return for the cost for the city.
So,
But it's slowly increasing with property values in the sale now.
and you're right, because that was, he said, by law, they couldn't go after the liens.
Yeah.
But so here's what's missing, Mr. City Manager, and I guess in this report book, I don't know the total balance of the outstanding liens. And that obviously probably is something that needs to be updated every quarter, because you're adding every month twice, if I understood, twice you're mowing these lots. So the city's accumulating a balance there.
Yes, we do. We do.
And I would like to know,
Say, at this point now, this program's probably in hundreds of thousands of dollars now. But they say, like with Delmar, we covered that.
no, yes, no.
And I just had a lien payoff request from Richard Furman's properties. And that totaled up to a little over $100,000 because of all the properties he's owned and all the demolitions we've had to do on his property.
Yeah.
So slowly people are coming in and buying property. There are liens on, but they're getting monies from those. But if it's a share sale, you know, it's.
Is that something- is that something-
Somebody in the back says, well, maybe we can increase, instead of selling this vacant lot for 5,000, let's increase it to 6 or 7.
And Kathleen, is that something on this vacant lot list? Are you going to be able to show that there's a lien owed to the city
On those vacant.
on that, on
lots.
these vacant lots?
Well, we can. I didn't put that on there for that.
We weren't gonna include that originally, but that's something we could look into.
You talking about for the GIS?
Oh, the GIS,
I think you saw for the
That,
GIS.
well, the software they're
The
talking
software.
about, yeah.
maybe, I mean.
Just know that that's gonna be as of that date. Because if
Right.
not, I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty cumbersome.
Well, I would just like, at least
Certainly.
people know
Just
there's a
to know.
lien that,
We get lien payoff requests from individuals that buy properties and they'll say, oh, okay, well, I've got one lien on it and I have 15. Or I have 20. So we don't rely on what they say. We don't rely on what the title company says. We do our own research and we go in and make sure that everything's accounted for.
Mm.
So it's either don't maintain the lots and don't place liens, or either maintain the lots and then hopefully we get some recovery of that cost.
One of the major,
Can you look into cities that take those lots and turn it into for affordable housing? And that was the best practice of some cities. Well, sheriff sales, because you're already maintaining them, and it's easier for us to purchase them if we can. I guess we got to find out if we can, right? And then I know some cities at TML one year, they talked about how a city kind of cleaned up their city by doing some of that. But you know, properties,
There are avenues that you can go to, which I would need to defer to Jess on that.
yeah,
I think it's
right,
receivable,
right,
and then it takes an appointed person to handle that. That's.
right. It's almost like a separate housing authority kind of thing too.
Or
Yeah,
legal actions,
right.
because that's where you're taking the property, so.
What I'm talking about from the sheriff's sale, they have it for sale. That's what I'm talking about, you know. Because we have
Now,
some,
he did say that he was gonna prioritize
okay,
yes,
some of the lots that we gave him,
okay,
to prioritize those, to try to sell those first
right.
and recover more. of the-
Because we have a lot in District A that's been on there 15 years.
Yeah.
It's just sitting there.
and eventually those become arbitrage properties where the amount that you owe in them is more than the value that they're worth.
Sure.
And that's when they go into these sheriff sales, and then eventually we're all just sitting back, kind of left holding the bag because we use taxpayer funds to clean up these properties.
Yeah.
The purpose was obviously to create a better living environment for the neighbors around them.
Back on the tax roll.
I
Right.
think one
That does help that way.
Sure.
another suggestion might be is when it comes to the liens and you have someone besides the sheriff's sale comes in and wants to buy one, and they see that they have $30,000 worth of liens on it.
Mhm,
If they, you know, the city works with them on that
mhm.
and recovers our costs that it took for the filing fees and for the actual work being done. And with the promise of them building a home or doing something on that property instead of
Right.
letting it sit and
Right.
turn around and reselling a vacant lot.
Right.
You know, those are kind of incentives that you could add to it.
Mhm.
The sheriff sales, those are, you know, by the time it goes to a sheriff sale, then it's a
It's
difficult
done.
process there.
Right.
But it takes many years to get there.
One thing about talking to Mark about the situation that was promising was how he did say he's gonna try to help us with that, because we want to try to get to it before it gets, before we lose all that, so. Alex was also part of that conversation. The thought would be that if we do get to that point and the price point is somewhere that is sufficient for EDC to handle, that then they could make that approach. And it has worked on other lots, as Mark showed us yesterday during his presentation.
Kathleen, how does this work on commercial buildings. And I just say that in regard, I was noticing there's all that construction that I got involved there at Boucher and Cedar. But that old AT&T building is looking mighty raggedy and unkept.
Yes. There's been some interest in that building.
Oh,
As in, I've not been over there and done a survey of that building.
I'm just saying on the exterior, I don't know if you saw it.
It's an
But
old building.
yeah, it's not been mowed or anything. It looks almost abandoned.
Well, it's not.
Yeah.
I think Dino American owns that building.
Just saying. Thanks.
So, well,
Go ahead, go ahead.
let me just say this. What can you find out, Cesar, some type of ordinance, perhaps, or incentive? I know we had talked about this before, you and I, Joe, and the mayor to sell. Because that property has been there, I know, vacant for a decade. I mean, even if it's, the city will buy it, because that's prime property on 45, I don't know. But what type of incentive can we give our commercial owners to sell or something? I don't know. And I'll look it up, I'll research that too, but just to kind of see what do cities do when you have these commercial buildings that are not moving? We have that on Cedar. We have homes that are just boarded up, nothing's happening to it. So what do we do when the owner is just outright refusing? And you know what I'm talking about on Cedar, Mr. Sharp's property and the property behind the old funeral home. That's just been, nothing's being done to it. And that's a major road. So I would like to see if Development Services could look into some type of program or incentive of what type of ordinance do we need to create to get them to move on it, because those places then become places for vagrants.
That's what
and
the
crime.
vacant building registration would do.
Yeah.
Because you're forcing them to pay every year.
Do we have that?
Not yet, we've worked on it.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
They would be responsible for the upkeep and inspections on it every year, which adds another burden of code enforcement, and they have to pay a fee, and you have to set the fee that would encourage them to do something with the building or to lease it or something, sell it or whatever.
And then on the flip side of that, what is it, an incentive where it's not so punitive, but there's an incentive to sell? I don't know if that exists. I don't know, just something to think about.
So we can create something.
Mhm.
Okay, well, I think the direction was clear for us to move on that. And also, other things that we're asked to follow up on is get that rental registration tally of where we feel that we are and what we're gonna do to close that gap.
Billboard
The
permitting.
billboard ordinance, and then also lastly, this building vacant registration, the vacant building registration. You have with you that draft of the vacant building list. It is in draft form because, and it's a living form. I think there's one property on there that's already been, that they're moving into, the Caterpillar property across from Barcenas. Is one that might be listed on there that may look like it's vacant, but it's about to be taken care of.
Some of
So
those vacant, they're on that list, they're not buildings, they're all their lots.
That's just fine.
And any lots on 45 that are privately owned, they're just waiting to run off.
And I guess my biggest concern is you got a new high school, and a new stadium that is coming in 2 years. And if you have this beautiful new high school, and new stadium, but the neighborhood is struggling, you know what I mean? And we're not keeping up with things, and it's not looking good. We have to make sure that we maintain that, because that's gonna help us all once that new building goes over there. And they will look at what we have in Lamarque and the surrounding areas. And we've got some improving to do for streets, infrastructure, all of that, as we prepare for what's coming.
That's why we joined to oppose that. What was it? That used car place? right
Oh,
there with
yeah,
the-
yeah.
No. it's
No,
right there, near the high school.
1765,
Oh,
near
yeah,
the, near the
large
Lucky's.
chicken.
Remember the car place.
This has been fun.
No, thank you.
I'm proposing that we do this for the next 5 hours, just with you two ladies. I'm teasing.
More information out of it. Mayor Pro Tem, if you would ever like to see or see any of the invoices or anything for the plan reviews or the inspections, I'll be happy to show it to you.
Yeah.
Just let me know and I'll
I'm just,
make
I'm
it
just trying to wrap my head around
We
some
gonna
of the
keep-
comments Lynn Barker made to us. That's all.
No worries.
Well, gang, Caesar, do you think we can take a 5-minute restroom break? I see Rick in the back and I assume you want to go with Public Works.
Public Works, Fire and Police are the last three we've got left today.
Are we doing all these 3 today?
It's your decision, whatever you'd like to do.
It's 407 council. And we have at least Public Works.
Yep, and you've got,
We want Public Works.
it's your decision. I know PD's been here waiting all day to be part of theirs. Fire's been here for a little bit and Public Works as well. So it's your call, whatever you'd like to do.
Council, we know we need to take Public Works. Do we want to take at least one of the public safety departments today? Yes or no? Joe?
I'm flexible today.
Kim?
No, I'll leave
It
it to you
ain't
guys.
bad. I
okay?
prefer
You-
Public Works and Police.
You
I
helping
made a
us
6.
today?
6.
6 o'clock? Okay, we'll. James, you good? We'll extend till 6, which
We-
means we need to take a break.
And some of these departments we might be able to get through quicker than we think.
Okay, we'll have a hard stop at 6. We'll take a 10-minute break to let council get a regroup. Let's reconvene at 4:20. We are back after a brief break. That's our budget workshop for July 25th. We are on, I believe, Public Works. Is that right, Caesar?
Yes, sir. We're gonna start with Parks, that is under the Public Works Department as a separate division, as you supported this past year, so we're on page 107. No real estimated changes for this upcoming year. And generally, actually, the budget went down a little bit from projections, being that it was the first year that we had Parks. Our Parks has, as we saw on yesterday when we went and did our groundbreaking, we're taking new form. We've been aggressive with grants and aggressive with all opportunities that we have. We're still collecting the $2 fee. Obviously, to match up to where we are, where we need to be with that Parks Master Plan, we're gonna have to do something more aggressive. And we talked a lot about programming that be tied to parks that we would function through the library for the most part. But as far as the maintenance side, it still falls under the Public Works Division. And we'll ask any questions specifically for parks before we move on to fleet. I don't know if there's probably too many. We've kind of addressed parks from the programming side, but not necessarily from the maintenance side. Kudos to our Parks Board for their involvement this past fiscal year and a half. They're definitely very involved and very engaged.
Council, do we have any questions on Parks?
Only question I have is line item 1040 overtime of $1,800. That's it. I'm glad, but it just seems low, which I'm happy about.
One of the things that with parks on overtime, most of the overtime that was garnered is usually tied to events. One of the things that we tried to do last year as well was to, anytime that we have an event, to tie the event budget to that. So any park staff that was really getting overtime, most of the time is tied to those events. So for example, if their Bayou Fest originally was coming out of this actual budget or the actual operating budget, instead now we're making sure we tie all the labor tied to events to those accounts specific to the events.
Gotcha.
So in District A, let the record reflect, we still do not have a park in District A.
And B.
Well, you have pocket park. You don't even have a pocket park. You have Sawgrass, you have a pocket park in Sawgrass or the other one?
Doesn't have anything on it.
So far.
There's no.
It's dedicated, but we don't have anything on it.
Well, we're not even
West
dedicated.
Lawn's in B, isn't it?
West Lawn's an A. Or is it? No, it's A now,
I'm pretty
right?
sure West Lawn-
No,
I'm
That's
pretty
either
sure-
B or C.
I'm
probably
pretty sure
B.
West
Used to
Lawn's
be
in
B.
Yeah,
Used
it's
to
probably
be.
still B.
If it used to be B,
No.
I probably picked it up then.
I think it's.
Is it B now?
Oh.
If we read it.
confirm.
Yeah. So I'm still advocating for a park for District A. And for the second year or third year, it's still not there. And there's no plans for it to be there. And we are one of the largest districts with the most children, and we have no parks at all.
Council?
And along the lines of, I keep saying, the city of, well, it's not necessarily innovation, this suggestion, but we do struggle with our maintenance of perhaps sometimes the parks mowing or grass getting out of control, weeds. And it might bring us some media attention, just like Houston did when they brought in goats to do the weed control. And they have this voracious appetite, you know. And there's a company that makes those available. But certainly would be a very visible way if we turn them loose on some of our ditches, especially on some of them District B I can think of, out in your area, by the way, Mr. City Manager. They're along Williams and the street back there and along Volney. But I'm just saying something different. And they don't worry about the heat. And that's the other thing. They're out there munching 10 hours a day.
Would that fall under O and M or debt
You
services?
might have to have a bond election for that.
Have to buy some goats.
Would we be circumventing SB two?
Yeah. Rick. Just question, under total repairs and maintenance, there are two line items, 310 and 343. 310 says repair and maintenance of facilities, and 3043 says parks, repairs and maintenance to parks. It wouldn't that be the same thing?
So the 3043 line item has traditionally been used for the mowing contract.
3043?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is another case, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, that we might need to label these things differently. Right? Because it looks like if to the untrained eye, that those line items are doing the same thing. But you're saying they're not, and I believe
It's strictly mowing.
yeah, so maybe at some point we can have that Caesar Parks maintenance / mowing or something that we'll be able to see. Caesar?
Yes, sir.
You hear me? Okay,
Absolutely.
okay. That's all I have on
I
this.
believe finances use that 304309, so then the cemetery would be a different fund number, and then city facilities. And then that's why it says parks behind that on the line item budget. It's actually 304309-00- It's just the way finance has it coded.
Okay.
But I would agree. I mean, we basically, that's all that line item was used for, is the mowing contract.
Okay. Council, do we have any other questions?
So the mowing contract comes out of Public Works, not,
The mowing
Uh,
contract comes out of the various funds, so some of it comes out of
He's talking
the
about.
bulk of it comes
Park
out
mowing, okay.
of parks, but some of it comes
Oh.
from the general fund because of the city facilities.
Okay.
EDC also pays their portion to the EDC.
But you're not talking about the
Regular, yeah.
Kathleen and Cecilia's mowing. You're talking about our own mowing of our own properties.
park.
Right, there's two
Right.
separate contracts.
Right, that's what we're
It,
trying.
it's not intermingled with the code and code
Okay.
compliance.
There you go.
Okay.
Any further questions on parks?
I just want to thank you, Rick, for there was a little rough patch there between the Parks Board and the Public Works initially, right? With trying to understand the
goals.
the goals and then Mr. City Manager helping as well, kind of finalize and a parks plan as well too. But I appreciate your patience with all of us in that regard, and your staff as well too. Amanda. On that
So,
side.
Cesar, if a resident wanted to donate land for a park for District A, what would they donate land to the city to create a park for District A? Could they do that? Or is that something we have to ask us?
To find out the legalities of it, I think they would need to surrender the property. And, Let
Okay.
me find out.
Because where there's a will, there's a way.
This is online.
Gus is
Gus,
online?
Gus is online. Hello, Gus.
Hi, Councilwoman. How are you?
I'm better.
You sound better. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, sure. If a resident wanted to donate land for a park, how would they go about do that? Or could they do that? Can they do that?
Sure. So, I mean, we would have to look, I'd have to look at it in more detail, but what I would say is generally this. If someone was subject to the city's acceptance of it, wanted to donate land to the city, that is something that the city can absolutely look at and entertain.
Okay.
Now, of course, the logistics of that, I mean, obviously, once the city takes on a park, the city's gonna own that.
Right.
in perpetuity because you need an election to sell a parkland and so all of
Right.
that, you know,
Okay,
but.
thank you. I
You're
can
welcome.
direct that person to you, Cesar. Okay.
Okay, Caesar, where are we going next?
Page 113 takes us to the shop.
You said 116?
113, and then shifting over to 114. No prospective changes here. Going straight into the budget itself, the summary on page 114. We're pretty much showing, for the most part, a very similar budget.
Is this what did we call it yesterday? The
Service tax.
service center. Is it service center?
Police service center, yes, sir.
What do you got for us, Rick, as far as cleaning this place up and getting some of these old vehicles and pieces of equipment out?
We have some vehicles listed through auctions right now. I don't think we've had any bites. I need to double check on that. I don't have specifics for you right now. Mr. Bush is handling that for us, but we came to council on 5 or 6 generators, the bulldozer, 2 extremely old great alls, I believe an old dump truck. I don't believe we've gotten rid of any of that equipment right now. So the plan of action is to let it go to auction. If it doesn't sell at auction, the next plan is to actually junk it.
So
And
is the what
scrap.
donated
Junk
or
it.
junk it? Okay.
And scrap.
So how long are we gonna let it sit on the auction block?
I don't know if I have that exact information. I probably wouldn't let it set more than 60 days, 60, 90 days.
So it's probably past 60 days, right?
Yeah. When-
Gotta go.
Yeah, the generators have got to be close. The vehicle went just last month or so, and I don't know when they got posted. That's
Yeah.
what I need to check on for.
So we need to move on this, Caesar. If we got stuff back there that's been on auction past 60 days, it needs to go. And Rick, if we were to leave out of this council meeting today, right now, and we were to go over to the service center and we were to look and inspect the service center for cleanliness, will we be happy or will we be unhappy right now?
Unhappy.
We got to do something about that this year, season. This is again over and over and over again. This, and it doesn't take, here's the issue. All it takes is manpower. And I'm sure that there are temporary staffing services that we can employ for 30, 60, 90, I don't know how long it would take, days of, crews, 3-4 person crews to get this done. It needs to be clean. It needs to be cleared out. It is a safety hazard. It is inefficient. It's costing us as taxpayers more dollars because a lot of our assets are not turned over. They're locked up over there collecting dust. And it's just not a good, it's just not a good position for us to be in. And I've been around here a long time and we've always had a problem with this service center. And it needs to stop this year. Again, I don't understand why we can't employ temporary staffers to clean our service center. That's a no-brainer. And I would like to see that personally. I would like to see that done within the next 60 to 90 days, personally. If I need an action item for that, Caesar, because I'm talking to you, not to you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Caesar. If I need to get an action item for this council to pass to direct us to do that, then I can. If you're looking at our faces and you don't see any objections, then we probably should get that show on the road sooner rather than later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Not mad at you, Caesar,
No.
or you, Rick. I'm just saying we got to move.
Consider it done.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
On here as well, I just wanted to pay mention to line item 7020 along the same lines. This area has one package request of $300,000. The request is to provide some type of assistance needed for exactly what we're talking about, to properly store some of our vehicles. As an estimate that he has, there's more of a description of that exact breakdown a few pages later. Hold on, my pages are stuck. On page 118, that describes exactly what we're asking for there as part of this package. And it's a new equipment storage building to protect our city assets. And that is for the most part encompassing what the total amount would be. That
just
said,
an
we'll
aluminum building, basically.
basically, the one that was there now, Rick, I mean, I know you probably have talked to your staff for some stories. My understanding is that there was a storm, not a covered entity, and that's why the current building is in the condition that it's in.
The roof was damaged during a windstorm. I don't know if it was Harvey or possibly Ike, but one of the roofs has been ripped back. I don't know if a claim was ever put in. That was before me, but TML did look at the equipment storage unit. And they really wanted me to rope it off at the time. I mean,
After the event?
the I-beams are rotten. That building is a safety hazard.
Is that the building that we are unable to get insured?
Probably so.
Zoom
It's
in
the
on the
one that
building.
sits behind. So there's what I refer to as a building, which is the shop, the garages. So there's multiple garages on the back side of the shop where we have storage for water supplies, sanitary sewer, and there's a street garage. So those all have garage doors that are somewhat connected to the main shop, the major building. The lunchroom down there is a disaster. It flooded years ago and never was fixed. But we really don't have a place for staff to even take lunch down at that facility. And the sign's still there outside the building. It says lunchroom. It's sad, but it's just been wasted away down there, basically. And that's what you said. And I think that's some of the cleanliness problems. I just met with staff last week about doing a better job. We try to concentrate on doing some work down there on Fridays. Bringing in temporary help is certainly a good idea. We still need some type of supervision down there. What do you do with the stuff? Staff needs to do a better job putting things up, taking time. But unless the city's willing to demolish all those buildings and rebuild everything, which is a lot of money.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of trying to work with what we've got. Right now, the building that this is referring to is the somewhat of a lean-to open-ended garage. And one of the things we've even looked at is a soft-sided type of storage unit that are used. Engineering question whether it could hold up to the wind rating, but the wind rating is pretty high on those units.
Yeah.
So that unit would go up a little bit less than a typical steel building. But we need some kind of protection for over $1 million worth of equipment that right now is sitting underneath a building that could come down on us.
That's the clarification I need. You have that picture up there, but you're not talking about the building with the red dot on it.
Yes,
that is
the B building. You can see the roof.
Zoom in there a little bit. See how that is peeled back a little bit.
All that's rusted, and the A-frame, the structure itself is bad.
But is that building enclosed?
No, sir.
So
It's open on the length is open. It's closed on the sides.
Just on the sides.
Yes.
And that's the one you're suggesting would be
That's when it needs.
300, that would, so demolition is not even included in this. in
The
this
original
budget.
quoting included demolition, but that 300 grand is kind of an earmark.
Question, going back on the auctions. These auctions, is this City of Lamarque? Because I check the auction sites often. I've never seen anything on vehicles.
We only have the one that finance Susie Koo gave me that we're supposed to be on, so I don't have that off the top of my head. So we can't list it on multiple auction sites according to what I was told. It has to be on the auction site that council approved.
And the city site doesn't even show anything for auction.
That's the one I don't even know what other ones we approved, but the one that says city link on there, public auctions shows nothing. Now Kyle had our computers on there.
I'll get with, I'll get with finance and Rick and see what auction site they got listed on. And if you haven't had any hits on that one, then I'll put it on the public surplus.
I'm not sure the vehicles are on there yet. That's what I need to check on.
Yeah.
I thought the
It's
generator.
not on the public surplus yet.
Isn't that, by the way, just procedurally, isn't that a determination that you, city manager, bring to council to say, council, this is the items that we would now ask your approval?
Yes,
Right.
Today,
Yes,
I
we
think I
have.
brought you 2 or 3 lists, 1 or 2 of them were from IT. And the most recent one, I believe, was from Rick.
Okay, well, I didn't recall. I remember the IT one, but I
Yes,
didn't.
It was two.
Vehicles, okay.
It may have been 2 and 1.
Yeah,
You know, it's-
we had two, 'cause we had generators and then we had the vehicles.
We'll follow up on that.
I'll follow.
Any other questions specific to fleet or our service center, which is pictured here? I could tell you just from what that looks like, Kyle, scroll a little bit like to the left or up, excuse me, the other way around. I could tell you when we got here that you couldn't see the top. That whole corner was all covered. So right now you could almost drive around the entire area all the way through. You could not do so. You could not get past that building before. So we are making strides. We just need to do a better job of that. Also, that big mound that's in the middle is kind of excess dirt that we use sometimes to fill in holes or different areas that we have. So we're looking at reorganizing that space a little bit more and reclaiming some of that, because you can see some of it is overgrown as well. So we'll come back with a full plan synopsis using this as our baseline, maybe an overlap of what we're gonna make.
Yeah, we need some options on that structure. If we're trying to protect $1 million worth of equipment, and you're suggesting that this structure can fail us at any given time, I think it'd be foolish for us not to look at some sort of options to see if we can do something about that this year.
We need to look
Absolutely.
into building A too, the main shop. That's
Building.
building A, the main shop.
Oh, yeah.
That's just,
In the front right there. I got you,
yes,
I
the
got you.
first building. That, I know that came up last year. And I don't think it's gotten any better.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure it's gotten worse, so we need to look into that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, both structures are bad. We're trying to bring back the front structure of the shop, as we refer to it, which is a silver roof. And that's where the garages are at.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, Caesar, not today, but definitely if we can arrange for the council maybe to tour that area sometime during the budget workshop, just a 10-minute tour, just to so we can see how dangerous, maybe dilapidated, right?
There's also, Greg, talk to us about that. There used to be gas fueling for the city vehicles took place here. The status of that pump, it used to be right there.
Yes, sir. And we still need to pull those tanks.
So when we talk about TCQ and all those items, those are 2 things that we need to do as well. And that's a pretty hefty project as well, but we need to do that to make sure we're compliant as well.
Council, do we have any questions for the shop? Anybody? All right, Caesar.
Excellent. Moving right along. Immediately afterwards, on the very next page after the request, you start Public Works on page 120. If there's any specific questions about any of the areas that we have. I will say that our Public Works are through their diligence and through part of the street team has taken on some of the excess mowing from the lots that we talked about earlier. So they are working in that capacity, helping out with some of those lots. Because during the summer, it has become a little bit hard to stay on top of all of them. So they are helping code compliance with that aspect of it through that product, through our streets team. Again, at no additional cost to our taxpayers, because those will go straight to the liens being processed. Major thing that comes to mind here as far as the base and the increase in the base is where it is now is trying to reclaim some of the staff that we've had to essentially make that makeshift department with the makeshift ditch crew. To see if we're able to get that through our street side, since we cannot support it through our utility side. To try to reclaim some of those 4 bodies that we're attaching to that. To that operation that we know is necessary.
Did you just say, Caesar, that? Did you just say that that we are using that we're using public works staff to mow overgrown lots?
Some of our overgrown lots that are on the list that was brought to you earlier from code. Some of those lots, we are not able to maintain them enough with the current list of vendors that we have, which is why we're bringing that back out to bid. So we've had to start using some of our public works staff in overtime capacity to no expense to the taxpayer to make sure that we can stay on top of those lots. Those lots, those expenses are being encumbered and then billed through the lien process over to code enforcement.
Okay, so what are those employees supposed to be doing?
Well, this is beyond their regular shift. These are.
You're
folks
saying outside of their.
outside of the regular 40-hour shift.
So
This
then
is
that's
outside.
time and a half.
Yes, sir. And it's done so through the lien process.
But here's the question, which I'm just trying to bring this to light. Earlier, Kathleen said that at the end of the day, at these sheriff sales, when those properties are auctioned, we get very little of the lien monies. Did you hear that?
We get very little of it, which is why this is a very temporary solution till we can bring back that bid. And this time around, we're gonna look at probably getting up to 4 vendors so we can make sure we can stay on top of the capacity.
Okay. Any questions for Rick or for Caesar as it relates to Department 12? Public Works?
No, while you were talking, Rick, I received a message from one of my realtor friends that the Marque is now number 6 among the 10 hottest growing communities, according to her, in the Houston region. So I know that has a lot to do with community policing, our chief, public works, our city management, and our council. I just think we need to pause and just give ourselves a clap or something. I've never seen Lamarck on a top 10 list for Houston, and I know 15 years. Can we do that real quick, council?
We want.
Yay!
Yay!
I had to do that. That's some great news. This staff has worked hard. This community has worked hard. And we're getting some much needed recognition. And just, I thought it was appropriate, Mayor, to say that because she just mentioned about not being stroked or not being, what we're doing well, supported.
You're right.
So I want to make sure that you all see that. It came out for the Q2 report for 2023. That Lamarque is number 6 on the list for top 10 cities in the Houston area. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also on that note, if I can call your attention to the packages listed on here. I want to say something very astute that's available with the software we're using this year versus other years, is we're able to forecast some expenses a little bit ahead of time as we see them before, so we can start planning for the future. We're not just planning 1 year in advance. Specifically on, let's look at page 1. First 126, you'll notice we put in the package that we need for the mosquito program. That's listed on 126 for your consideration.
Thank God.
All right, right now it's sitting in a package, which means it's outside the current budget, but that's where it's sitting right now for us to make do. That's on 126, but I want to call to your attention, for example, on page 127, on your assets listed on here, that's normally having to do with your vehicles. So if you notice, there's no package listed for 24, but we're already forecasting that we have to make some changes to the fleet in 25, none in 26, and again in 27. That's also glaring to see on page 128, where we're looking at different items that we would like to see added. not so much for 24, but if you notice in 26 and in 27, we're anticipating the purchase of a new tractor because of the lifespan of our tractor. And some of these costs, continued breakdowns on the existing tractor, lead to downtime for us to try to take that on a little bit more. Also, I'm sure you noticed in the parks budget as well, that budget is lower because we are starting to take on some more of those things in-house as we can. Obviously saving us money throughout the long run. So as we develop that crew, and that's also true on page 190, or excuse me, 129, you'll see the asphalt zipper trying to reduce the actual cost slated to that. And that's spread out over a certain amount of time as far as capital expenses. So those are the packages that we're able to forecast for future years now that we have not been able to do before.
Here's the deal, Caesar. Again, for 2 or 3 years, we have been promising our residents, and I can't even think of the name of the machine, but there's a machine that's pulled by a truck that actually repairs potholes. We talked about that. And so my question is, where is that in these packages, especially and in particularly knowing that we have ARPA funds and other monies to be able to acquire these pieces of equipment? Why isn't these things in this?
Rick is finalizing your capital improvement plan, your overall CIP, which will be brought before you. He's actually just sent me the review, I think yesterday, for final review that we're bringing to you. Once that's adopted, once that's adopted, the next thing is to bring you how we're going to start spending some of those ARPA funds. And that pothole repair machine, the trailer, essentially it's a pothole trailer, is in that first round of requests through that ARPA.
Why wouldn't those, and just a question. I don't know, I'm asking for the answer. Why wouldn't that be in this? In the
I believe, did you encompass that part of the asphalt zipper? Is that what you're incorporating there on page 129, Rick?
Yes, we took a look at that machine the other day. So I guess from a standpoint, just talking on streets, right? Right now, we don't have the capabilities of even doing cut and patches. I don't know that the pothole patching machine at the cost that they run will just basically do pothole. We in order to do more extensive work on the streets as far as cutting out bad spots, alligator spots, and coming in and patching those, we need more equipment. We need a roller. We need a tamper, a roller in order to do that work. We looked at one of the machines we looked at is actually a truck that can hold hot asphalt. We don't have an asphalt plant close to us. And when you start looking at doing better asphalt work, you need hot mix. Right now, we're using cold mix on all of our potholes. So we buy asphalt in advance. It sits down at the Fleet Service Center outside and it goes in cold. And basically that process is time consuming. One of the things we're using right now is actually bagged asphalt. Asphalt's kind of gone into a new generation of material right now. And the bagged asphalt that we're able to use is actually holding up really well on a lot of the potholes. So it's just a matter of where we want to spend our money, because admittedly, a lot of the streets are way past pothole work. You know, they really need to do the work like we recently got done with the county work here, where we're doing mill and overlay work. This asphalt zipper that we looked at actually has the ability, when you do mill and overlay work, you're only taking 2 inches of asphalt off. And you're putting 2 inches of asphalt back on. So it really doesn't do anything with the base. That asphalt zipper we saw the other day that did Vonnie goes down 10 to 12 inches. It's a full depth repair of the street. And a lot of cities have seen a lot of savings with that equipment. They've got a lease program with that piece of equipment. It's $50,000 a year for 5 years. But some of the big pothole patching machines are costing near that amount of money, and all they do is pothole patching.
Yeah, but Rick, which I sounds like we need both. I am not mechanically inclined at all. But I will say that zipper that you're talking about, I assume that's going to take a lot of training in order to be able to operate. One of the problems that we have in the city of Marque is we get good people, but we don't pay them enough. So once they are trained, they go off to other cities to make more money. That zipper sounds like a very specialized piece of equipment. I'm all for it. The pothole repair machine seems like that can be operated with a lower skill level. And so while I'm not opposed to the zipper personally, I think we should pursue it. What I am saying is I do not, because I've heard this from too many of my constituents, I do not want to discount this pothole repair machine, because historically potholes have been one of the nuisances in our city. So I would like one vote for us to look at both, because I fear, just like the what is that machine? It's just the great all, just like the great all. We got a great all, but we don't have the salary to keep a heavy equipment operator to operate the great all. And so the zipper or zipper, whatever, the zipper, I fear that we will have a nice zipper down at the shop and not have a qualified staff person to operate it. Again, this pothole machine seems like it can be operated with a lower skill level. So can we please give the council an opportunity to move forward? And again, I support you in the zipper. I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying we probably need both, Rick, because we simply don't know that we were going to always have the skill level to operate the zipper.
And we could, I would follow up on what Mr. Garcia was saying. We could follow up. I mean, we could make some changes, because you're correct. I knew we had some of that equipment in the ARPA money funding. So we didn't need to buy it twice, I guess. Either we
Right.
do it out of the capital, the capital fund separately, or do it out of ARPA.
Right.
We'll make sure you see that in the final CIP proposal.
Any further questions for Department 12? Hearing none, Caesar, proceed.
That concludes our time with Rick.
All right, Rick.
If I missed anything, I think that's it, right, Rick? That's
Yeah, we
everybody?
can do utilities later, I think.
Yeah, we'll do utilities as a total separate package.
Good deal. Thank you, Rick.
All right. Chief Merriman. Call your attention to page 73, because there's no changes to 72.
73.
Yes, sir. As we gear up to go over this process, you'll notice that a large part of the changes from one fiscal year to the next revolve around the packages that are placed. Last fiscal year, we talked about where we are with fire and where we want to be as far as the engines. We do know that we want to stay away from one-person engines, which is where we're still at now. Discussion centered around that. And also doing the best we can to fill all of our vacancies that we had at one point, beginning of last fiscal year or the end of the previous fiscal year. Chief, we had how many vacancies in firefighters? We had, was it 9 or 11 that we were down?
9.
9. We were down 9, and even though we've had some additional turnover this year, at present time, we're down how many?
1.
1. So even though there's been constant turnover back and forth, we've been able to still be +8 for the year. And we'll continue working on that in hopes that we're able to fill that one vacancy before the end of the fiscal year. This budget, as it's before you, Chief, you want to talk about your highs, your lows, and some of your challenges from this year, Anything else that you may want to, any highlights or anything you want to discuss?
Actually, yeah, I'd like to point out that we are only one person short, but it is not due to applications. It is due to us trying to find the right fit for your Lamarque Fire Department. A little over a year ago, we were 9 people short. We needed bodies. We weren't very picky about the decisions we made on hiring personnel.
Yeah.
But you guys have an amazing team of firemen, and now it's about finding the right fit. So we have applications coming in, and we're in a position where we can be selective on who we think will best serve you guys. So our one vacancy is an active process of being filled. So.
Chief, I just want to interject this. This is just me, part of my background. When I hear that term in a context of personnel, that's makes me nervous. Quote, the right fix. We have standards. You posted a job, I assume a job description out there.
Correct.
And any person who responds to that job solicitation or the job posting should be given an equal opportunity, in my world, to realistically have that chance to pursue the job.
That is correct, sir.
So, I'm just pointing out that term, the right fix.
Let me clarify it for you then, Mayor Pro Tem. A year ago, our job posting was for firefighter paramedics. We would take firefighter basics and put them through paramedic school. In fact, that is one of the highs. Last year, we successfully put 7 people through paramedic school and 2 through advanced. We have 8 new paramedics on the street getting trained as we speak. Now I'm in a position where I'm looking for a firefighter paramedic, I'm looking for somebody that is fully qualified, both fire and EMS, so that I don't have to put somebody through College of the Mainland or Galveston College and spend overtime dollars backfilling their position while they go to school, because it's a requirement of their job. That's what I'm saying, is I'm not having to fork out the educational dollars for college classes. I'm not having to backfill overtime. I'm not having to create staffing plans to make sure those guys get to the college, because I have one vacancy. I can look for a firefighter paramedic, not take on a firefighter basic or a paramedic that has to go through fire school. I can look for that person that fits our position.
And that was the job posting, a
Correct.
firefighter paramedic.
Yes, sir.
Can we highlight on changes in your call volume? Also, any other highs and lows that you would like to share from the year?
Throughout the year, we've obviously our call volume with the construction and, increase in increase in commercial as well as residential around here. Our call volume has steadily gone up. In 2021, we ran almost 5,900 calls. And in 2022, we ran almost 6,300 calls. And if we continue on our pace in this fiscal year, we'll be somewhere around 8,100 calls. And a lot of those are, due in part mostly to the I-45 expansion construction. We spend a lot of time on the freeway, on accidents and things like that. We have a few other things that we've done is, we added 6 car seat technicians to our staff to help put in child safety seats. We've added 5 CPR instructors. Our goal for next year is to roll out CPR classes for the community as well as all Lamarque staff. Our goal is to make sure that everybody who is employed by the city of Lamarck has a CPR, a basic CPR and first aid card. And then hopefully our goal is to once every other month, maybe sooner, maybe more frequent if we can, but I'd like to start it like bi-monthly and offer a free CPR class to the citizens. If they want the card, I mean, the card will come with a cost, but the training would be free to the citizens. Obviously it would cost us some personnel dollars, but I feel like that would be worth the exchange if everybody was getting CPR training. A few other things that we did at the direction of Mayor and Council, we rewrote the mission statement, core values, and basically, if Kyle, you want to throw that up on the screen here?
Give him a second. I don't know
Oh.
what you have to say.
So we rewrote the Lamarck Fire Department didn't have a mission statement. They had a description in the budget book. So my team and I sat down and we came up with a new department mission statement. And the three biggest keys in it are courage, commitment, and community. You know, this department is committed to its community, and we also have a set of core values that involve family, integrity, commitment, trust, respect, honesty, and accountability. And your fire department has bought into that wholeheartedly, and they are there it is. So we created that. We actually
You have
fully-
that and you can hand out.
I will
Okay.
provide it as a handout. I'll put it out.
I actually have some if you guys would like to.
I can't see that.
You have some? Yeah. Thanks, Chief.
Yeah.
Also, another one of the highs is with our new billing company, our EMS billing company. The early projections from what I've seen, it looks like our cash collection per transport is increased about $60 per transport. So some of our lows, we've struggled with some maintenance on ambulances and engines. They're running a lot. They're old and they're getting a little long in the engine hours and mileages, and they're starting to cause some maintenance issues, and we keep getting pushed back on our deadline for our ambulance remounts. They're now telling us it may be February.
And that's from 2 years ago.
From October of 21. Yes, sir. It took them a while to get VIN numbers for the chassis. And then once they did, there were so many people ahead of us that they're still looking at February before we can even get them in. But we have found another company that remounts Fraser ambulances. I'm in the process of vetting them to see if they are something comparable and can be done faster than February. Because we're putting Band-Aids on cracks and dams. The water is leaking and we're just barely keeping it from coming out. But we're managing so far.
I hope you're not talking the engines with Band-Aids on them.
No, sir. those two are, they're holding up, but they're getting up there in miles too, so. But we're still maintaining those. It's really the biggest trouble we're having maintenance wise is on our ambulances. So, but I'm actively looking for a quicker alternative to February.
Have you looked for another company?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. We're looking for, we found another company that will remount the boxes we have and so that we can still retruck them as opposed to buying whole new ambulances to try to still save the city some money.
Yeah.
We looked at the company's product last week. We're in the process of vetting some of their current customers to see if it's something that that would work for us. Because I feel like another 8 months in these 3 ambulances is going to get costly on the maintenance budget.
3, what about the 4th?
The 4th one the Ford hasn't ran since Harvey.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
one of the things that was important to this council and still is important to this council is training.
Yes, sir.
Training of your staff.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us an update? I know that you've had some firefighters, fire personnel reach certain training milestones this year.
Yes, sir.
Could you give us an update? I know that's something that Councilmember Carlson was very interested in.
Yes, sir. Your Lamar
It's on the screens. It's also in the packet in front of you on the
page 2. You've had your Lamar Fire Department has had seven firefighters reach advanced level certifications in structural. We've certified 4 instructors, 1 fire investigator, 1 arson investigator, and those are 2 separate certifications. The difference between the 2 is your fire investigator is cause and origin. They do not hold a peace officer's license. The arson investigator is a certification that is held by a peace officer. It just coincides that those 2 certifications are held by the same person. We did help one of our firefighters get their fire certification, and once they did that, their peace officer certification was picked up by our fire marshal's office. So we have a new fire investigator, arson investigator. We've had 3 people complete fire inspector training. They have inspector 1, inspector 2 certifications. I've had 8 complete driver operator or pump operations training. They've gone through that, and I have 7 fire officers, and I actually have 2 more scheduled to test next week.
Okay. So that would be, if they are successful, that'll be 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so over the last year, the fire commission has revamped the farm system. And for those of you who don't understand that aren't on a fire commission committee, the farm system is the test bank and the testing and curriculum side of the FIDO. So when we started going through and revamping some of the questions, it overloaded the system. The commission has been up and down on testing. Testing has been available, unavailable. So it's been hard to get people in without it creating an overtime issue to get them certified. But they all have course completions. You just can't see them on FIDO's website. Everybody has course completions. They just don't have an active test yet.
So the 2, when these 2 staff members, if and when they're successful as in their fire officer certification, will that then bring all of our captains to the level of fire officer certification?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I'll step back. I know Michael was.
I also believe it brings all of our engineers to fire officer certification as well, sir.
Good. Michael, did you want to?
Hopefully one of your captains is the one scheduled to test next week. Because I'm looking at the rosters right now, and that's the only captain that's not certified.
7/28 is his scheduled date, sir.
Good, thank you.
I know the other two captains are certified, so, and I appreciate that. Now, there you have one medic that isn't even fire certified, or it's not showing.
Correct. That was,
Is that the other one that's scheduled?
they are scheduled to do skills testing in September.
Okay.
That was back when we needed personnel.
Right. But I appreciate the hard work. Please let your other captains know. Let everyone that got their advanced certifications know. I appreciate that. I know this council appreciates it, and the citizens most definitely will appreciate
In
it.
addition to your, in addition to fire certifications, like I said, we had one person who completed in the I Am Lamarque program, the person that we hired that was a Lamarque resident and a Lamarque high school graduate, successfully make it through the EMT program and the fire program. He is currently scheduled to sign up for his advanced next school semester. And he is currently working a shift on duty here in the city of Lamarque. I would also say that he is a legacy. He will be a 7th generation firefighter.
Oh, cool. Well, good deal.
And
he's from
his-
Lamar?
His daddy was a firefighter here in this town.
In Lamar?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. All right.
So-
Good deal.
Proud of that one. I had 2 complete advanced EMT. Like I said earlier, 7 paramedics, 5 CPR instructors, 2 administrator of records through the Department of State Health Services. Not a required course, but for people who are in charge of your EMS department, it handles Texas Legislative Code Title 15711 in depth, and it basically keeps our fire department from being penalized for doing something wrong in the eyes of the Department of State Health Services, as far as our EMS program is gone. It's not required for municipalities to take that certification test, but being in charge of, an EMS program, I felt it important that we did that. You also have 4 personnel in captain level and higher who are just about completed their advanced professional series in emergency management. That is, to my knowledge, the only person in this city currently that holds that certification is our emergency management coordinator, Kyle Hunter. Myself and my deputy chief are 2 classes away, and it's only because they haven't been offered yet. Our entire advanced professional series has been done locally here within our region, free of cost to the city, because we've been getting them scheduled through our county OEM department. Also, all of our engineers and captains have taken their ICS 300 and 400, which is required by FEMA for reimbursement.
Good deal.
You said all your engineers are officer certified.
I believe so. Yes, sir. I take that back. One is not, and he has given us a retirement date.
Oh, okay. Okay.
After 26 years, he's going to hang him up.
Heading to the beach, huh?
Give them my congratulations.
Absolutely.
Chief, good job with getting certifications. Tell your firefighters that.
It's a tough balance when you're shorthanded with people, like we were for so long, taking classes that are not mandatory by commission rules. They're all voluntary classes. It's a fine dance to keep people on trucks in service and to be able to take those classes when you're shorthanded. So being able to recruit and retain people has really helped us be able to free up time to do a lot more of the training that we want done. We've also implemented biannual live fire training, worked out an agreement with a fire department over towards off of Highway 6 that has a burn structure. And they allow us the use of their burn facility at minimal cost for the fuel to burn, which is hay and pallets in a burn facility. So twice a year, we do live burn training, search and rescue, and smoky conditions. And
All members?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We actually work it out where the day we pick, we will do the on-duty crew that morning. The crew that would be relieving them, they would hold over cover. Once they've gone through their live burn training, they come back, take over. And then it's a long day for some of us that are instructing it, but it's very valuable for your fire department guys to be skilled in search and rescue and live fire training. And we do that twice a year. So
good deal.
I will tell you that you guys have one of the best fire departments in Galveston County.
We believe it. We believe it.
Just want to comment on this as well. We talked about some of the efforts that, and you'll hear some more when we talk about PD, the efforts that we're doing to educate folks and to be there, provide a service, preventative measures with this child safety check. Unfortunately, we had some unfortunate incidents that occurred throughout the year and accidents. But I also want to commend on two different things that you'll hear both now in PD. We're pushing for certification of both of our departments. So you'll see that that's one of the asks that they have in their packages to try to move that forward. But also something that I don't want to skip over, the fact of something that Chief said, we are also our own most important clients. We're working on getting some ADs for all the buildings, and more importantly, to be able to get every single city employee certified. I don't know that there's a city around that could say that they do that. That's one of the goals that I've challenged Chief and his staff with, because God forbid anything happens and any city employees around will have the ability to offer that to any resident that's closer. It's a force multiplier if we're out on site, not only for ourselves, but also for our residents if we're near them. So I just want to highlight that. That's a big goal that we have. And once we've succeeded with all of our employees, it'll be part of the onboarding process when we hire new employees if they don't have a current CPR card, and also for the renewal process. That's the first phase that we're going to bring on. The second phase would be to, like, as Chief mentioned, to offer that to the community as well. We know that in sudden forms of cardiac arrest, having CPR available immediately increases the opportunity of making it past that potential incident. So I know you guys said you're willing to step up to the challenge. Lastly, this last budget cycle, you approved some positions that we've just recently added. We waited till the end of the fiscal year, or closer to the end, make sure that we could fiscally make those happen as was planned. We did so, and we're already starting to yield some dividend from those by getting some more inspection and getting options to try to change the tide sense.
I would also like to say that on the council cycle for the videos, y'all saw the car seat check that was happened on the 15th. Your child safety seat technicians checked around 20 seats that Saturday in just a couple hour span. It was a productive day for our child safety seat technicians.
And that's a service we'll continue to offer. Thank you, Council. If nothing further.
Go
ahead, Jeff.
Chief, this is Cesar on your revenue sheet side. The page 3, I see the ambulance fees. What I don't see, because we just acted upon the new collection contract. And during that discussion, you said that we had that new contract that actually specified certain fees for residents outside the city limits for fire truck.
Correct.
And EMS, I assume, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I don't see anything for that category. All right, in terms of potential income. And then the other thing that and this is kind of just by way of an explanation, Chief. We had our Kathleen indicate that we're seeing more of the fire review on the development side occurring.
Yes, sir.
And yet I see that amount of income reduced here. Once again, I don't understand the logic behind that. As well as the code inspections. You said those were increased with your report, but I'm seeing that amount decreased. I don't need an answer now, but I'm just saying, those are things that I have questions about.
Got it.
Along those lines, Caesar, and I don't want to not acknowledge what's in your rough draft of the budget. You have a package for about $1.3 million. And that package is human resources. It's personnel in the fire department, which is almost 100% increase in our salary allotment. Estimated this year will be 1.8. This proposed package will add 1.3. And so I get it because of my former profession. I'm sure Michael gets it because of his current profession. But the folks out in Lamarck may not get it. So if we could just in 2-3 minutes or less explain what this is about and how we propose to pay for it if the council chooses to entertain this package.
Certainly, for those that are following along, we're talking about the package that start on page 80. A lot of them are related. So Chief, if you want to play rapid fire here, page 80, we've got new fire captains for Station 2. Why do you need those and why are you requesting them?
So it was at council's directive that we get ready to have captains at both stations to man both trucks. That is, I believe, with all of our training being finally done to where we have enough company officers and engineers ready. It does two things. One, it takes away adding the 3 captains. One gives us a secondary person on each engine. Which right now could currently be running a 1-man engine, and that's the NFPA 1710 says 4-man engine. So the way I broke it down instead of a total package, the 3 captains would be for this side of town to put a second person on this engine over here. The second set of them would be 3 engineers for the other side of town to put a second person on that engine. And then there is a third package for 3 base firefighters to put 3 personnel on each engine. And that was an attempt to get us up to our 4-man engines that NFPA 1710 recommends. Also based off of our call volume, Fitch and Associates did a study back in 2017 on fire service fatigue. And they basically went off of what's called unit hour utilization. So how many calls you run in a shift based on how much time each call is on, however long a call takes. We use an average of 2 hours per call because you respond, you take the call, you transport, or you spend time on a fire scene, you come back. At the rate our call volume is going, our unit hour utilization runs somewhere between a 0.34 and a 0.39. And the average for the fire service fatigue, they say it should be between 0.25 and 0.30. So that would mean we need additional resources. The other 2 packages are for enough personnel to put up a 3rd medic unit and a 4th medic unit should you guys see fit. Again, those are, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, council, what was needed to make sure we were successfully delivering emergency services to the city. It is obviously a plan to better our services. Obviously, it all can't come. I don't I don't know where it comes from once. I mean, that's where you guys get to make the tough decisions. But certainly that was the reasoning for the personnel request. I feel like nobody has given you guys the personnel, what it would take for us to be, you know, 4-man engines where we can follow our 2-in, 2-out rules and have additional medic units to respond to the increasing number of medical calls that we are running. And I know that is an extremely costly thing, and I don't know where it comes from, but at the end of the day, I would be remiss if I didn't have that there for you guys to look at.
And quickly to add some of the other things, just rapid fire here. Another one of the items ranked number 2 is the ambulance remount that we just talked about. Item number 4 is the Lexapol for the policies and procedures upgrade to get the certification that's being asked for. Item 5 is the Scott SCBA bottles.
So those are air pack bottles for our breathing apparatus that we wear. Those bottles have a just like everything in the fire service, a 10-year shelf life. Previous chiefs back in 2016 bought, I believe the number, I don't have it with me, but I believe it's somewhere around 16 bottles. My goal, instead of forcing, you know, our hand in 2026, I would like to purchase 4 or 5 of them at a time to lessen the burden on the citizens, to keep us from. And that gets us out of we have the same problem with some bunker gear. In 2013, we bought 20 sets of, when we went to the black bunker gear, we bought 20 sets of gear, and that all goes out this year. We have incrementally purchased gear, so we're not as bad off, but we still need to purchase a few more sets of gear to keep us. One, it's going to break up us having to buy 16 air pack bottles all at once and 20 sets of gear all at once. If we can do it over, 3 or 4 at a time over the next few years, we just have to keep cycling that out. Once we get in 10 years, when we get to that lifespan, we're not doing it again and trying to buy, 16 air pack bottles at whatever the market rate is in 10 years, because it's significantly more than it was 10 years ago when we bought them the first time.
The only item not covered in there was item number 7, the AEDs that we mentioned earlier for the buildings. There's a request for some thermal imaging. And you talked about the rest, I believe. So
I need some clarification on this. We had previously budgeted past year. It might have been 2 years ago. Originally, this was 2 years ago. You were interim
Ambulances?
then, the 2 ambulances.
October of 21.
The remount.
Yes,
So that was the 21-22 budget.
correct.
And that money's still there
For those two.
for those 2. And under this, you're suggesting now we're going to take one of our existing ambulances
Correct. And remount it.
so we're going to be down to 1 ambulance.
They will go in one at a time. We'll send one in. That way we're not going to lose. We're going to keep 2 ambulances in service. Only one will go to remount. So in February, the first one goes to remount. Once it comes back, the second one goes to remount. Once it comes back, the third one would go to remount.
Well, you can still understand my confusion. That's not what this is saying here. This is saying that you've got an opportunity because someone backed out of an order.
Right.
That you can go ahead and get this done now.
No, we have the opportunity to pick up that chassis that was backed out of at the 21 price, and it goes in line with the other 3.
Oh, so that's not saying the work is going to be.
No, sir. The work is not going to be, we're still in line at Fraser.
Picking up this
This
chassis.
is just chess.
Again, this is contingent on vetting this other company.
Mhm.
We may be able to get done faster and at a less cost than buying the name brand.
Okay, but we'll always have 2 ambulances
Yes, sir.
running. All right.
Our goal is to keep 2 on the road at all times. It becomes difficult in a lot of times with our aging fleet.
I thought the plan was, once those went in for remount, we'd get a loaner ambulance.
We would.
Is that still the plan?
but they won't give us a loaner until they take one to.
Right.
To remount it,
Gotcha.
which keeps getting pushed back. You know, we were told January, then we were told May, and then now we've been told February.
Question I have is, I know we talked about adding those two positions. Once the department could prove the income for them. I don't remember seeing a comeback with the income with the new system.
We've just been able to bring them on board now within the last few weeks. So it's going to take some time to see what the calculations are to make sure that our projections are accurate.
Well, I thought that was the deal the council had made. We were going to bring those on once we saw that this new company could bring the profits up. That was the sticking point, was we said, we'll go with this new company, but we need to prove that you guys can turn a profit before we brought them on.
And so far our cash,
But we haven't seen it as a council. So you guys brought people on without us making sure that the company was being able to turn the profit. Correct? I know I slept since then, but
When did we institute the actual new fire bill?
the new fire billing went into effect December 15th.
I know I have the numbers. I'll have to find out where it is and I'll bring
okay,
it back to you.
but my understanding was you guys were going to come back and bring it to the council. That was what I remember we talked about. That we would try it, and once you guys showed a profit, then we'd add those two positions.
We have the data. I'll make sure I bring it back to you.
But we already added the positions, so what's it gonna, I mean, I'm sorry, you
added
can't
both
have a
of them.
job now.
We haven't.
I was under the impression that the first one would come on at the first quarter and the second one would come on half. We purposely didn't bring on the first quarter. We waited until last month to bring one on, and we have not brought the second one on yet.
Well, I'd hold off on that second one until we see the profit, till we can make sure you guys can afford it.
And I
I
haven't
mean,
brought that
because I'm not
person on.
going to the money tree. I mean, I don't know where the money tree's at anymore. I mean,
Understood. We'll make sure we bring that.
so that's what I thought we're under the understanding of.
Are y'all confident that y'all are making money?
I have to trust in the people that we put in place to do the billing, and when they send me the numbers, and
Have they sent you numbers?
they have sent them to finance.
Okay.
Then why wasn't it brought to us, the council?
I'll find out.
I mean, Joe's the numbers guy. I mean,
Well, we definitely need to,
But-
Michael brings up a good point. So we definitely need, the council definitely needs to see those numbers.
You will have them.
We are confident that you're confident. And so we believe you, chief. We just need to verify it.
Absolutely.
Good deal. Good deal.
I have a question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Chief. And this is not really regard to the numbers, it's more so about personnel. How are we doing when it comes to recruiting?
We're only down to one vacancy right now.
Yeah, and that's firemen.
Yes, sir. Yes,
How
ma'am.
are we doing enforce minority recruitment? I mean, that was a goal of ours, because the reputation of the
believe-
fire and the police in Marque is that they don't promote people of color,
I believe as of
particularly
right,
African Americans. How are we doing in that? I was asked that question last week and I did not have an answer.
I can look at the numbers from the last testing and the last set of promotions and get you who may have applied for those and get back to you.
Thank you.
Caesar, do you have anything else?
No, sir. Ready for PD.
Sounds like, chief, that we are going to look at your packages and your proposals, and certainly, I'm sure you'll be before us again when we actually get into the budget.
Yes, sir.
Chief, good job. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Chief. Thank you.
Thank you all.
It is,
I have a hard time. 6:15.
it's 5:50. We got a hard stop at what?
Six.
Six.
Yeah, 6. All right, Chief Argon, can you get it all done in 10 minutes? Now listen, Chief, don't sit in that seat if you can't get it done in 10 minutes, Chief.
I will start. I will start with,
How you doing, everybody?
as the entire team approaches, highlights of this past year were definitely the COPS grant. So unfortunately, we had some turnover. However, we are working hard on that recruitment of the turnover. Actually, I just signed a new PAF earlier this afternoon, like when we were on break for a new police officer. So we're excited to see the progress being made there. So we'll have an updated vacancy report for you. Clear as day, our data shows that the crime rate is down. That was a very big focus point of this council and through the Safe City Initiative. Ups and downs, highs and lows. I guess the biggest low right now would be we're still trying to fill positions and we need police cars for those officers that we're working hard on getting. And the highs have been that our crime is significantly down. I guess that's my 30-second summary, so I don't take up too much of Chief's time.
Thank you, Steve. I'll go over the highs real quick and then the lows. Is that
Go
right
ahead.
there? Highs for 22, we reestablished the community policing. As you know, we had 5 community watches introduced during 2022. We're now at 7. We're going to produce another one next month, in 2 months, over there by Melody Lane.
Oh, cool.
So that'll be number 8. We started the Marque Safe City Initiative under your commission me to do that, which we produced in February of 22. And we're working on that to make us the safest city in the state of Texas. We hired a crime analyst, which was part of that program, the Marque Safe City Initiative. We started CompStat, which is a monthly meeting where we meet, and my sergeants are now responsible for preventing and controlling crime. It's not just on me. And Councilman James Ross attended one of the meetings. I think Mayor Pro Tem, you attended one.
Yeah.
And you attended one too, Councilman Carlson.
Yes,
And
sir.
Mayor, I'd like you to go to one someday. You'll see just what we're talking about. Everybody's responsible for preventing and controlling crime, not just Randall Aragon.
Yeah.
Okay, we had a TAPS grant, which we were awarded. We're now working with the school. It's starting back in August. It's basically a program to reduce the social distance between the teens and the police.
Right.
And as you know, the stats showed after the first semester, it was incredibly different. It was like almost 50% increase in how they felt about the cops. That warmed my heart. As Councilman Yancey knows, we won the award, Municipal Excellence Award for our community policing program, and we're going to enter that again this year. We're going to add a few extra things, and I'm sure the city manager will tell you it's going to be some mental assistance and the police department. So we're looking forward to that. We got the cops hiring grant, almost $1 million, $750,000 to hire 6 officers, which we've already hired the 6, even though we're short officers. But there are 6 officers that are being reimbursed under the grant at this time. As the city manager mentioned, our crime rate has been reduced 2021 over 20 by 18%, 2022 over 21 by 13%. That's pretty good figures, and we're going to keep trying to work on that. We had an operation facelift. I must say, when I came back in 21, our lobby looked like a truck stop at 2 a.m, and it's changed. It's a totally different, thanks to Warren Robichaud working on, Councilman Yancey, you commented about it. I think you took a picture of it. It looks so nice, but it really looks good. And, we're still working out of a 54-year-old building. So, we're trying our best. We started to work on the Texas Chief of Police program, best accreditation program, best practices. We're not matriculated yet, but we're working on that. We're going to be accredited in 2026 or earlier. And we'll be one of the many cities, or not many, but of the cities that are going to be accredited. It just makes you do the right things right when you're accredited. You have standards you have to follow. We initiated a de-escalation training. Every year, our officers receive de-escalation training. I don't care how long you've been here, every year you're going to get a refresher. And we did that last year. We're doing it again this year. We initiated a positive organizational culture training on 7 habits of highly effective people. And we even have it on the wall in our squad room throughout the building on what it takes to make yourself do the right things right the first time. Okay. And during, we hired 3 officers during 2022, and we hired 3 officers this year. Our lows. Our lows.
Seven this year, seven.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, 7 this year. Thanks for the corrections. Okay. It's a lot different. Okay, our lows. Our fleet. I'm going to cover what the lows are in just generalities. Our fleet. Number 2, our space. Number 3, we need to be accredited. Number 4, our records. They're just piling up. We got a room full of all records, and we got building a bunch of records down there. We need to do something. I've already talked to the city manager, and I'll elaborate on it real quickly. And personnel. During 22, we lost 4 officers. Okay. 3 of them left because they had a better deal. They told me that.
Yeah.
And one just didn't make FTO. She didn't make the FTO program. Our turnover rate. Now, let me say this. Turnover rate 5 to 15% for police departments is healthy. There needs to be some turnover. Some people need to go. Some people need to stay, but just 5 to 15% is good for turnover for a police agency. Okay. 7 to 8% is ideal. Our turnover rate for 22 was 12%. So I'm really proud of that. We're not really doing that bad. We're not really doing that bad. Okay. All right. Let's go back to fleet. In 2000 fiscal year 21-22, we put in a request for 10 vehicles. 10 vehicles. Now, don't forget, we don't buy vehicles. We lease them. It's around $700 a month for our marked units, a little bit less for our unmarked units. Ford had problems. There's 10 vehicles sitting, there's 4 vehicles sitting in a place that outfits them, and there's 6 that are not even manufactured yet. The 4 that are sitting there needs camera systems. We're waiting on that. We had a change from WatchGuard to Axon, whatever. It got really complicated. Now, because of my staff has worked so hard on this, between the enterprise agent, who's a great guy, Matt Whiteley, and the city manager, who's doing a great job on that, and Susie, we did all we can. We recently gave it to the city manager, and he's diligently working with the enterprise person and the finance director to get these vehicles. We need these 10 vehicles. It started in 21, and we're working on it. So Caesar is working on that. We cannot do anything more. I mean, I've got on my knee, I got on my elbows on this. My staff has done everything they can. Gilberto Rodriguez Girard has all the information that's needed, but it's got to be done at that level. So thank gosh, the city manager is helping us on that. Okay. I'll just tell you right now, we have 19 patrol vehicles in our department, 19 patrol. And at this point, they're hot seated, and Councilman Carlson knows what that means. You get out of it, the next guy gets in it. You don't want to do that to a vehicle. I'm telling you, it just wears them out. Now, we have 19 vehicles, 4 are above 85,000 miles. They say when a vehicle gets, the fleet consultants state, when you get at 85,000 or more, the cost of ownership triples. Cost of ownership triples. You wouldn't believe the repairs we're making on our vehicles because 4 vehicles are above 85. Now that's just, some are at 97. Okay, our average fleet is at 57,000 miles. Now, that's because that's the average, but you got some way up there. Studies have shown that the average patrol vehicle, if a car's got, like I got some in here with 50,000 miles, you say, oh, that's pretty darn good. But you know how long that engine's been running with our traffic stops and our traffic control? They say at 2.5 to 3 times the amount. So an average police vehicle with 50,000 miles has really got 150,000 miles on the engine. So that the cost of owning it's going up with all that. So with that, highs and lows. There it is. It's in 10 minutes, you mayor.
Chief, very quickly, could you talk about your call volume last year to this year? Well, what does that look like so far?
Say again, sir.
Your call volume
Okay,
last
it's
year
about-
to
it's
this
about
year.
the same, about 13, 14,000. It's been steady. Our calls for service has remained the same, just about. Of course, we made more cases as far as DUIs and cases like that. You've heard about the traffic enforcement, which increased. You know, there's other reasons in there that, you know, beyond us, but we're trying our best. I told the city manager and Susie, when I was interim city manager, that when we get a fill, we're going to have a traffic unit. When I left, we had 2 people working traffic. Let me tell you something. When you don't have anything to do but work traffic and not calls of service, things go up, and we got to get there. We've got to get there. And I'm going to have at least two people doing that. And it could be from that neighborhood safety team, Mayor, which is going to be those community policing officers doing nothing but directed patrols. They could be doing traffic and nothing but traffic and no calls unless there's an emergency. So that our traffic enforcement would increase, but we got to get there.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, Caesar, anything else?
No, sir. I would like to open it for questions unless you want to go over some of your package questions yourself now. Council, want to go over your questions first?
I didn't talk about the building. Can I say something? The
Absolutely.
space.
53?
Can I say something?
Yes,
Caesar?
sir. Absolutely.
I mentioned, you know, space. Building's 54 years old. We've been there. The mayor's done the best he can. I had nightmares about that whole issue. But the thing is, we're running out of space, and I know they're moving forward to it. It's going to happen. But just like going to space, I talked to Caesar about digitization. We've got all the stuff that can be digitized. We can get an office. Caesar's got all the information on that. He's working on that. We've got to take the records and probably put them elsewhere, even if it's a lease, on a lease matter, and eventually digitize them. But they're in an office that I could use for people. And the whole office is full of file cabinets. And so hopefully that'll happen. So with that.
On that item, we talked about digitizing files. There's a quote for roughly $250,000 total to digitize all the police files that are dating back to the 70s, if I'm not mistaken, maybe older. On that perspective, we did talk about if the need arose in the meantime, until we get whatever we need to do from building A, we need to convert one of the classrooms that are on the second floor for PD storage that we could have locked access to alleviate some of that space. But there is an option for us to hold them offsite for digitizing purposes, but the problem is that they would be offsite. We are looking at other ways of possibly handling that. The other thing about that is the police station. One of the things that we're working, and Cal's working on getting us some quotes, is to reorganize the actual space. Could you pull up the police station on the CAD or on the Google Maps real quick for a visual? Currently, the area that's right behind the police station is a grassy area. That is part of the grounds. We're just not utilizing it. So unbeknownst to some of the folks around, they didn't think that was actually their area. And so what we're looking at doing is reestablishing that fenced space right there that's identified in the back. Right now, that entire grassy area in the back. So if we're able to essentially re-fence that space, we'll be able to gain some space in that back, so that back rectangle, that's the green that's right behind the police station. That is obviously a temporary solution. We've been discussing about putting some type of buildings there, whether it's not Connex boxes, but some type of metal structure, anything else. We want to make sure that it's in line with the facade of our downtown area. So we will be working with EDC for some insight on that and possible support. As we know, throughout this past year, we've been through an entire study for our police station. We had a committee that was appointed by this council, and we looked at that. The pricing came by a little bit higher than we were able to afford to do the entire thing we wanted to do. We've looked at alternate sites, but the consensus is that even if we add a substation, something elsewhere, that we are able to still fix this. It just removing the police station from this area may cause a vacuum is one of the concerns that's there, especially with crime in the general area surrounding the police station. So, yeah, you want to show that real quick? This is one of the drawings we're going to just post very quickly that we've worked on once before as to what it would look like as one of the additional drawings for the space and what it would look like if we went in phases to get something done. Obviously, very preliminary, but to the difference of that, obviously we need support. We don't even have dollar figures to this. We're just trying to see what could could not work there with this space, but as far as what would be phase one without trying to affect the current building too much. We would need the support to do that. Obviously, reclaiming the rest of that space is vital. And that's the first phase of what we would do. So we're working the first phase being just fencing it around, making sure that it's safe. Because right now, as you drive by, there's some of the officers don't even have privacy to get in and out of their own vehicles. And that's obviously a safety issue when somebody can identify what vehicle an officer is driving. So that's the first phase that we've challenged Kyle's office to work with PD to get that fencing done. We're hoping to get that done before the end of this fiscal year as a first phase, but we are looking at alternatives. I know that hopefully with this vacant building list, maybe we can attack this list now and maybe see if some of those places are available and that fit the needs. We've talked about reclaiming some of the space adjacent to the current fire station on the west end. We've also talked about some other buildings and even acquiring another site to put an actual metal structure or a prefabricated structure there to serve as a CID and evidence location. That's a synopsis, I guess, a very quick synopsis on the police station.
Question I have, as far as vehicles go, is there anything on the market that's like ready to go now that we could use?
Not that it has a supercharge in it. One of the things that we've challenged enterprise with is even going the pickup truck model. There are some of the pickup truck vendors that are now trying to supercharge their vehicles to make them capable of having that capacity. We've looked at that as an option and we've already hopped on first in line for that. There is one possible model, which has been the Durango that has been brought forward. We'll look at other options, but that's one of the ones that's been brought forward. Unfortunately, there's been maybe not the best of track record with those vehicles. That's what I want to do is getting a vehicle that might cause us problems long term. But at this point, we've said that we're pretty much open to anything. There's discussion of Nissan coming out with a police version of a vehicle. I'm sure staff will take anything that is safe to drive and can help me get the job done at this point. Nissan's not traditionally known as a police vehicle option, but we're willing to take whatever option we have.
Okay.
The other problem that is that with those 10 cars that we had ordered, like I said, we have 4 that are sitting at Silsbee Ford waiting to be outfitted. The other 6, we are, because of, I guess, PO obligations, we're on the hook with Ford for those, and it's kind of, they may build them, they may not build them. There's not VIN numbers, there's no plans, there's no expected dates or anything like that. So we're just stuck with those, unless there's some way to get out of that obligation, which is would be a legal matter. But like I said, those 6 have been just TBD since
2021.
2021.
And mind you, this was before the addition of the new 6 police officers that we're getting. So we're not at full staff yet, but as we increase our recruitment efforts, it's going to become much more of a prevalent problem here soon. And we talk about, hot seat in these cars. They're literally running 24 hours a day nonstop. So something for consideration for the maintenance of our vehicles.
What about a horse division?
So
What about a horse division?
horse division.
Years ago, we had it mounted patrol for special events.
Yeah.
The downside of that, though, is we ended up with some injuries and the liability of that became to the point.
Yeah,
to the point where it wasn't. We had people getting thrown off horses and stuff like that. Then that's a workman's comp issue. It just.
That's why you Velcro them in.
I don't think horses come.
Mr. City Man, I suggest that you do get together with council. Ford, in one of my financial newsletters, the only car they'll be producing is the Mustang. They're getting out of the car production business. They're focusing on trucks. So I would suggest that you get together because if we can focus on another, unless you want trucks.
Mayor Protect, the city manager is going to be working with enterprise on that. We'll take any,
If it says police in the title of it, we're good.
Yes.
From my perspective.
We need something, but he's going to work that out.
We've been assured by enterprise. They understand our situation, the ordering, when it took place, and with the supply chain issues that occurred. It was a rough time. Unfortunately, we did not make that first cutoff of before things kind of shut down for a way. And to your point, some of these car manufacturers are going a different direction with some of the things that they're doing. So we just have to find another way to do it.
Chief, on grant, who's handling grant compliance and reporting?
It's Alice Ashley. Alice Ashley, she's doing our grant for the cops. We just submitted the rural grant that you all approved, which we won't know till probably October, middle of October.
That's the lady out of.
And others, she's doing other city grants.
That's Louisiana, right, or something like that?
Right, you're correct. I talked to her yesterday, in fact, and
So how many cops do you have now?
how many what?
How many officers do you have now?
Now?
45 sworn.
We got authorized 45 sworn.
We have 10 vacancies.
We have 10 vacancies,
You have
correct?
10 vacancies
And,
now.
Let me see here.
So we should have 55 cops? We should have. 50?
No.
No, we should have 45. We have.
Okay, so
vacancies,
I,
we have 35.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
And one of those is a cadet in the police academy.
We have 44 total staff on hand now, counting the officers and, civilians and so
Support
forth.
staff.
So what's the racial
44
background? Because I'm always
total.
asked that.
Not,
Chief has a break. Chief, what's the breakdown of the racial breakdown?
racial breakdown? Okay, hold on.
Last time it was 5 and
Okay,
you went
as
down
of
to 3.
July 5th.
Okay,
As we know, the city's roughly 31% African-American. We have number of sworn who are Black, African-American, 9%. Number of sworn city Hispanic is about 31%. Hispanic, we have 37% that are sworn. As far as females, we have 23% of our sworn staff is female. And that's where we're at this point.
okay. Some people don't understand percentages. I do, but can you give me some hard numbers on that? Just so I know.
What's the
if
backside?
It's 3, 5.
Back out those percentages. What
Okay.
does that mean? Out of the 35 you have on staff right now, how many are each? Just, but not by percentage, but by number.
The numbers, actual
Uh-huh.
numbers? Okay, let me see.
If not, you can bring it tomorrow
We got
or Thursday.
three males. No, I'm sorry. We have 3 that are African-American, 3 males. We just hired one in July. No Black females.
Mhm.
Hispanics, males, we have 10. Hispanic females, we have 3.
Okay,
And we do this monthly, this report.
okay,
I mean, we're doing our very best
yeah.
to bring in
And we
diversity.
talked about it, and that's the thing. I've been here 3 years and this has not improved.
I know.
That number has not improved. I love the fact that we are doing more at the high school. I really love the fact that crime is going down. I really love the fact that we are connecting now with our citizens. I am concerned, though, that we have got to create historically, the modern day police department came out of slave patrols. So there is a background of people of color not wanting to be a part of that. So we've got to work on that. And I've been saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it, and it has just not improved. I think the most we got when I came was 5, and it has decreased now that I'm on council. And that's a concern, not only in the fire department, but also, police department, but the fire department as well. So I'm gonna get a little bit more assertive, Cesar, to use some strategies that may work, at least to get some jailers, right? Because that comes right out of high school, right? Can they come right out of high school, be a jailer at 18?
Right. We're trying.
And see what we can do, like we did similar to the internship program. We actually went over there and passed out flyers and talked
Right.
to kiddos, similar to what you're doing with your program. I just want to make sure that we are doing the work and making sure that we're just not performing, but that we're producing. And right now we're performing, we're talking about it,
Right.
but there's no productivity. And so I want to be able to say by this time next year, we've got 7. That's a big improvement because historically Lamarck never has more than 3 to 5 at one time. And that's why that's been a huge issue. Why can't we get above 5?
I
and
know when
stay
I
above
left, we
5?
had 1 and it was Harvey. and
Right.
we
Some
came
of our
back,
best
we
ones
got
left,
3 now, so
right,
I feel
because
like
of pay.
we tripled it, but it's still not, I still, he's doing as much as we
Yeah.
can, the recruiter, I'm telling you.
Apparent, yeah.
One thing that I will say that I think that we've reinstituted that I hope will produce some results is our cadet sponsorship program.
Mhm.
Being able to, if somebody from our community is interested in being a police officer and doesn't have the means or the time or the means to go to a police academy,
Right.
we will hire them and put them through
Right.
school, right? So trying to get that interest up.
Right.
I mean, as long as they can pass as long as anybody can pass that entrance.
Right.
exam,
We hired one from, in last year,
Right.
up there above Houston,
Right.
Mandela Mosley, and then we hired Gary Magid.
Also, and expanding our recruiting efforts too has been productive as well. Speaking of Mr. Officer Mosley,
Right.
we've gone outside of Galveston County and we've reached up into Houston and we're going to
Right.
HCC and we're going to Lone Star and we're hitting
Right.
these academies that we used to traditionally not hit.
Right.
We're making hard pushes up
Mhm.
there, repeated pushes. Detective LaCroix is kind of my lead dog on my
Right.
recruiting team. He's been doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
So
But
we
maybe,
hope that starts
yeah.
to bear fruit.
And maybe we work from home. That's what I'm saying. Maybe we work right from the high school. Maybe we talk to Mr. Nicholson and say, he's been there now 8, 9 years. He knows this community to say, do you know some young men that would be interested in that? Because they don't even have their ROTC program anymore there. So that's a problem because sometimes your ROTC guys will come straight into the
Right,
police.
Peter.
So we do have some things, but I know there are young men that are interested in it. I
Starting
know they
back
are.
TAPS in August.
Right.
High school, so
So that may help.
I mean, they're good, the feeling's going up. I mean, it's
Mhm.
increased, their, how do you say, affinity to the police is tripled
Right.
from when they started, so. we're gonna
Right.
keep doing it.
I want to hope that with me being on council, we are improving in that area. And so far, we have not. So that's something I want to shout from the rooftops within a year, and be able to say, this is what we did. And then provide the data. It hasn't worked. So if you're still doing the same thing and it's not working, you got to try something different. So let's talk about that. Now put my foot to the plow, Cesar, to bring some of the networks that I have to the table. Which I bought the other guy, Penn, but apparently we've got more work to do in that
We
area.
got community watch people that are helping us too.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Rashad.
We gotta stop that we have to stop that historical trend that they're not wanted. And to stop that, you have to be intentional. You have to go and say, we want you. I was the only African-American jewel team person out of 95 girls. They were all white. So I thought they didn't want me because I was the only Black girl at Clear Lake High School. But Miss Persall came to me and said, you are one of my best dancers. I want you to try out for not only the team, but I want you to try out for officer. But in my mind, I was thinking they didn't want me because I wasn't their color, but that was totally wrong. But she showed intentionality by coming to me and she kind of held my hand through the process. I was very intimidated, right? Because I wasn't shaped like them, didn't have a long hair like them. I couldn't swing like them, my hair anyway, right? So it was, but her acceptance of me to say, I want you, it made a huge difference. And that's what I think we need to do. Be a little bit more intentional about saying, I know what you've heard. I know how you felt. But here in Lamarque, this population is 50% or more minority now. But our police force and our fire department does not reflect that. So I think we have to be a little bit more intentional about saying, let me hold your hand. You could do this. You can pass the test. Don't worry about it. Because the history is that we weren't able to, right? I was just talking to a young man that said to me, all African Americans can play sports. And I said, that's not true. There are only 3 things that we were allowed to do: sports, military, and entertainment for over 55 years. So our families pushed us into those areas, not because we were better in it, we weren't. It was the only thing we could do. So we perfected that, right? But now since assimilation, integration, there's more markets now that are open so that we can compete. And so our talents can be appreciated in other things. So, and explaining that to young man, he said, I didn't know that. And a lot of people don't. And I think it's important as a woman of color, tell you what it means to have someone be very intentional in saying, you're welcome.
Well, it's been nice, Mandela Mosley,
Yeah.
who we hired in last year after he off duty, he went to the academy where he graduated several times to recruit.
Yeah.
Tell him how good we're doing here.
Yeah.
So we
gotta keep trying.
That was really.
But again, I'm loving the results though of where we're getting, our crime is down. That is a huge blessing. People trust us. That is a huge blessing. You know, so I'm excited about that, Chief. Thank you. We're not perfect, right? But we gotta hit our blind spots. So I do appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, I have a question from something that was told to me in training in Austin by a guy he's a firearms trainer for security guards and stuff. Is it true that because we can't sell a handgun to a person under the age of 21, that we cannot hire somebody in the police department to be a police officer because they can't purchase a firearm? So an 18-year-old graduating high school.
T-Cole requires
21.
You have to be 21 to receive licensure. You can enter the academy at 20, as long as by the time you graduate the academy, you're 20.
So the state of Texas, I can join the military and go fight a war on foreign soil, but I can't be a police officer in the state. And we don't find that wrong.
Some states have done that. Some states have done that, Councilman Ross, because of what you just said.
Some of them are
Like in
repealing-
North Carolina,
Yeah.
you could be a cop at 20, and I hired a cop at 20, but I had to buy his ammunition. And some states have gone to 19 because of the, yeah, you're.
Yeah,
it's
no,
all-
as somebody that 2 weeks after graduation from, I was in Great Lakes going through boot camp, I find it ridiculous that I can train a young man or woman to go fight a war on a foreign soil, but they can't be a police officer on the soil of my state and in my country. That is ridiculous.
And not a state rule though.
Excellent. Council, do we have any further? Oh, I'm
If I
sorry, go ahead,
could
Jeff.
just clarify, please. I'm seeing the personnel schedule actual for 22 is 52. The estimated is still 52. Yet in the proposed budget, the backup, you're asking to add a cold case detective and something else.
The number of 52, that should really be 56.
That's your what?
The number 52 listed in there, that should really be 56. We have 56 total staff. If you count 45 sworn and you got 11 civilians.
So this needs to be updated.
Yeah,
This is
that's
not accurate.
just a typographical error. Now, when you add the 6 cops officers authorized that we received the grant, it should be 56 full-time. There's one part-time evidence custodian that's not on there. I don't know if you put part-time on it, but that's been authorized also. It's part-time, 1,000 hours a year.
So you're adding also one telecommunications person.
Oh, if we get what I've asked for in the budget, it would increase one telecommunicator and one cold case detective.
So
That is-
you're actually.
That's the 2 personnel that I've asked for.
And-
Once again, this.
And Mayor
should be
Pro Tem,
updated.
for clarity, on none of the departments, for any of the asks that were made for new personnel, on none of them is it reflected on the proposed. Those are all part of the packages. On none of them is it reflected on the proposed right now. We would not have had the budget to do that. So for none of them is it on there.
Okay. Chief, there was in the past year, I recall last year,
What was
we
what?
were, in the past year, last year, we had some challenges with regard to keeping people as telecommunicators. We're
Yeah.
fully staffed on that, right? Or not?
No,
We're
we're
still,
short, too short. We have 2 vacancies. In my whole tenure here, 5 years before and a couple of years now, if we've had 8, which is authorized, it's been for 2 days,
yes.
and that's probably too much. It's just one of those fields that it's demanding, stressful, and on. And it's hard to keep telecommunicators. But because we don't have, even if we don't have 8 that we have authorized, I'm recommending another one, and I've done it last year on the last year's budget. We pay a lot of overtime because we're supposed to have 2 on duty. We have mainly 1 on duty, and it's they need to take a break.
Yeah.
So that's why I've asked, when you have a seat that you want filled, the formula is if you want a 24-hour coverage in this chair right here, you multiply it times 4.5. If I want 1 person to sit here with sick leave, vacation, training, so when you have 2 people sitting there, you multiply it times 4.5, you get 9. I didn't make that thing up. That's the way it is. So we really should have had 9 all along. And I don't know if we'll ever really, even if you authorize 1 more, whether we will have 9 for more than a day. But I'm trying to get that because our overtime is skyrocketing on telecommunicators. Of course, they like it, but it's stressful and it's, it's stressful though.
Some like it, but some have expressed that they can't wait for us to be fully staffed so that they can take an extended vacation.
And just last item, the demographic breakdown that you give to Councilperson Yancey,
right?
That doesn't include the
That's sworn only, sworn only.
So the numbers, perhaps you should do a recalculation as well to say all staff as well. Because that might change your.
Well, I mean,
numbers
I could do that, but it's always there. We're always asking about sworn.
I understand.
But we have a lot of,
It's the base in general. For me, it's the whole department.
we could do that.
Yeah, help me out. 'Cause I want to be.
You want that too? I'll do it. You got it. I mean, we can do that,
Yeah.
but it's always been asked on
Because I
sworn.
met some pleasant, sometimes I'll go by and drop off coffee over there where the guys working.
And just to comment on the overtime, I do want to commend our police department. It was a challenge across the board for all of our departments. They've stepped up to the challenge. They have dropped their overtime significantly despite their turnover that they've had. And if you look at that on page 53.
I just sent Caesar an article. This dilemma on attracting officers, recruiting officers, it's nationwide, especially with diversity. It's nationwide. So we're not the Lone Ranger on that. I mean, we're doing our best and we're going to keep trying.
And since since in recent history, we've been averaging hiring 2 a month, which is a pretty good average for a department our size. And it's an average that is better than some of the other days. We got to the point where we had, I think, at 1.6 people on field training at one time, which bordered on we couldn't handle anymore because we're starting to run out of field training officers. So, I mean, we're being successful in recruiting overall.
Let me suggest to you, because Dickinson has an amazing program for trade schools, and so does TCISD as well. And that may be a program you can, like a pipeline to start with them, actually talking to the superintendent, telling them you need telecommunicators, and they can start training those young people right when they're, because you can be 18.
We're gonna go.
Telecommunicator. Okay.
I talked to you.
I do you one better. We still have that 21st century program. Is that right?
Yes.
I know there are always, whoever contracts out those 21st century programs, they're always looking for activities.
Yes, they are.
And so we might, as a city, meet with whoever has that contract for TCISD and say, hey, listen, would it be possible if you all, have telecommunicator classes in the after school?
Yeah. I talked to Forrest last week about working up a program with Ricky Nicholson and going there. When they graduate, they're around 17. You got to be 18 to be a telecommunicator by state law. We can get them, keep them a couple of years. They're making $21 an hour. They go to McDonald's, they're making what? $10 an hour.
16,
So it might be a thought.
Chief, speaking of seeing as you mentioned $21, how are the telecommunicators working out with the pay raise that they got?
They're
Are they
loving
happy
it.
with it? They good with it?
There, I know you.
Are we still
you were
losing them?
Part of that, $21 an hour, it really made a difference. And that's, yeah, we did that a year and a half ago, remember?
Mhm.
And it's worked. But I mean, when I tell a high school student at 18, that you can make 21 an hour, and they know they go to Walmart, and make about 12 an hour, they could probably take us. So we're gonna try that.
Yeah.
You know,
So
if they
we-
stay.
Have
We're
we thought
thinking they
about
might
a
not stay.
program to?
Ours thought they won't stay too long.
To
because
bring
they-
them in as telecommunicators, but also pay for them to go to the academy while they're working as a telecommunicator. So when they're done, when they turn 21, we can put a badge on their chest.
Not necessarily with young people in that set, but we have done that with some of our telecommunicators. And we've had some that put themselves through the police academy before we had the program. And then we also sponsored it. We've sponsored at least one dispatcher to go through the academy.
Kelly Stanford, you seen the lemonade thing the other day on Facebook?
Mhm.
She was a telecommunicator.
She
Now
put
they're not.
herself through the academy while working 12-hour shifts. It was very impressive.
Good deal. Well, Caesar, you have anything else?
No, sir. Got quite a few notes to go over. Get
Okay.
some responses, try to see if I can get those consolidated for you for Thursday.
Okay.
And then Thursday, we start rolling up our sleeves and getting into this budget.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would expect us to see your proposed, now that you have notes and this draft can turn into a proposed budget, I would expect that we would see your proposed budget. I would like to see the new additions that you have recommended go in the budget. Maybe in a different color or maybe on the side somewhere. We need to know what you put in the budget.
Right.
We also need to have these packages from all of the departments. So in other words, if we're looking at PD, we need to see what the PD budget is. We need to see all the things that you and Chief Aragon have put in. We also need to see the packages that you all are requesting. But that needs to happen for every department. Secondly, we need a capital improvement monies breakdown. Stiefel gave us 8 different grant funding areas that we still have not been able to close out. We need to know exactly what those funds were earmarked for, what they were used for, and if there are any extra monies associated. We need a capital improvement monies breakdown. I was referring earlier to the grants. Now I'm referring to the capital improvement monies breakdown, the ARPA funds, the GLO funds, and all of those other areas that we recently been awarded. As well as a list of capital improvements. I know that you worked, I believe it was last summer. You had a capital improvement work group that you were working with. So we need to see all of those things so that the council can, as you put it, begin to roll our sleeves up and start to actually help get this budget, to a point that we can actually present it to the public and get some public hearings.
Yes, sir.
And one with the tax calculation, I understood the certified appraisal roll is out now.
It just came through. I was trying to take a peek at it during the break. Pretty close to what we had is what it looks like. Just simple calculations that I was doing here. So I'll sit with Susie and kind of go over that a little bit, but it's relatively close. Relatively close.
Very good. Council, do we have any more requests for the city manager before we adjourn? It's been real, it's been fun. And certainly we will reconvene Thursday, July 27th at 10 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.